small but brief little introduction using the default countdown that they have over here at StreamYard. What's going on, everybody? Peace, power, and profit. Grand rising. That's definitely what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with a grand rising, right? Uh, in the making of trying to, lock in some of these grands. In here in the AM hour, the markets here still got a little bit of volatility moving about as we kind of already progressed through the ideal of thinking that the markets are safe with or without the federal Jerome Powell, commentary that he typically likes to, kind of swoop, or I should say, calm the markets, right? As of yesterday, of course, him coming out speaking about those, tactics and tools that they have within their tool belt to try to backstop the markets through the plight of the unemployment scenario. Obviously, we had some unemployment numbers today. I'm pretty sure you guys saw that too. Those numbers, they wasn't, the most favorable data points after he kind of just spoke yesterday. In relation to that things are, somewhat on the up and up. And these could be one-off events, but technically, let's be honest, right? Unemployment numbers are still going to be in a wavering perspective because of the fact that you just cut a COVID relief bill that gave, people who are even thinking about claiming unemployment an incentive to want to get unemployment. That's a $300 extra boost on top of that. So it was no surprise to me to see those numbers tick up on the unemployment readout today. Of course, it was just, to me, seemed to be like a given. But on top of that, again, it showed more, I should say, again, the idea that people still hungry to get back to work or get back to this reopening phase of the market. Just, in general, the nation in general, well, the bonds are saying, hey, we're pricing in people going back to work. So we can care less about all the other stuff, all the tit for tat in terms of those who are naysayers and those who are optimistic about the markets and, again, Americans getting back to work or whatever. But the bonds just, literally soared overnight. Despite what happened after the Jerome Powell spoke yesterday, for you guys who watched that, Jerome Powell, kind of giving his most dovish tone that he possibly could, because the last one he did was just an utter disaster, right? He just pretty much said, hey, bonds are rising. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. We want this to happen, which actually they do, right? They have an inflation target of 2%, right? Of course, they need yields to kind of start, trend upward, right? To kind of, say, hey, at some point we got to stop all this, euphoria and thinking that everything is just, we're going to spend, cut the print on and just, print money. At some point, we got to be able to pay for this stuff, so we need yields to go back up so we can tax you a little bit more. That's basically how this stuff works, right? They got to be able to tax you a little bit more to pay for all this, exorbitant spending, right? That the Federal Reserve has been given full ride power to be able to do, right? And they've been definitely laying down on the ink, right? The inkjet printer is smoking, right? But none, these are things that we were prepared for, right? We were kind of already, seeing that by, at least Q1 of this fiscal calendar that we should have some kind of level of, vantage point of thinking how the markets are going to, present itself. Of course, like this 1 year anniversary of the COVID, carnage, right? We kind of still within that window, right? We marched, we marked the March lows in the market in terms of the S&P around March the 23rd, right? March 22nd, March 23rd is when we had that, 218 printout on the S&P 500. So as I always like to say, markets have memory, right? Markets have memory. Now, whether it's a use case or a viable case while the markets are down, from, well, obviously we're hitting all-time highs still, but when I'm saying the idea that people thinking the market should be well over 400 at this point, I guess that's what I should say, because the markets are actually still up, but they're wavering, right? I mean, you just having spurts where the market just kind of drawing down, throughout the, the first few hours of the market, then all of a sudden after the market, near the close, the markets are spiking back up, right? For whatever reason, people are trying to still feel, find that optimistic, pearl in the sand that they can feel comfortable about the markets. And I stay, I'm going to be the first one on record saying, hey, if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. Just be wary if you're day trading. You are in the volatility zone at this point. You are in the volatility box. So get excited for that, because again, that's how you make money. It just makes it harder to track the peak to trough moments if you're kind of emotionally getting into the market, because you think if the market's in a downtrend at a certain point, it's going to keep downtrending. That's not how this stuff works, right? You got a lot of people still waiting to buy these dips. All right, they still living by the dip rule, right? But I say, it's not so proficient as it used to be, because of the fact that the bonds are so ignited, and the USD dollar, obviously, the DOX is starting to bounce along with that, right? We kind of bottom out around the $89 range area and change, and I pretty much kind of made a hard statement at that point that the dollar is not necessarily going any lower than that. All right, it may be in somewhere in the distant future, but in the short term, it's not happening. And yeah, the dollar has been nowhere near that point ever since, right? So because at some point the strength of that dollar gonna have to come back into fruition, especially with the point that China is pretty much leading the globe right now in terms of the comeback economy, because they handled their COVID situation, obviously, whether you agree with it or you don't, different than everybody else. So they was able to get their people back to work a lot faster than everybody else. Everybody else was like completely sloppy, right? Like Europe, sloppy. Italy, all those areas, sloppy, right? Again, America, forget about it. Ultra sloppy, right? All the politics got ahead of what needed to be done in terms of everybody needing to kind of, put their head down and kind of sacrifice for the greater good of everybody. So because of that, you reap what you sow. So there you go. You got a market that's just been all over the place. You have economists who can't necessarily map out exactly where they feel like the market should be. Meaning, I should say, even the workforce environment of getting people back to work, because you still have all these somewhat not necessarily the most safest environments to send people back to, and so that presents some problems, right? So you got to realize that yeah, you may be one of many who are understanding of that, but America, as we know it to be, is the most selfish nation on the planet. It's a spoiled nation. It's a land of decadence. And so you're going to have a lot of various opinions, even against their own best interest. That's how people operate around here. That's just what it is, right? But the markets have been trying to price in all this best they could. It has done phenomenal off the March lows when the market obviously drew down well over 30-something%. Can't complain about that, because, again, you do have a system where they want to keep the facade that we're the best and the brightest and all this, and so they just printed a lot of money, and it went basically into the stock market. We know that to be what it is. That's why I hang out in the stock market, right? I'm following the money, right? I am the true real Robinhood. I'm understanding that this is where they're going to backstop what they consider to be the real true quote unquote taxpayers of America, which is an asinine statement, but that's how they value people who own assets, property, equity assets in terms of stocks and bonds and things of that nature. Those are the people who obviously always are going to get the first, first piece of chicken, right? They get the first piece of chicken. All right. But anyway, so just kind of giving you a little brief introduction here. Some of the stuff that we can talk about today. Of course, we're going to do some live scouting of the markets here. Been a minute since I came on doing intraday and did some setups like this. This is good. Of course, I need to get back in the habit of doing it. I always say that. But then I go hiatus for another 2 months, right? Again, things are changing, man. Things change. Y'all know how this stuff works, man. It's hard out here for a trader, right? It's hard out here for a trader, right? There's a song for it. I need to be the lead artist in that. But, we'll always, try to put forth some good energy to get some continuity at being able to go live during market hours, so we can look at these things and assess them and help people kind of, work through their, scenarios in terms of their trades or whatever they may be looking at. So it's notwithstanding that, if you see that thing go live, if YouTube don't have me on the shadow ban, because I keep getting suspended a lot, whatever. But if not, you see me go live and you got time, pop on in. Say what's up to you, brother. Leave me a like, a share, subscribe, all that good stuff, right? Again, support the bill if you can, so we can, come on and, again, y'all know how this stuff go. Break some information down, right? Dig into the books, or the, quote unquote, as they say, right? So power of profit, everybody. Got some family coming in already in the building. We have Oba Zane in the building. Peace, power, profit, Oba. Right, we have our family Raul that came through today. Peace, power, profit to you, family. Happy to have you back in the house. Right, we have Oba Marquis Kid in the building. Right, our resident crypto killer, forex killer, all that. We have our family Robert Rouse coming through. Peace, power, profit to you as well. Oba Brother Mathis in the building, right? You guys are picking up on the option market. I'm loving it, right? Getting solid at this thing. We have Oba Chris Woods in the house. Go subscribe to that brother YouTube channel. Don't waste, don't think twice. Support the people who support you, right? Go subscribe to his channel, right? We have our Oba Contrarian Trade in the house, right? A lot of you guys don't know about Contrarian Thinker, right? That brother's smart, man. He quiet, but he's smart, right? He out there, canvassing this market, breaking things down, being analytical by his approach too. So it's good to have, again, diversity of people who come through, because we're all here for the same thing, right? To find a way to get to the bag, right? To find a way to break down, all the, the data points or whatever we can to get to the bag. Because I can tell you one thing that they can't say about us: we were diligent through the entire time of the pandemic scenario at its full peak. We were working our behinds off in this market to bring people either to it or to get them, exposure to the data points that were really affecting their lives. Right? Everybody was waiting on government checks and stimulus this and coronavirus relief packages this and unemployment. So wherever we could, we was able to drop some information or some data to help the folks. We were right there. Right? So we worked the entire time of the pandemic. Again, the worst parts of it, I should say, and really help some people kind of get some knowledge. So kudos to everybody that came into the markets during that scenario and found another way to get some money, because that's what everybody was kind of, really dealing with, on a personal level. Like, how can I still survive, right? How can I live, basically, what I'm saying, right? And so having multiple streams of income became the thing to do. Affiliation links, right? People start digging into, all right, where can I get me some affiliation money, right? How can I, push a product that's already in play? I just need to be the spokesperson, right? That's basically what you're doing when you become an affiliate marketer, right? Again, what better way to get a free bag without having to even spend any money? Seriously, let that marinate for a moment. So we have to be critical in our thinking and smart and strategic. You're going to need multiple streams of income going forward. If the COVID-19 scenario didn't teach you that, then I don't know what to say, because you can't depend on a job alone, right? You can't depend on a job alone. You need multiple streams of income to backstop you through any weather, right? You need to have a drop shipping scenario, whether you're doing some, selling some products on Amazon, eBay, or wherever, Craigslist, whatever, right? You have to get in the game. Again, investing in the markets, right? A lot of people just got their stimulus checks. Guess what? Well, a lot of that money, based upon a lot of the data analytics and economists and whomever, they're already knowing that these people are going to drop some of that money in the stock market, because know why? They saw everybody else that did it the first time. When the first check came out, that $1,200, a lot of that money went into what? Bitcoin, Tesla, GameStop, all that stuff. And a lot of those people turned those $1,200 checks in well over 5 figures, right? Well over, some people I've seen on a cruise, I've seen a couple of guys turn it in up near, almost near 6 figures. They just went all in on certain things. It was a hard bet. A lot of people went all in on Tesla calls at that time, and they bought far as they could out in terms in the future. And y'all know at that time, Tesla basically just rolled out. It went from, literally, $300, $400 all the way up to $2,500. Let that marinate, right? And y'all know how the power options are. So again, that's what we're talking about here. All right. So just being able to be, in an opportunity where you can make money, all right, let your money work for you. Well, that's what we're about over here on this channel. All right. So again, as you see, even on the screen, it says learn to earn. Literally, you have to learn to earn. You got to learn how to be more patient. You got to be optimistic. You have to be open-minded. Again, you got to be progressive in your stance to want to get this knowledge, right? Methodology, right? Understanding the value within that, and go out there and get it. We're just data chasers. That's what we do. We collect data, we interpret it, and then we make a decision based on that, right? So it's good. We do it every day when we surf it up and down these social media platforms. Nothing new under the sun. You've seen it all, heard it all, whatever, right? Well, find a way to monetize it. Find a way to monetize it, then you'll get my attention. Until then, I don't know what time we have to waste. When people out here becoming wealthier, the wealthier are getting wealthier, and a lot of people saying, man, I'm just going to wait on the government, or I think everything going to be all right. I think I can, and get you really nowhere. Not going forward in the future. They find a way to kind of bleed you out, meaning those who are obviously in power find a way to push you through a threshold of pain, keep testing you every single time we have some kind of economic disaster. And the more you bend, the more they're going to try to keep bending you more, right? They're going to take the money that they can out of your tax dollars, because that's what they use to fuel all their endeavors, right? And backstop those who own assets. I repeat, they're going to backstop those who own assets. If you don't own assets, I hate to tell you, right? yeah, you're going to be the last ones to get anything. If you haven't witnessed that by now, hey, I don't know what planet you're living on. You got to have multiple skills again to get paid, right? This whole idea, even with the minimum wage, be it whatever, right? All right, that'll be fine and all, but yeah, you still need to have other ways you can make some money. So again, with that being said, I'm happy to be here. I'm going to open up my screen, and we're going to track a few trades. I also got to eat me a lunch. I'm kind of running behind, so what I am going to do, let some of you guys want to come on the live stream, which we plan to do that too. Let me get the link out. You guys might want to come on and break down your trades, right? You're going to share your screen, get at it. That's great, right? That's what we do, right? It's real time market action now. And so while that's happening, I'm gonna, wolf down, right? Again, knock on wood, there's a stock called Wolf right now actually being traded. A lot of people hitting it today. Right? But I'm gonna wolf down my quick little lunch here, and then I'll come back and provide more commentary when I'm done. But in between time, I will have my screen sharing. We'll watch a little bit of the S&P 500. I actually might even cut on Michael them over there trading it, unless you guys want to come on. Like I said, provide some commentary while that's happening. But I will definitely resume my breakdowns, some of the stocks I'm obviously in, what I'm thinking about, as far as the overall market, and we'll kind of go from there, right? We'll make it a live event day like we typically used to, right? Y'all know how the stuff go, right? Nothing new under the sun. Y'all know how we get down. So again, power and profit to everybody. What's going on overseas? That's so you didn't crept in the building. Power and profit to you, right? Everybody that may be watching, behind the scenes, that may be at the job or might be just listening, that necessarily can't type right now. Power and profit to you as well. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you guys for the constant support. Again, on Ubuntu, right? Simple as that. Y'all know my mentality, right? I am because we are. All right. So S&P 500 obviously is kind of treading water a little bit here, down about 0.27%, about 10 points here, obviously, in terms of the future side of the house. And you have the US 30 or the Dow 30 up about 191 points. All right, 0.58% here on the future side of the markets. And that's obviously again, you think about those Dow stocks, right? In relation to that of the S&P 500, right? In relation to that of the tech, right? Because tech is getting a bludgeon, right? We know why tech is selling off, right? It's not a secret at this point why tech is selling off. Well, because they were the big breadwinners during the coronavirus, right? That's what everybody was hiding out in. It was a honeycomb hideout during literally the entire pandemic. The worst parts of it, I keep saying that, but the worst parts of that was set up because, everybody wanted to run to companies that had bigger moats. They want to run to those companies who had, again, the balance sheets and the infrastructure in play, the management teams that were solid. Not all this kind of we think this company going to be great in the future, but right now we need to put our money where it's going to make, going to grow, right? So fund managers and people of that nature want to, again, go to what they consider to be the most safest place to park their dollars, and it was in the tech sector. Outside of that, real estate became a big benchmark, safe place. Consumer discretionaries, right? They became big, right? Some of those off the beat path, and some of the little futuristic plays here and there, but those were the top dogs, right? And so now you just have a rebalancing phase going on. We got quadruple witching coming out actually tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So if you guys not familiar with quadruple witching, you might want to Google that really quick, brush up on some of your lingo, and seeing how this market reacts to that. So again, a very busy week altogether because again, the Fed spoke yesterday, and we hold, basically we can pretty much put that in the summation by saying, yeah, he just came out and tried to backstop the market in a way where his commentary that of the previous one was not so dovish that that made the fund managers feel comfortable, the banks feel comfortable, right? That he was going to really provide this soft landing that everybody's pretty much looks at the Fed as saying, this is your job, right? Hey, don't let us crash. Whatever you do, don't let us crash. We don't want to go through what we did before with the coronavirus, right? Scenario. So whatever you gotta do, you gotta buy the market, do whatever, cheat, whatever, then do it, right? Because that's what the market runs off of. It loves what? Cheap money, right? It is a cheap money spoiled environment, and who wouldn't want to be in such a scenario like that if you feel like these people gonna always go out their way to protect the markets before they do Main Street? Pause. Let that marinate. And that's what they do, right? That's exactly what they do, right? So it's no secret at this point. Again, you just got to be serious about what you're doing here. Don't jump out there and be any kind of or be thinking any kind of way or whatever. move with a plan. Have a plan in place. Right? Take your time. Work through any kind of abnormality that you may be having. If the markets ain't presenting you what you want out of it, then sit on your hands. Right? The best trade is the one not taking. Sometimes realize that. Right? And you'll gain a lot from that because again, taking the take the initiative that, of course, you're trying to make sure that you protect your money, because if there's any, opportunity left in the market, which there is, then you'll know when, where, how to be able to perform in and around it, right? Because again, ultimately on a historical scale, the market is always going to outperform, right? Even when it seems like it's in a down turn for doing little small moments or peak to trough moments, ultimately in the end, it's going to what? It's going to outperform if you're in the right assets, right? And I'm saying that because, again, as you see, the thumbnail that I had up today is the Cathie Woods effect, right? Everybody's looking at now Cathie Woods as pretty much the new quote-unquote Warren Buffett, right? She's the female Warren Buffett in the making, right? And there's a lot of people actually coming against her right now. They're definitely in attack mode, right? They're in attack mode against her, and that's typically how this stuff works, because a lot of these old school guys who used to get all the attention, now they're having to share some of that. Of course, you got people like Jim Cramer that came for about a week and a half ago, right? He tried to come forward, and she kind of put out some commentary, kind of say, hey, you guys are just relics, basically, in the short story form. It's like, you guys are relics, right? You guys are dinosaurs. Y'all don't know how to price the market in this new age environment. Y'all don't know how to read the tech side of disruptive tech side of the house, like like we do, right? We have the perfect algorithms, high frequency trading algorithms and bots that know how to read this stuff on a different level. We're not sitting there, building out ETFs so you can just sit in them and ride them out. No, we're going to build an ETF, and we're going to use it like a day trading model, right? Where we're just trying to play a peak to trough expansion point of a percentage gain, and we're going to revamp, take profit, and then let it kind of, rebalance up, and then look for the next one or get back in that same one. They're capturing dollars at a much more frequent rate, than that of some of the old fund managers, and that's why she's been able to outperform. Now, she's been getting beat up a little lately because they say, well, you know what? If you've been successful doing it, being able to trade the market so thoroughly with your Tesla calls and your Teledocs and your Roku and your PAC-B and CRISPR and all these other stocks that some of her kind of well-known position plays that she's been in. Well, at some point, right? At some point, those things are going to come back and hunt you, right? Well, she's like, no, because I know how to take profit, right? As simple as that. I know how to take profit. I know how to play them to their peak performance area, and then what? Right in the cash register. Unlike a real fund manager, like a mutual fund or whatever, on a rolling annual basis, they're not necessarily trying to do that because they don't have to pay those what? Taxes, right? They don't want to have to pay the taxes, right? They're concerned, hey, we want your portfolio to sit still for at least 12 months, right? Before we get to tax loss harvesting time of the year, which is the end of the year, December, they're saying, hey, we want you to sit through all this. We think you'll be fine, right? If we can yield you about a 6, 7%, 8%, that's good. But guess what? At the peak of some of those fund managers, they may be sitting at 27%, right? And if you're not calling and beating down the door, hey, man, sell that stuff, man. They're going, no, it's good. Trust me, you don't want to have to incur, this whole tax thing. But, hey, leave it to me. All right, to tell a person how to spend their money, how to invest their money. We just, analyze money. That's what we do. So, but it's good to know that, again, there are people out here who are innovative in this perspective. And I say this because a lot of people who are new to the market, you kind of, you're going to need that new age perspective, right? Because your value of engineering capabilities, your value to upgrade the fintech side of the house, financial technology, and other things out there when we say building a better mousetrap, well, you guys are more well equipped to kind of be able to give some of these older generations a blueprint or a back briefing of how things have progressed. Because if not, they still going by this old school, antiquated way of looking at things, right? Monetary, technology, they still are sharp, but they're not at the level what we're dealing with now, because the markets are now in a whole new different status now. Again, you got HFTs that are running crazy. These high frequency trading bots have killed a lot of these old school fund managers, a way of just kind of sitting around picking the market out like they used to. They can't do that any longer, right? So, because they cannot keep up with the level of the Robinhood influx, the Weebles, all these new young traders coming in who just coming in and trading and investing right out the gate with no knowledge. They're just following trends. So because of that, it messes up a lot of these old school analysts playbooks. They can't deal with it. GameStop, 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 right? That video is like off the chain, right? But no, so that's what we're dealing with. So again, with that being said, again, right now is the best time, in my opinion, to number one, get knowledgeable in the markets, right? Figure out, what's going on. Click up with some people who are already making things happen, right? And then sponge off of them, right? Again, investing in trading is not rocket science. I always say that for a reason. It really isn't. All right. I mean, we just complicate it, right? We're known for complicating things. That's what humans do. We complicate things, especially in America, right? Man, these jokers in America, boy, look at here. Y'all know this is the land of, again, spoiling this, right? People spoil here, right? So we'll complicate something as simple as, a leaf falling off the tree, right? It's fall. It's season. It's fall. It's going to fall. No, but it shouldn't fall now. No, whatever. But anyway, y'all get it. All right. So anyway, like I said, I'm going to run up here and get my lunch really quick. We got some family coming through. We have Oba Marquise in the building, Oba Chris in the building. All right. Again, if you guys want to go to work here real quick, unless y'all might be working, that's probably what's going on. All right. Y'all can crank up, share your charts, go over some trades. Again, interact with the chat because that's what we're here for. Of course, we're doing this stuff like we're supposed to, right? This is work mode of the day for most of us. A lot of us are really focused in trying to get this money, right? Which we're supposed to. All right. But definitely, if you guys want to be able to do that too, kind of pick up some kind of little game and being able to kind of trade, commentate, and still pay attention to everybody too, then there's a good chance, and time to do it, right? Again, so like I say, all you guys need YouTube channels, and again, go out there and build up that fortress too, because a lot of people out there need your input. So I'm excited for a lot of you guys in terms of where you've already grown and where you're going. So what's going on, Oba Marquise? How's it going, man? Peace, power, profit to you.
Peace, power, profit. Oba, how's it going, man? I see you own it.
Yeah, man. This the market hours, man. I tell people we in go mode. Say as soon as that market open at 4 a.m., we be in go mode.
I know that's right, man. I'm actually about to jump out of this contract. I was in the SPY 397, so it should hit in a second. So I'm about to hop out of this one real quick, man. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. I think I kind of get my strategy down pat. So I'm definitely happy to share some stuff with the family and see how it's doing. I'm just it's a great time to be in these markets, man, and just been learning so much. It's great to learn these things while they're playing out. So that next time they come around, you have the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me take this call real quick.
No worries. Yeah, I mean, he's 100% right because again, you got to realize, right? Everybody say that we're at the top or we're always at the bottom. I mean, it's really hard to find people to say we're in between, right? Because everybody's either the sky's falling or the sky haven't failed yet or whatever, right? And so you're gonna have that diversity in terms of how people assess the market. But ultimately, what we realize is that there's money gonna be made one way or the other, right? When they wake up in the morning and cut these markets on, these machines on, somebody gonna make some money, right? No matter where you at, if you bullish or you bearish or whatever, right? Because there's always an in-between trade called the iron condor, right? Trade the middle, right? Trade that neutrality, right? So again, with all that being said, it's just more of I should say a paradigm shift in terms of people learning how to now get outside their comfort zone and saying, let me be a little bit more well-rounded. Right. Let me understand the short side and the long side. Let me understand when there's, again, the peak to trough perspective that I like to speak about a lot because I think it's more easier parallel to get people obviously more focused on the market. Right? Hey, where's the peak? Where's the trough? Where's the middle? Okay, now let's go. It's kind of like when you look at the Bollinger Band setup, right? The Bollinger Band setups kind of give you that somewhat of a little package, a packaged environment, right? You kind of see it like, man, what's this, right? But that's what it's doing. It's reading out. Okay, here's the kind of running hot side of the RPM gauge, and here's on the low side of the RPM gauge, right? You need some more power, so to speak, right? You got to hit that gas pedal, right? But within that, right, there's a lot of money being captured, right, in between those levels. You feel me? And so that's what makes this stuff, interesting when you think about it or look at it from that perspective. Like, man, this is crazy, right? And ultimately, it's just saying, hey, this is how you look at the market from this perspective, right? All right. So again, it's exciting to be able to read that, and that it's going to help a lot of traders not fall into these dire temptations, right? Being too soon or too late, right? You got to know, again, it's the what, the where, the what, the why, the where, and the when. As I like to say, that's the guideline that I use, right? What you're trading, why you trade it, where to trade it at, you know what I'm saying, in terms of the technicals, and then the when to pull the trigger, right? Entry is everything. Exit is everything, right? You got to have an exit strategy too. You can't just sit in the stock think it's going to keep going the way you want it to go. Markets don't work that way. I'm speaking to the traders now, of course. The traders now, right? Not the investors. So having a plan is just like larger than life. So with that being said, Oba Chris, what's going on? Peace, power, profit to you, Oba. I don't know if you're able to get, open your mic up. I know you're a busy man too. How's your day going? Right? How's it popping over there in the Texas, the great state of Texas?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit. You must be outside. You out there?
Yeah. I do my daily walk around this time, so.
Tracking.
But yeah, I'm here. I should be at the house in about 30, 40 minutes, but I just want to hop on just in case, on your break.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Chime in and whatnot.
Yeah, no problem, man. We look forward to you getting home and get comfortable because I know you're ready to get after it too. You guys been tearing it up lately in the option market. I'm loving that, and you guys are just expanding on your skill set and getting better and better in that. And so, again, a lot of this work is paying off. Again, y'all know we train hard, and we go out there and try to perform just as harder, right? So again, we talking about practice here, right? Allen Iverson style practice. You talking about practice? Yeah, practice. If you don't practice, guess what? You ain't gonna play well. So we love to train. We love to be thorough. Again, you got to have discipline. That's what makes money, right? Discipline equals dollars, right? Without a good, disciplinary, I should say it's like a stop sign in front of you, right? If you had like a big old giant red stop sign in front of you while you're trading, right? Every 2 seconds that you look up, you see that should cause you to pause a little bit before you go out there and do something frivolous, right? Well, I think that's the most instrumental thing that any trader could possess is his or her ability to be very sound in their discipline, because that's what keeps you in the game. That's what's protecting your capital. That's what's going to help you grow your capital, right? Because you got to downplay the emotion and upgrade the strategic aspect of knowing what you're doing, right? Downplay the emotion, because emotion, obviously, when it comes to money, is like larger than life for a lot of people. It's like hard to escape it, right? You make a little bit of money, you give it back because you got emotional and whatever. It happens, right? We get it. You're just trying to find your balance. But once you do, it's game on, right? Once you do, it is literally game on. So again, just watching the markets here. Again, you heard Open Marquis speaking about that a little bit here. You have, well, of course, there's many scenarios that's popping. So you definitely have the SPY right now, doing this thing, right? It's popping, right? To say the markets are popping, right? And I say it's popping. It's still down from yesterday off the big move that came on the back end of the Jerome Powell speech. It just clear as day what's going on here. I mean, that's why it came back down and kind of somewhat, presented a backfill scenario, even though it wasn't a massive gap. It just ran on all this hype.
Hey, Oba,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey, Oba, I'm gonna come in from my computer.
Yeah, no worries. All you just pop up. I see you. I'm gonna add you. I'm actually sitting in front of the screen now, so no worries. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, like any of you other guys want to come on to the live stream, like I say, the link is in the back chat there. Come on, guys. This is the day trade hour. This is how we get down. We look at markets and we kind of dissect this stuff. Again, there's the link if you want to come on. Again, even if you're still learning, don't hesitate. Y'all know how we work over here. We're family, right? We don't do that intimidation stuff over here. We ain't trying to overtalk people, and we ain't trying to down talk people. We're here to learn how to get paid. And so I love it because, again, we have that kind of respectability policy when it comes to, what we do over here. Because we're trying to teach people how to make money, and we're trying to learn from people how to make money. And so you need, that level of camaraderie. Even for a lot of the new people, if you're kind of new to this, come on. Let's kind of help you unpack what you're dealing with, what you're seeing. What are you seeing, and whether or not it's something that's abnormal to you to a degree, right? And so I got my YouTube family paying attention and watching out too. I hope you guys are having a great day on the YouTube side of the house. If you guys can hear me over here on the YouTube side, definitely press 1 in the chat if necessary. That way, at least I know the audibles are good, over there on that side of the house. I should just check it on my cell phone, but how I did. I'm focused a little bit on a lot of other stuff. But just want to make sure you guys having clear, connection over there on the YouTube side of the house. Again, thank y'all for tuning in as well over there with my Facebook family. All you, warriors out there who've taken a chance to get into the market, who've been watching us and who've been doing your own research diligently, and now you're just ready to rock and roll. So welcome you guys as well to the live stream. All right, our intraday action here, watching the market here, watching some of the stocks that you guys may be trading. Things that you may have a hankering for, as they say, and we'll look at them. So post them as well. So if you got a stock that you might be interested in looking at, post it in the chat box or the comment box over there at Facebook, and we'll pull it up as well, right? And the same for the YouTube family over here, right? So thank y'all again. So we got some family, a couple other people that came. What's going on, family? IG the Great. What's going on, family? Peace, power, profit to you, family. Happy to have you here. Again, we got some familiar faces, right? Y'all know how we roll over here, right? We team go get it, as they say, right? We team go get it, right? So again, there's your S&P 500 here, again, here on the 5-minute chart. Again, trying to lift off this bottom here. Y'all know I'm a big proponent of the rounded bottom theory, right? The rounded bottom and the rounding top's been really, really instrumental in a lot of the trading that we've been kind of focusing on and training around. So, you can kind of see, how people are respecting the price action, how they're building them a base, and then they're making their moves obviously consequently afterwards, right? So the rounded bottom theory is one that has been proven itself to be very intricate, right? Be it intraday or even on a longer term perspective, you still got to trade within the confinements of the markets, right? As the confinements of the market say, at this point here, right, here's what you can get out of it, then you trade it thoroughly within that, right? Again, like I said, if you on a bump up, right, off a nice little price spike or price action spike, at some point, of course, you're going to hit some resistance, right? There may be a top forming at a point of old resistance somewhere to the left of your chart. When we always say look to the left to kind of detail where you're at. And right now, of course, if you even looked at the S&P 500, which I have up on the screen, where clearly, right, and let's go over to Trading View, which is a more bigger intricate chart. You'll be able to see exactly what I'm talking about here when I say, using these trend bands, these trend guidelines, all these things like that. Man, they're so helpful. I mean, they're just cheat code. Look at the cheat code here. Clearly, you see this right here. This is a cheat code, right? The cheat code is what? Okay, yeah, you got the top of the linear regression band here, and guess what happened? In came the weakness, clearly here, right? So if I was waiting to play me some intraday puts, after I saw it kind of breaking out above the 200 moving averages, especially on the 5-minute, guess what I'm trading at? I'm going to let them run it all the way up here to the top of the linear regression band, and guess what? Then I'm gonna pull the trigger if I'm gonna do a short-term put. If I'm going to test that, well, guess what? I already have a peak point of profitability because it's kind of stretched out at that point. The RSI even registered here, right? Not necessarily mean that they can't bounce and go back up, but at that moment, I'm just trading or fading all that build up off the bottom that got to the point of the top of this linear regression band, and guess what? I hit it fast, make me a quick little buck here. Again, you talking about from 396 down, ain't a whole lot at this point, down about 396.27. But guess what? That's like 50 something cents. If you're trading that obviously on a leverage account, especially if you're shorting out, right? That's a nice little bag, right? If you understand how to trade with the least aspect of risk allotted to you, because at that point you had a peak of resistance. You had a peak of exhaustion in buyers because they took it to a point where the stock obviously just ran. Again, talking about here off the lows here, 394.2, which is the intraday lows, all the way up here roughly to around about 396.71, right? That's a nice little move off the lows. So the patient trader says, okay, if I've already kind of shorted this, I don't know, maybe you shorted yesterday, obviously until the close, which would have been a smart thing to do because obviously that was clearly a rising wedge pump, from I guess from hell, right? The way the market just reversed yesterday after Jerome Powell began to speak. Clearly you can see that here, right? But what does it really signal, right? It just signaled a lot of optimism, where people just wanted him to say something to calm the nerves of the market that was watching the bonds, right? Kind of gut the market. So it was just, again, for what it was a euphoria pump, a celebration pump. It was okay, at least it ain't as bad as we thought it could be pump. And they got that, right? Right? But ultimately, again, look at that. That's not healthy when you have such a egregious move like this, just straight up in a straight line, right? And so that's basically what happened there, right? No surprise there. And so basically, it's kind of like when we use the rising wedge theory. Eventually, if you have a rising wedge, you end up going to have a little downturn, particularly the next day. Clearly, you can see that there. I show this stuff a lot. We train around this stuff a lot. And we always trying to make sense of this stuff a lot. Well, if we just did it even from that perspective, right? We just go straight to the point here where it kind of top that at, all right, up here around this point here, right? And you say to yourself, okay, man, a move of that magnitude, again, from 394 all the way up to like 398. That's a 4-point move after the market was just kind of going sideways all day doing nothing. You can say that was a build up from the day's price action because it went sideways pretty much throughout the entire day, consolidating, and that was your pop, right? But they needed some kind of they needed some kind of I don't know, go ahead, or the coach guy said, hey, it's time. Right? Once that became relevant, then the market just started buying, right? Those who were sitting and waiting to hear from Jerome Powell, they just started buying, right? So however, right, whatever, right? So a matter of fact, even if we did it from the point of the peak point of the market before that happened, I mean, you still see it for what it is. It's still somewhat of a rising wedge, right? Off that move, I mean, you got a little small one here. We called this trade here. Actually, that was fun watching this happen yesterday, right? But this rising wedge is obviously going to open up an opportunity for the market to kind of pull back the next day. So no matter what the future market was doing last night, I was like, this thing going to open up in the AM hours, and that should be downtrending something, because people going to be taking profit. They ain't stupid, right? They sat there and watched the bonds, first get gutted, and then they began to just rise again and went right back, went pretty much right back up. I mean, that 10-year yield that everybody's scared of right now. That's the monster in the room, is that 10-year yield. You cannot sleep on the 10-year yield. We've been speaking on this thing for over the past month and change. And now people are starting to really accept it for what it is, right? It is the elephant in the room. People trying to tell you that it's not a big deal. Well, whatever, right? Whatever. We're going to trade responsible. Right? We're going to trade like it is a problem. And so guess what it did? It did exactly what we thought it was going to do in terms of that. And so, if you bought puts until the close yesterday, right, after all that euphoria happened, well, guess what? You're eating right now, right? You're eating right now. Well, you did eat off the lows of the intraday, right? You did eat, right? That's the game, how this stuff is set up. Again, we'll play the game, right? Let's play the game. You play the game, it is what it is. So let me draw another line across here so you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. And you can see clearly what's going on here, right? Look at your lines. What pattern is this here? Right? Again, not rocket science, right? Well, we're talking about this stuff ain't rocket science, where it really isn't. Once you learn how to kind of block the market off and make it make sense, right? You got to be patient to let this stuff unfold, right? So, I don't know, Over Marquise, Over Chris, and one of you guys can come on here, but y'all know we've been training hard on these wedge patterns lately. We've been trying to play within the confinement, especially if you're trading options, how important it is to learn what's your box, right? Your kill box, right? They call it the kill box, right? Some of you guys might be in the military. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. You might watch a little show on Netflix or whatever. When you hear people talk, well, we got to lure people into the kill box, right? Well, that's what the rising wedge and the falling wedge pattern actually gives you. It gives you a kill box, right? Something's going to happen, consequently after that pattern, plays itself out. And what you see here, in essence, to the one I'm showing you here in the SP 500, clearly the day after the pump, you have the falling wedge pattern, obviously giving back some of those gains, people taking profit. That's why if you bought puts right for the close, especially in the money or at the money at 398, you banged out. You banged out about 5 points, or close to about 5 points, about 4 points here on the points of the market where you're not necessarily having to fight, because it's after hours and pre-market, you can't trade options. So it was a safe trade. Your risk profile obviously decreased like 1,000-fold, because they couldn't mess up the trade in the after hours or the pre-market session. See how this stuff works? That's why smart traders know how to trade, at peak points of profitability, obviously into the close or, right out the gate, get what they need, and then they move on about their business. You got to learn how to be patient, though, and let it unfold. All right. Again, I was talking about this trade yesterday that we took, and I'll talk about that when I come back from eat my lunch, though. But we nailed this little rounded top trade here at the SP 500 right here for a quick little downtrend. It didn't bottom out and just go lower, but we got the money out of it that we were looking to get. We just trade within the box. We trade within the kill box. We trade within the zone. That's what you do. You trade, again, one of my favorite authors, right? Mark Douglas, Trading in the Zone, right? Go check that audio book out on my YouTube channel if you haven't heard it. Go listen to it when you're trading, when you're out there on, at the job, or you're on the treadmill. Pop that audio book in and get some of that knowledge, right? It's helping you be more strategic in your psychology and your patience perspective. Understanding how to let the market work for you, as opposed to you working hard and chasing it, right? So clearly, look at the kill box here. Kill box here says what? Falling wedge When you have a falling wedge, when it kind of bottoms out, all it did went right back to support from where it took off from yesterday. Could make this stuff up. Look, 394. 394 floor right there. Right here, 394 floor right here. It traded in around that area pretty much the entire day yesterday. That 394 area began to be a real nice support point. So the market just kind of back tested it again today, and then it launched up and went up here near what? 396. So you gained 2 points and change off the lows, which if you reverse and bought calls right there, you see it on top of the integration band. Like I just drew this and said what's going to happen. It's going to what? Downtrend here, right? Well, you see it unfold right here. You're seeing it unfold right here in real time, so you can't call me crazy. I trade what the market offers me. I trade what the market offers me. And look what's happening, right? Again, this is what we're talking about. This is intraday day trading here, though. Keep in mind, this is intraday day trading. Don't get it twisted. There's my downtrend right here already. So y'all was just watching this. We call this here. I mean, couldn't make this stuff up, right? Get excited, right? This is what we do. All right. So this is how we make our money. All right? This is how we make our money. All right? And so you're getting that same reality. So now we'll reverse this thing and do the same thing all over again, right? We'll play the pattern that's given to us, right? So let's just, let's kind of come off this little point here, right? Let's take this thing to its peak, right? Even though we know it's going to be, it's not going to be perfect line. I ain't trying to do all that perfect line stuff right now. I'm just going to play it how it is, right? I'm going to just take it to the point up here, right? And even if you try to, it ain't going to be within the confinement of that. Hold up, let me do it this way. Excuse me. I just want to just do it this way. Right? We'll just do the same thing here. Right? We'll do the peak point of the market, right? The peak point of the market there to the to both sides, right? We're dealing with what, right? The peak point before the move took off, and the peak point from where the market kind of hit its peak point. Right, what do you got? You got there. You got almost what? You got a rising wedge, right? You got another little wedge pattern there unfolding, right? You got another little wedge pattern unfolding right there, right? Now we'll draw the line there again. It ain't gonna be perfect, but y'all get the point. What I'm trying to display here, right? So that's the same thing, rising wedge, right? Whatever you want to call it. That's basically what you got going on there, right? It going from one extreme to the next, and then you're gonna have kind of like an outlet valve, right? You're gonna let some air out of the balloon, right? Let some air out the tire, overinflated it. And then you're gonna have what? Okay, the adverse effect obviously is gonna what? Ensue afterwards. So there you go. Clearly, you see the SP 500 kind of trailing back down here after such a hard grind up off that 394 support up here near the 396.70-ish area. Came close to 397, of course, but again, we see what's going on there, right? And you say, well, why did it topped out there? Well, you got the top of the integration band there as well. And then also, if you look to the left of the chart, what do you have here? Error enters right here, right? You have some chatter right here, some guys sitting there that was ready to take profit, that was in around that area yesterday potentially, and that's why they run the register there, obviously in some ways to kind of keep this thing from going any higher per se. Who knows, right? Right? Who knows, right? We'll just do it like this here. Just, hold up. Come on, thing. We'll just do like a little fake little circle there, whatever. All right, let me see. Change the color there. Let's do field color. Let's go a little white, little field color there. Whatever. All right, so you kind of see what's going on there. So that's a point of what? Resistance, right? It banged up against that resistance right there. Right, so again, that's why you got this kind of pullback here, and the markets are still weak because guess what? The bonds are still kicking butt, taking names. Don't get it twisted, right? So easy money there. See, just that quick, we up a what? Pretty much a full point on that downtrend trade and shorting the market right there, shorting the S&P 500 there. We up a full point and chain. Look, it's starting to drip a little bit. It's probably gonna bounce up to 200 moving average, but neither here nor there. This is how you trap the market, right? You set the market up, put it inside of a kill box, and what? And just wait on it. Right, you sit there, in your little lawn chair, eating your little Cheetos, right, your little zooms and whams, right, with your little BB gun, right. As soon as you get in your kill zone, right, and within the kill box, you let loose on it.
Hey,
right?
Hey, Oba, I was saying too, that's why I just said, like, hold on, let me get out of this contract real quick. Let me pause, because I was basically looking at, a similar indication of this turnaround of some, some traffic up there.
Yeah, again, that's what we trade around, right? Learning how to be able to kind of read those tea leaves, right? You're 100% right. But again, that's the importance and the power of being able to day trade options, right? You're getting a big bang for what? Small money, right? All you need is a couple points, because the SPY is very liquid. It has a pretty good, decent delta, right? Especially when it's, when the markets are kind of really kind of coming off egregious moves, you're going to get those kind of snapback areas. And so if you bought this thing anywhere, either from down there 394, even at the 20 moving average, or even at the 200-day moving average cross on the 5-minute, you still make money on that trade, right? Especially if you bought at the money, or even if you bought out of the money within that kill box zone, or even at that point of resistance up here near 396, 97, obviously a whole dollar mark, because obviously some of these trades brokers don't offer a 396, 50 area. You have to buy the 397s, whatever. You still make money on that trade, right? So that's what I'm talking about when we're trading peak to trough, right? This whole peak to trough, monologue I've been beating and hammering into a lot of people's head. Like, man, we're tired of hearing all the peak to trough stuff. Well, guess what? It has its place. Now you're starting to see what I'm talking about, right? Over Marquis, so I was explaining that. Of course, he saw that weakness up there, and guess what? He's like, I'm going take what profit I get out of there. But wait for the next setup. But it's just like we call that short sale right here, right at the peak of this linear regression band here. Well, guess what? There you go, right? You done made that's about $100 right there, right? That's about $100 pullback right there if you bought at the money on the S&P 500 contract side right here on this short sale. Obviously, it just hit peak resistance there clearly. Going over here to the left again, you see our little kill box zone right here as well, a little round box I should call it, right? That's a gun line box. All right, tell them about the gun line box. And there you go. You got the downtrend happening right now. Again, like I said, it's going to bounce up to 200 moving average. I mean, it's customary. Again, it's a 200. Y'all know what it is, right? And there you go, right? You get that little bounce. Either going to bounce, you're going to try to play back to the upside, or you're going to go on come on underneath it. But once it gets there, it's always going to bounce first at least. Right? And there you go, right? So that's why I love this stuff, guys. Y'all know I love this stuff. I'm a maniac for it, right? I love watching you guys trade it too, and I hearing you guys' perspective, your thesis, because you guys are bosses in this, and so just watching again, you obviously over Marquis and Chris, because he's been in a little minute in the option side, but man, you taking that forex knowledge, your regular equity knowledge that you first learned, and now you're applying it to your option trading, right? And y'all been tearing it up. I've been watching y'all in the group, and so it's interesting to watch you guys unfold. Another side of your skill set. Right, and anybody else in the back chat that's listening in, of course, y'all know how we roll, right? This is what we do, right? So, over Brandon, all you guys are going through the training as well, getting these option market stuff kind of put into place, right? Yes, somebody asked a question, does the Bollinger Band have something to do with the standard deviation? Yeah, it typically plays off about a 2-point scenario. It's like a 1, 2, and a 3 deviation. Matter of fact, if you even look at it from this perspective, right? Hold up, where's this thing at? Okay, so let me see, where can I go to? I have it up. Matter of fact, it typically plays within in a 2 standard deviation aspect when you're talking about, it's in alignment with that of the with the S&P 500, right? So matter of fact, let me do this real quick here. Right, so brother Robert Rouse, I got you really quick here. So let's go over to this Ally Invest arrow here. Right here, see right here, it says the Bollinger Bands, right? On the standard level, right? This is a 20-day trailing period. Of course, as you see, the standard deviation is kind of working around that two standard deviation aspect, right? In terms of the overall market, right? And this is kind of, if you want to call that somewhat of a default setting, right? But that's what you're dealing with here. See, it's that standard deviation about 2, right? So, I trade the spot often in PCL. Yeah, so that's really good because you can trade, as you see. That's why I have that spot up actually on this one, right? On that particular brokerage account, I have an Ally. I got the Bollinger Bands up, right? And I may have other setup on my trading view and the other setup on my Webull and the other setup on my TD Ameritrade. But I'm looking at it from all different perspectives, right? To give me the best optic visual to trade in around where I see weaknesses and when I see the strengths at. And so this is what I'm doing. I'm kind of sitting here wired up, and y'all like, that brother, boy, he be going, right? Well, this is what I'm doing. I'm trying to capture all this information, this knowledge, the best I know how, right? The best I know how, right? And so this stuff helps. So look here, you got up here close to the top of the Bollinger Band. Of course, our over brother Brandon, he's definitely prevailed over the Bollinger Band thesis, right? Clearly, you see the resistance. It didn't come and test the exact top, but it shows some weakness up there because you start rounding up, having a rounded top. I just spoke about that. These rounded tops and these rounded bottoms. Now we're talking about intraday, So yeah, when you see those things happen, course you say, okay, well I'll put a little pullback. You get a little pullback. Okay, it comes and pullback. You make your little money and you wait on the next scenario, right? This is on the daily chart, of course, but that's why it looks like this. But even on the daily chart, you see that kind of that aspect of hold up, let me see if I can draw this thing. Hold up, where we at? I just annotation, I guess. Hopefully that'll work. All right, but yeah, you clearly see this rounded top, right? Hold up, is this thing gonna work? Is this thing gonna work? Hold up, it's tripping. See, that's why I don't use Ally for this kind of stuff. Arrow. So I was trying to get you to put some kind of line up there. Now I want to draw on the thing, bro. I don't want to go through all that. All right, whatever. All right, well, so whatever. But yeah, I was going to just show you this rounded top area, right? Basically, that's what I want to show you, that rounded top. Again, this is on the daily setup here. Is it the daily or the monthly? Yeah. So this is monthly. Excuse me. This is monthly. All right. So no, this is daily. What I'm talking about? I have it on the monthly setting. Ally, work with me there in 2 seconds. Now, but that's what it is. So you have that rounded top here on this day-to-day setup here, and you're kind of seeing it for what it is, right? You're seeing it kind of unfold within this perspective, right? Clearly, you can see it there. After hitting the all-time highs here, you having that kind of retracement trade. If not back to 200 moving average, which it's going to be a hard press to get it back down there. You got to keep the bonds pressing on the gas pedal for that to happen. But if not, it's going to trade within around this area where it launched from. Even around the level support here around about 391, right? Somewhere give or take that. In around this 390 area, in around that, and it's going to try to stay within that box, right? It's going to stay within this new box of new support at 390 and launch from there, right? So the market is methodical. It tries to trade within a 10-point channel. So based from 380 to 390, it trades within that channel before it breaks out, and then once it can solidify the support at 390 and really solidify it, right? Basically, we're saying if the 200 moving average here obviously keeps creeping up from 388.41 and it actually makes its way up here to 390, which obviously that's what it kind of seems like it's trying to do because it's kind of having that rounded bottom on the 200 moving average here, right? Being you don't have anything crazy to kind of gut the market, meaning any anomalies. Well, guess what? That will be the new floor, right? Now you'll be playing between that 390 box and up as high as near 400 that everybody's seeing to get to, right? But again, being smart, hey, y'all know how this stuff works, right? That's why you got to be smart and be patient and let the market come to you, right? I hope that was a little helpful. I know I was going, saying a whole lot, but that's what you're looking at. So yeah, you're right. So that 2D standard deviation aspect, it has a lot to do with it in terms of Bollinger Bands, right? Especially when it comes to the S&P 500, right? It has a lot to do with that, right? So kudos. Keep building out your plan. Keep having that kind of contrarian aspect in any of your trades. You always want to be critique yourself really hard when it comes to your trades because you don't want to kind of leave no stones unturned or no leaf uncovered, right? You want to be thorough, right, in your position, right, in your positioning, so you can get the best profitable outcome in that trade, if that makes sense, right? So I gotta love this stuff. Y'all know I am. So yeah, so let me go up here and eat. I keep saying I'm gonna go eat my lunch. I am going to go up there and eat my little lunch really quick. I don't know, Brother Marquise, you want to take over if you can? If not, I'll just kind of keep the S&P 500 chart up, and we'll let TradeNet do some commentary till I come back. Either way, we'll be watching the market, having people talk about the market until I come back. At least go get my food and bring it back down here to my office.
Yeah, I'll rock out.
You rock out for a minute? Okay, there you go.
When you get back, I'll get some food myself.
All right. Oh, you even eat as well right now?
No, I said I'll rock out, and when you get back, then I'll go grab me something then. But I can rock out right now and look at some charts and
okay.
Talk with the fam.
All right, no problem. Yeah, you got the floor is yours, family. Again, you got whenever you share a chart, just let me know because I think I have to be the one to press it on with StreamYard. They so janky, unlike Zoom.
Okay. So
but whenever you pull it up, I'll go ahead and add it, and we'll rock out. Again, if you guys want to come off the back chat here and come on in the link here, there's the link right there, guys. Come on and join the family, man. That's what we do, man. Don't be scared. Don't be intimidated, man. That's what we do, man. We family over here. We ain't about that foolishness. We about trying to make some money. And so right now we're in game mode and money mode. So just that quick, we done made a little money off that SPY trade. Y'all took that trade. Right? But y'all know how this stuff go. We get excited about this stuff. Like I said, we love this stuff, right? We love this stuff. And so, this is what we kind of, this is what we plan for, right? This is what we plan for. All right. So whenever you're ready over, Marquise, I'll add it, and I'm gonna run upstairs and get my little My Beyond Beef sandwich.
So
All right.
how the been good for you?
Say
You
again.
got that beyond?
You like those?
They salty. Yeah, they salty. But it's plant based. You know, so that's the thing. Cause you know, like anything that's processed still gonna have some adverse stuff, but it's better than what everything else, right? That's outside of this aspect of what I don't eat. You know what I'm saying? On a plant based diet, it's quick, right? But it's still healthier than all the other choices because they don't use soy, right? They don't use soy in the Beyond Meat, but the Impossible Burger they actually use soy, and I have a big
Oh, that's what
problem.
I was gonna ask. Do
Yeah,
you like the
Beyond Meat way
Impossible?
better than Impossible. Trust me. Now, Impossible tastes better, you know, but it Beyond Meat is way more healthy. But I've had the Beyond Meat burger, uh, man, from some really solid places. Like, and I mean, the burger's like popping. Like it tastes like a real burger. I'm not lying. All right, but yeah,
Yeah, them
y'all
beyond
get
meat
it.
burgers good.
Yeah, I've been on it. You know, and again, that little saltiness that's in it. Maybe that's what it is, cause that's what it tastes like when you eat a burger off the grill. You want that little salty taste, right? That little, you know, y'all know how it is. That man taste, right? Your brothers out there, we like that man taste. But yeah, so it's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah,
we get your
I
screen up
hit
here.
share. I hit share. It says sharing on my side.
Yeah, you see it now. Everybody should be able to see it here on the back chat side. Uh, y'all see it? Can y'all see it? Yeah, there we go. It should be showing now. His screen. I just hit the button here. Yeah. Well, hold up. I know YouTube got that little delay, so it should pop up on YouTube here in a second. His charts. If not, y'all let me know because it should be displaying right now. I noticed that it's like around about 40 or 50 second delay, right, from the StreamYard conversation to that when the charts pop up. So it should be showing right now on YouTube. Bear with us here, guys. If you have there it is. Yeah, you popping now. All right, so it's all yours, guys. You and Over Chris, y'all got it, man. And like I said, I'm gonna run upstairs and get my little salt burger, and and I'll be back down here in a hot second.
All right, we good.
All
Over
right,
Chris, what's
awesome.
going on?
What's up, Oba?
Not much, man. Just trying to stick and move.
Yeah, I didn't get into nothing today. I had a bunch of errands to run, but I still got a spy call for tomorrow for
Nice.
397. So
I had that. I just got that same one when it just filled that gap.
oh yeah. That
Yep.
was smart.
Yeah. That's what I was just gonna talk about with fam. Kind of my reason behind getting in this
Okay.
um trade I was in yesterday. I actually took, man. Yesterday was bomb. Of course, I caught this yesterday. I caught this
Yeah.
move.
Me too.
Yesterday, of course, that pop up. We was waiting through. We was holding it 10 toes down in the trenches.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
facts.
saying? Try to wait this thing out for this pop.
Yeah, real
But
talk.
I also caught at the close. I took that short because I just knew that inefficiency was going to be filled. It was just such a dramatic drop.
Yeah. I wish I had done that, and I was thinking of doing it, but doing too many things at once and not focusing, I missed the bag. But I knew one of y'all was gonna get it.
Yeah, it's all good. It be like that sometimes.
Yeah, real
But
talk.
But yeah, I got some new tools I've been using, man. This tick chart down here
Yeah,
has
talk
been
about
really,
that, man. I know I read about it on the link that you posted in the chat, but yeah, talk about that, bro.
yeah, definitely. I'm gonna go into it. So just kind of talk about the overall how I look at price and how I'm trading. Of course, I'm trading market maker models. I'm looking at price of how the market maker is providing liquidity to the people who make the money, who make those institutions, who and those funds and all these winning traders who pretty much they make their money from the fees and things like that. So they're trying to make sure they provide liquidity to keep them on their platforms and such and such. That's kind of the way I look at price. Of course, from the ICT perspective as well. Shout out to ICT.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for liquidity runs. I'm looking for these order blocks. Just right here on this 15-minute chart. Just the first thing I did with these boxes, these just represent the New York session. From the open at 9:30 time, going into 12 o'clock, which is kind of pretty much the end of New York session, which comes from the perspective of forex trading. I'm looking at price in New York, London, and Asian sessions. But because this is the SPY and it's only open during New York session, you're going to get gaps, of course, and you're not going to see that London and New York session the same way. So that is one of the reasons why, as well, I use the S&P, where is it at? Yeah, the S&P 500 index, because it gives me that information. This is based on forex. So it gives me what's happening in London session and in Asian session, so that you can see that price action a little bit better. So I'm going from that perspective, and for example, we're gonna look at today. We had, of course, this drop in the London session, which was, if we was looking at the SPY, this would be a gap. Of course, because we don't have that information, but we have it here. So, well, first we're gonna go into the tick chart. My bad. That's what you wanted to know. Let's look at this tick chart first, real quick. So this tick chart, we'll go to the 5 minutes. Actually, the tick chart just got hit. Actually,
Yeah,
I had an alert set on it. So how this? Let me make it bigger so you can see this a little better. Let me see. Bring that up here. Okay. So with this tick chart, what it basically represents is the bid and the ask for all the Nasdaq 500 stocks. So it's kind of looking at it the same way SPY is looking at it, in a way, because it's looking at an average of all those stocks, and it's going up when the bids are going up, and then it's going down. When the bid to ask ratio has an inefficiency, like there's more bidding going on, and then when it's going down, it's more asking going on.
Okay.
So it kind of represents just like a change in momentum of interest. And the way it's classically used, let me use this. Okay, this right here, this black line, which is near zero, which would be equilibrium. Let me see if I can get that closer to zero. That would, of course, be equilibrium. Now, when you get to the 800 level, this is looked at to be, an extreme, to where price would want to react. And you can see when the wicks come up and hit that level, there's a reaction, on both of the 800 levels, right? And then you have a more extreme reaction horizontal at 1,000 level. Once it's looked at, once it gets to the 1,000 level, that's an extreme level, and there's usually a really strong price reaction.
Okay.
I'm putting it in red. That means it's like extreme. Let's see. All right. See, even right here at this 1,000 level, well, near the 1,000 level, you see price just came down and hit this level right here, and now you're probably going to see price move up a little bit more. But if you can see with my crosshair right here, a lot of these turnaround points are near these extremes.
Right.
When you see these extremes right here, that's a turnaround point right there. You see extreme right here. You got a turnaround point right there.
Yeah.
If we look into the upside, you got like a little slight turnaround point there. So it's kind of in the way that someone would use the RSI.
Yeah.
But instead it's not, it's looking at something kind of separate from this price. You know, RSI will be based on a derivative of what's going on with this.
Yeah.
But this is kind of separate because it's showing basically statistics of all these other stocks. So it's kind of I like it because it's kind of showing you a separate perspective of a change of momentum that doesn't have the same bias from this chart.
That's true. Yeah, I got you.
You know, so that's one of the ways I use this. And if you can see, you know, these are lining up with these purple boxes I got, right? Lining up real nice with these purple boxes. Because I told you, you know, when talking to the family, of course, you know, Oba, but I like to trade price inefficiencies, you know, order blocks and runs on liquidity. And when we talk of runs on liquidity, we're talking about where there's, you know, swing points or equal highs and equal lows where price reacts and goes the other way. Because we're looking at it from a perspective of, you know, in this move, a lot of retail traders, they're getting short because they're looking at this as like a rounded top or, you know, whatever, you know, patterns they're looking at this to read this, right? So they would probably, you know, be going short around here and then they'll have their stop losses like up here.
Yeah.
So, you know, the market makers want to move to run those levels to provide liquidity for the people who want to challenge these traders and buy at the bottom and sell at the top.
Yep.
So avoid slippage, which when you're dealing with a whole lot of money, if you ever trade like really small stocks and you're dealing with a nice amount of money and you buy a stock at a price, because the stock might be so small or you might have so much capital, when you buy, let's say you were spending, you know, $100,000. Soon as you buy that 100,000, you spend that $100,000 on shares. Gradually, as you buy it, let's say every 5,000 or 10,000, when you're buying those shares, is bumping price up. So you're actually, you know, paying a higher price as that $100,000 is getting filled. It's causing slippage. It's causing the price to shoot up because, you know, price moves off of, you know, buying and then it goes down off of selling. So if you're buying, you're moving the price up with a large amount of money, so much so you're causing the price to move, which can cut into your margins if you're a big fund or something like that, right? So what they like to do is run the price into a place where people have stop losses and use their stop losses to nullify their slippage.
Yep.
So that then they can get into that trade and have tighter, more profitable margins. And as price, you know, for example, as they run price up here, they also on the opposite end would need someone to sell to. Take that just how they move price when they bought, when they sell, they're also going to move price with slippage to the downside. So that's going to cut into their profits. So they want to go up and buy into what people's stop losses is, because their stop loss, because they're shorting, their stop loss is a sell order. Hold on, so I might have said that wrong. Their stop loss is a buy order. I'm sorry. Their stop loss is because if you're shorting, you're buying back. If they run your stop loss, you're gonna have to, you know, if you're shorting, you'll have to buy. So when they run their stop loss, these people are willing to buy from them at this price because this is their stop loss. They're trying to stop from losing money, but this institutions and, you know, big money, they're trying to sell. So you want to buy to prevent, you know, losing money, and I want to sell up here to prevent my slippage and just make my money. So that's kind of how, you know, I'm looking at price with these. So a lot of times you have these equal highs and equal lows where people have set up their positions, retail traders and other traders, right? And you're gonna see these prices often ran. And once these prices get ran, you see a change in direction. You know, because, you know, that these institutions also might be shorting up here than doing the same thing down here, you know, buying, you know. So it's kind of this thing happening over and over again. So for example, like today, how I got into this trade right here, this represents, today we had this drop down, like I was saying, from yesterday, this gap down, which is another reason why I was, kind of bullish here, because I know this gap, is probably going to be filled from this extreme price drop. And all this buying support that came from here, when it came down here, I knew it was going to act as some support here, because this is an order block right here on the smaller time frame, but you got an order block here. But so we have price come down, right? It gapped down, and it kind of moved up, and then it moved back down. And right here is why I say you have some equal lows. It was actually better represented in the pre-market, because it's some information that you can't see here, but there was an equal low right here. So in the mornings, shout out to Stock Guide for making that apparent. There's usually a run on liquidity from the pre-market. So let's go to the pre-market real quick. In the Forex version of the SPY, so we can see that action. So like right here. So we have near equal lows right here. So again, the traders right here got long here. They're like, oh, this price is turning around. So, this is a place to get long. Price jumps down right here. They see price with this big reaction. They're getting long right here. Like, oh, this is about to go all the way up, But as they drew price up, and then they ran price down to go ahead and run steal these traders' position, trip their stop losses and run them out of their position with these equal lows before it continues to go higher. So that was my key right here to jump in, right around this area on an option play. I bought the 397 calls, and I paid 45 cents for it. Right here, got in like about right here, and I see the tick chart is not on here. So now we can go back to, hold on, let's go back to the SPY, because we can see the tick chart. Okay, and you see right around here as well, we have an extreme on the tick chart. You have an extreme right here on the tick chart. It comes up and then makes another extreme. So this was a great entry. You see it lined up with this liquidity run. Bomb. It ran into this order block where there was a institutional support and then a strong run on price. So this level was supported. So we have price came down, ran these lows, hit this level of support. On the tick chart, you see a kind of exhaustion in the selling. So from there, price was able to move, up. And we can even look at some, just some quick Fibonacci stuff. Hold on. And you could just see like these levels. Oh, my bad, right here. But yeah, like as it's going, I'm getting confirmation, because every time price is coming up, making a high, it's reacting at that 618. Every time it's going up, it's reacting right here at that 618. Reacting at 618. It keeps going, and then right here, from top to bottom, we even see price still reacting over here at the 618. So, and how I looked at my price target, I actually was kind of, looking for this to be ran up here, or these equal highs right here, to be ran. But I also have another chart on my TD Ameritrade that shows me
the chart version of my options contract, and I saw, once this got filled, ran into some resistance, so I just hopped out. But you can see this, this kind of happening over and over again. Even if we look back at the day before that, and we see the same exact thing. This price gap down, came down here, created these equal lows here, ran the price, and then continued up. And just like Oba just said, like from 393 to 394, that's a dollar move. You know what I'm saying? So you got 100 contracts. You can make 50, $100, or depending on how much your contract is, that's money. But if you would have, kind of, stayed in, had your stop loss and stayed in, you would have got that big reaction. Or even if you would have, got out right here and then saw this another equal highs created right here, equal lows created here, price runs it out again, hits that order block here, and then runs up. And it's just kind of that same thing happening over and over again in price. And even if we can go back some too, and I can show you how this is actually also a pull. All of this is reacting off of the 618 as well, in the 786. You can see the support all right here. So you see that market symmetry is just lovely. But like I said, like it came to that extreme, to that 1,000 level. And what we see now, it made it to equilibrium. And what we see here, a bounce from 394 up to 395. So that's that's 50. That's about 50 cents. So like big money traders who do options, honestly, they be getting in and out of contracts and just making 40 cents. Because if you got enough money, you make 40 cents. You know what I'm saying? You just like making 40% on your money in a way, or a high percentage. You can make a nice amount just off of that small move. But it's just me. I just try to see the places where I know price is going to react, and kind of frame price in those places where I know it's going to react at. And of course, this is just looking at stuff on a smaller time frame. Of course, we can look on bigger time frames and see the same type of things happening. Same thing, equal lows and stuff being created, being violated, being created and violated over and over again. These are all, great trades, Same thing. Like these lows get violated, and you get a reaction, but you just have to have a bias to the overall market direction. But hold on, I didn't even look at the chat. I don't even know if anybody was. But you have any questions over about the tick chart or anything like that?
No, you pretty much explained it. It's self-explanatory. I'm a do some more, due diligence on that. But definitely everything you gave me for that, that's dope. I like that. I want to try to practice using it.
Yeah, that's facts. And just to zoom out real quick, I know this might be a little bit more overwhelming, but I'm gonna show, like, this is how how I'm looking at price. I'm looking at all these charts at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the dollar, of course, ultimately.
Right.
I'm looking at the 10-year, and you can see they're moving, pretty much on track with each other. They're usually moving inverse, but they've been moving, together. So, it's a confirmation. And then I'm looking at, of course, this is the SPY, the Forex version of the SPY. So I'm able to see those sessions, because these sessions, they price reacts off these sessions. Because you see, like, for example, this is the Asian session on the dollar. It creates a range, and what did it do right here? It ran those lows from the Asian range and the London range. Like, London started, comes out, ran price out at the bottom, and then came all the way up, ran price up here. And what did it do? It consolidated off the top of the aging range and then ran up to New York. It ran those lows, ran up to New York, right? Now, what is it doing? It consolidated a little bit in New York, and now it's what? Reacting off of London.
Right.
You know, so you see how they're stacking. And even right here, you see this order block where you got this big strong sell from what happened. It came up in London, it came up Asian session, London, and right here in New York, it hit that resistance at that order block. So like these levels line up great with the sessions, you know. And as you trade and you see these things play out day in and day out, you start to understand the structure and know what the possibilities are in the structure. Like, for example, with this structure, where in the Asian, London, and New York, it was nothing but consolidation. So you know it was a big move coming. You know, they're waiting for power and all this. And this was actually beautiful to be trading in this range. You know, for range traders, it's clean moves. So, because what is happening right here? Asian session. What you got? Equal lows.
Yep.
You got these equal lows being created right here. And what happened? They get ran. What happens? They get ran, reaction. Same thing here. You know, kind of created some lows, get ran, reaction. Same thing here. You know, you got near equal. You know, this isn't all the way equal, but that's just, you know, for the sake of it. You know, this is, you know, same thing. Well, actually, it's more equal right here. Like this is, you know, like kind of like equal lows right here. I mean, equal highs. And what happens right here? It gets ran. It gets ran right there. You know, saying, you know, it's happening over and over again. And then what else is happening? It's reacting off of these order blocks. And when I say order blocks, I'm talking about the support before the big move. You know, this last candle right here before this big move happened is kind of a defense candle. So what happened? Price came up here, ran these people out, came down, hit this order block, move up, hit this order block, kept going higher. Even when they hit this order block, you got some equal lows right here getting ran out. I mean, this stuff is just happening left and right. That's equal lows right there. So especially when you have a situation where you got you have equal lows being ran, and then it runs down into an order block, like, you know, that gives you pretty good confirmation. Bomb, come up here, and then what happened? You got these, you know, these equal highs right here. What happened? They get ran right here. And what? Bomb, you got the reaction. You know, same thing, saying over and over again, yo, you're gonna see this over and over again. Same thing, even when you come down into this session, you're gonna get the same thing. You're gonna get these equal highs down here. You know what I'm saying? The equal lows is pretty much right there. You know, you see that get ran right there, but it wasn't, you know what I'm saying, all the way done, because the session start right here. So it kind of got ran for a small move, but then got ran again. You know, right here where it created another equal lows right here. But, you know, of course you can't win every trade. You know, sometimes, you know, not gonna work perfectly, but there's another, it's a black candle right here. So it's another equal low right here. It ran out. I actually made this trade. I was trading dollar CAD. Gets ran out right here, comes down. What does it do? Hits that order block. Right there. Well, it didn't all the way hit it, but, you know, it's close. This is a daily order block right here, so this is even more reactive. Like, this came down into a daily order block. This is a big overall daily order block. So, you know, it came and it's kind of going off of that order block. But, you know, again, you know, same thing. Price gets ran out here. You know, you kind of got some near equal, you know, lows right here. Gets ran out. another point right there in the London session. That's what we were just talking about. Price runs up. Same thing over and over again. Here's another equal low right here. Top of London session. You got some equal lows right here. But right here was more of a, it was more of a target. Like it ran it to keep going up because we got all this inefficiency. You also have to pay attention to things like this too, because understanding that this is a bigger move, and not every time it goes past equal lows, it's going to come right back down. You have to frame it within the move as well. But yeah, man, this stuff happens over and over again. As a matter of fact, let me make that a little bigger. But to go back to this day in this consolidation range I was talking about, like, wow, look at this range from the top of this field up to here. All of that was right. It was all reacting off that 618 and that equilibrium. This area right here was strong support, which right here lines up with this order block. But that was all of that was just, support for all of this right here. So these is all in. If you go look, from the bottom down here to up here, same thing, right? Reacting off of equilibrium. So, and these equal lows here, got taken out. Out here, moves, and it's just, once you understand the points that price reacts off of, and then understand that the component of time and the fact that, people are waking up and trading at certain times, and like, this is London session. London session came, they ran out these equal highs, brought price down, ran out these people. Then before London was closed, a lot of these people got out of their position. And, New York start up, they're buying all the way into New York. People wake up in New York, catapult on what happened, look at what happened here. And, now they're running out the highs from the London session. You know what I'm saying? And it's just happening over and over again. And this, I just really enjoy this way of looking at price, because to me, it's just simple. It's real simple. It's easy for me to tell what price is doing and where it's reacting at. And everything that's on those smaller time frames is happening on those larger time frames. Let's look at what's but yeah, see, we still reacting. That was a trade right there. When I say, like, when it hit that extreme while we started this, and we hit that extreme, we done ran up from 394. Now we up to 395. All right, so yeah. So now we at $1. That's $1 move, and you can get a move coming all the way up to, like, up here and run out these near equal highs here as well. Well, it's some right here too. But let's look at these right here. We could come and run these out. You kind of got like an order block here, but this is still equal highs. So I would kind of look to run this as well, but it could, react here first and do a little consolidation. But what I'm saying, just understanding that market symmetry, man, is everything. And these little tools help you. Like even this one right here that I got here, this just shows gaps. It lets me know. So I don't even really have to put this here. This line right here, just whenever it's a gap in price, it just shows me right there. So it's just, I use indicators to make things easy on my eyes. And then sometimes I play with them. You see, I got a lot of different, indicators that, I play with just to see how it works and how it lines up, like even like how Oba used, these linear regressions. You know, so even right here, you see, you went to that top of that band. You know, that was that short that he was talking about. You know, you could have looked at price the same way. You know, reaction kind of close to equilibrium right here. You know, reaction. You know, of course, looking at probably different time frames as well. But yeah, I was playing around too with just these candlestick patterns and seeing where I get reactions off these candlestick patterns as well. You know, just to see if I can find things that line up with my strategy that might give me early indication or verification of what happened. And why I like this tick chart, because, you know, most indicators are lagging, but this is more of this is an anticipation type of indicator, because as well as I just showed the, hold on, let me make this smaller too. So another way of using this indicator as well is to find divergence. So right here, you know, you had the price action going down, and right here you had it rising. You know, so this was some divergence that let me know that there was a change in momentum to the upside as well. You know, so I would definitely, you know, if you trade the SPY or, you know, QQQ, you know, this tick chart is really dope for that. Can you use the tick chart for long term? It's really a short term indicator. Honestly, it's really based on it's kind of showing you momentum kind of before it happens. So it's very short term. Like I know you can use it on a larger time frame, but as far as from what I've read, it's best used on like the 5-minute, 15-minute, you know, stuff like that. So you day trade, you at where you closing. Huh. So with a day trade, you're at where you're. So with day trade, you at where you at on closing. If you can, Ramza, if you can, like, you know, rephrase that question for me, I didn't 100% understand that. Can you use tick chart, define your rules and stick to them? All you need is one setup that are good to execute over time. Yeah, that's facts. Dollar Will, I agree with you. Like, that is one of my strategies. Like, I like to spend a lot of time perfecting, you know, one thing. And, you know, once I create a bread and butter type of move, then maybe I can go out and try the things. But trading, like especially using like this type of trading, I only traded euro dollar for months. That was it. Straight euro dollar, straight a session, and really one type of setup. That was it. And once I got that and I knew I could make money in my sleep with that, then, you know, I started, you know, all right, let me use this in another pair. Let me try this here. Let me try that there. But I really agree with you that that's very useful. Yep, that fear and greed, that yeah, controlling your emotion. That's why it's good to have your strategy set up, because once you enter trade, all these fake outs and stuff, man, they'll mess with your emotions. If you you know, once you get to a certain point, maybe you won't be as affected by it, and you can just be more of an impulsive, you know, type of trader, but you're still gonna stay within the lines of your strategy. You know. But yeah, let me see if we can does anybody have anything maybe they want to look at? Maybe we can, you know, do a little breakdown, or, you know, check some stuff out. We got these bonds, these booms. We got these booms dropping a little bit down here. You see we got a gap here, you know. Got some movement down there. And honestly, lately I don't even be trading any stocks. I've been straight trading the spot, because just like, you know, Dollar Will said, I want to master how to trade these spot options, you know, so before I, you know, start focusing on other things. I literally only trade the SPY. You know, I mean, I do a little. Well, as far as the options, you know, of course, I do a little other, you know, stock type stuff. But another thing that I do too that I found really useful is, you know, when I trade forex, like I wish I didn't fall asleep right here. And I was actually I traded this is the CAD, this is the dollar, and this is the CAD. And I actually made this trade here, but I fell asleep before London in this purge in London. But I like to make a bag here in London so that once I get into SPY when the market opens, now I kind of got the momentum coming from London and the perspective of how the market went. Plus, I already made, you know what I'm saying, 100, you know what I'm saying, $200. So I can run my options play with profits money from my Forex trade. So now I feel a lot better about my risk management because I'm trading with profits. So, you know, it just does wonders for your psychology when you know that you're not trading with capital, that this is trading with profits. And when you make that money, you know, compounded those profits. So I find that to be really useful. I try to make a nice trade just to get my bag, you know, just to start the day. And then my second trade, that's why I got, you know, kind of multiple brokerage accounts with different options plays. Now my second trade, I'm trading that with the profits. So I can push the profits a little more because, you know, if I lose the money, you know, I didn't lose, you know, I just break even, you know, I'm not losing anything. You know? So I'll also find it. Could you explain swing trading more in depth? Yeah, with swing trading, I mean, it's just what the things that you're doing on these smaller time frames, you're going to be doing on a larger time frame. You know, let me go to right here. So, you know, if I was swinging, I might be looking at like the hourly or the 15-minute, you know. But let me take these help you a little. But yeah, if I'm swing trading, that means that my trades are lasting, you know, 3 days, 5 days, you know what I'm saying? So the same type of strategy that what I was showing you that I was doing on a smaller time frame, I would kind of do the same thing, you know, with my entry, like even define it on a small level, except I would just hold it, you know, maybe my targets will be on a larger time frame, you know. So let me see. And one of the ways I like to trade too, another phenomenon you see, is I like to see when there's let's say there's a low created, right? And then that low gets broken. I mean that low comes up and it kind of breaks past the high. You usually get a reaction down to if the trend is up, you get a reaction down to the 618 or something close to it, 618 or the 7. Like for example, when this price leg came down, made a low. What was this? March 12th. So on March 12th, price came down here and then came up, and they pretty much ran this level right here. Like these are wicks. So of course it doesn't always just run out. You know, you want it to run out the wicks, but sometimes it just runs out the bodies. So that's kind of, you know, kind of running it out in a way too. So when this trade, you know, makes this swing low and it comes up and it creates a swing high, you're usually gonna get a price reaction that comes back to equilibrium to the 618 or the 786. You know, so price came up. So I will be following price when it makes a bottom, then makes a top, and then I'm looking for a bullish reason for a reaction near equilibrium or the 618. But in this case, I probably wouldn't have taken that. I probably would have waited for these highs to be cleared completely out. So I'm watching price. These are hourly charts. So what this is, this might be over a 2-3 day period. I saw this high get made. I'm being patient. It comes down, creates another high, which in turn is also a double top. So I know that this one's ran, and then it comes down here, and runs this out. But at this double, but like I said, when it comes up, I'm looking at that. I know it didn't really hit equilibrium here, but when it comes down and then comes and makes this top up here, which is also this double top, what happens? Price comes down, runs out these kind of near equal, lows as well, runs down into that 618, almost to the 786, which right here we got another order block as well, which is that support before the big move. And I'm gonna take that bar to like, when it comes to those, I like to look at the very top part, the open price. Hold on, let me change this to a different color, yellow. Okay, the most reactive part of these OBs is the very top, right, of that wick down the open price. These tend to be some of the strongest reactive parts. So I always delineate that. But of course it does, sometimes it can go past there, but this is often a strong reaction. And then half the equilibrium of the body of this candle, which if we took this here and went like that, equilibrium would be right here. So let's bring that right there, like to equilibrium. All right, so it went a little past there, but again, like I said, this is just an area. This whole place is a area. I would wait for this price to, if we go on a smaller time frame, you will find a better place to get in at this level down here. But so yeah, price comes up, comes and hits that level, and then immediately reacts and takes out these highs. So that would be like a swing trade move right there. What's that on the 15th? Well, shoot, that's a day trade. That happened all the same day. But all right, so let's look at this on a bigger level. All right. So let's say we was looking from this bottom again, and we look at this top. When we're watching price, it comes here. It's not coming down anywhere. Watching it's coming down. It's not coming anywhere. Go right here. It didn't come down further enough. But so we delineate this top right here. And if finally we're watching it, and it finally breaks that equilibrium, hit that equilibrium, and comes down right here to the 618. And what else is sitting right here by the 618? OB. So we're gonna take that level to about the equilibrium, which is around right there. Delineate that opening price. And there's honestly, I also would trade this move right here because it was an order block created right. This is a different trade than, I'm just trying to show an easy way to watch price, but I would also make this trade too. But so we have price from this bottom here, come up to this top, react, come down to that 618, hit that OB, which it also ran some equal lows here. And then immediate reaction all the way up to take out these highs. So you see what I mean? Like these market makers, they're trying to pair orders. You see a constant thing of institutional support and levels of like equal highs and equal lows, or swing points and swing highs and swing lows being ran out, because price is trying to be efficient. It's trying to be as efficient as possible to keep, the liquidity at bay, keep everything trying to find, price is constantly trying to find equilibrium. Of course, it's trying to go higher, these rigged up markets we're trying to go higher, but in that going higher, it's going to be a constant peak to trough, like Oba says. You know, peak to trough, returning to equilibrium. You know, those peak to trough is sign theory. You know, which is something that should be studied. But yeah, so that would be a swing move right there. So let me see, what was that? The 12th, 17th to the 17th. This is still a day trade. So yeah, I'll be a swing trade. Of course, you probably just need to step out to like the 4 hour or something like that. And it would see, this is a daily. If we go to the daily, and that's why I'm trying to show y'all, like this happens on every time frame. Again, what we're watching here, price comes up, runs these near equal highs, comes up, and what happens? Comes down, it's hitting equilibrium, then it finally comes down and pierces that 618 level right here into what? OB. I'm gonna make this one red. Delineate that open. Look, that's crazy. That open price right here line up with that 618. And then, we got this equilibrium of that candle probably is like right there. And it reacted, right here off that 618. So this will be more of a swing move. Let me see. This is the 4th. And all the way into the top up here. That's the 15th. So there we go. Finally, we found a swing trade. So that would be a 10-day move when price came down off this daily level and came all the way up here. So let's look at what's the measurement tool. So let's say if we, on a smaller time frame, we would have found out where it would have been the best place to get in right here. So let's just say we got in like somewhere near here. And all the way up to here, to that, running that high out there. What's that? Yep. That would have been a good swing trade. I can actually see the days if I would go like this. Yep. Okay. Because, yeah, I probably got out right here, to be honest. So we got in 8 days, 6 bars, we got on the S&P, which is that's really a really good move, especially like if you did a option that was like a 2 weeks or a month or something like that. That's bread. That's some bread. And I would have marked this up like this as well. Let's say I got in right there. You got your stop loss. Yep. So that is, yeah, what's that ratio? What does that say? Oops. Yeah, that is that's the 3 to 5 ratio. So that'd be a good swing move right there for you. Like that was the type of moves you want to be looking for. And hold on, my phone died, so I can't see the chat. You still here with me, Ober Chris?
He probably listening and making moves. I'm about finishing up with my little food here too, so I'll be right here. But I'm listening in and taking notes like anybody else. So, you killing it. You killing it, Ober.
Yeah, definitely appreciate it, man. Definitely appreciate it. Just just staying, just trying to steady learn and implement these things. Trial and error. listen to, your wise mentors that you have and your peers that are having these breakthroughs, and you see them, making these moves. Hit them up and ask them questions. I'm very approachable. You can hit me up. I'll probably go on live with you and break down and stuff. I have no problem with that. I sit in the house and do this all day, honestly. You give me some company.
I always tell people, ain't no such thing as a dumb question when you're trying to find out how to make some money. If a person willing to give you knowledge, you pick their brain. You pick their brain. And things that you can verify through your research, then guess what? You stand on it. That's what this is all about. It's about sharpening, again, steel sharpening steel. And in this case, it's no competition because it's us against the market. And so every perspective, I'll always draw you to a place of saying, what can I add to my armor, right? What can I add to my, my medals across my chest, as another skill set that I picked up, because this brother dropped some knowledge, or this sister dropped some knowledge. It increases your what? Your investment prowess. That's what this is all about. So that's why I love this stuff, because it eliminates all that, the ignorance that, human emotion comes with. People feel like a certain person got something that the other person ain't got, right? And a person that feel like they got something that they don't want to necessarily share with everybody else, right? Then it's like, okay, well, I got all this knowledge, y'all gonna have to kind of bend and bow to me before I can disseminate it, right? Or they're gonna try to overly charge you for it, right? But guess what? What we do, we eliminate all that, right? We are in the business of actually being a real financial scientist, right? We falsify what? Information, right? To become, to the degree it can become a fact or a law based upon that we can extract money away from what? Being able to perform, right? A breakdown of proper thesis that leads to a payout. See how that works? So it separates all the other stuff, the foolishness, the chatter, the worship, the person people worship. None of that stuff matters over here. We don't care. I don't care. Like a person like, well, but how many? Yeah, it don't matter how many degrees you got. None of that stuff matters over here. It's like, can you perform? That's all the market here. Can you perform? And if you can't, guess what it's going to do? It's going to show itself, because the market is a proving ground. The market is a 100% proving ground. And you have to show up with the mindset to, I got to do everything I can within my confinement or my powers to put forth the best strategy so I can take, my portion away from this market. That's obviously, like I said, being backstopped by people who are using your tax dollars anyway, right? So, you should feel no shame in taking away from it thoroughly. So, you killing it, bro. I'm so excited. So, I got some more family that popped in. Let me finish up my little sandwich here. All right, my little sandwich, and I'll kind of jump back in. So if you need anything, y'all guys let me know. The floor is yours still.
Yeah, no problem.
What's happening? What's happening, family?
What's happening, fam? How's it going?
It's good. It's Dollar Will. Y'all know I've been coming through here, lurking from time to time, and I wanted to understand your process first before jumping on a panel, because I got my own group. Y'all know that I got my own little trading group or whatever, and I'm very big on people being faithful to their style. When somebody's teaching you, you really got to turn out the other noise about what other people are saying, what other concepts or whatever. Learn, what's being presented to you first, because a lot of mistake people make it. They start trying to learn everything from every other third video they seeing on YouTube. And so I just wanted to lay back to see what we got in common and see your approach. And so now I see it. So I'm like, okay, I can get on now, because I didn't want to betray my own principle of, coming in and confusion, because people, man, start trying to go for everything they see. And you can't learn this that way,
Yeah, that was powerful what you said. Even I saw the comments, that you was making in the comment section, and I just pretty much agree with every single one of them. So, I definitely appreciate your wisdom and, the knowledge you're dropping. Now, I think people should definitely, pay attention to that, because I came from a place where, like you said, I was trying to do, everything, trying all these different strategies, and I wasn't having the success I necessarily wanted,
Right.
until I found a strategy that gave me, the success and I knew that it was for me, because the way that I look at the markets and the way I see price and the way it was broke down to me just work great. And I find myself a lot of times, you know, and I'm a part of, you know, certain trade rooms where we, you know, doing live trades, doing this, and, you know, they're using like their strategies. And, you know, sometimes they be telling me, you know, I have, you know, one of my mentors who be trying to, you know, get me to do things, you know, his way. And I just be like, man, this is just how I see price. You know, I can't just switch it up like that. You know, I definitely respect, you know, the way you look at price, and I do take that into consideration and watch it, but I still have to do what, you know, has worked for me, you know,
correct.
At the end of the day.
And that's why, like I said, that's why I mean, I've had other like invitations to come on the panel, and I wanted to wait and see how I can add without subtracting, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I agree. And that's what's great about, you know, this platform, because we all have different ways that we trade and we see price. And, you know, you will find yourself in certain situations where you will find a useful tool that might be in somebody else's strategy that fits nice into yours as well, you know?
Right.
I was never planning on using this tick chart, you know, like I was like, nah, I'm not using no tick chart. But, you know, after seeing how it lines up with my strategy already, I'm like, why not? Like it's not, it only has helped. I haven't seen, no, to like Oba just said, you know, I'll come from, you know, a mentality of scientific like rigor and methodology, you know, so at the end of the day, I'm gonna try to falsify that data. If I can't falsify it in my strategy and I can't find any problems, then, you know, why not?
Right.
You know,
looking good.
But did you have if you had any questions about, you know, the way I look at price and
no, I just wanted to come by and you know, offer my pay my respect, you know, to the work you're doing, and say, you know, you're doing great. And you know, like I went and I dropped this link in my Patreon group, and you know, so it's gonna be, I got one of the guys in the chat, Iori666, and so he's from my group, and some others gonna be coming through here, because what I teach price action as you're going through here, basic candlestick, which you guys talk about as well, but I'm also an Elliott wave theory trader, so I introduce my group to other people that are good traders, okay, so that they can see like the basic concepts of support and resistance, and other, and so many of these concepts are universal across different styles. And so I'm always kind of like weeding and qualifying certain sites and then sending it to them, you know, to see, so that they can see the commonality between what I'm teaching and what other people are doing, you know. So
yeah, like
they're gonna be coming through.
Like Oba says all the time, you know, find your own niche, but steal from everybody.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't see why not. You know what I'm saying? We all out here to do one thing, and that's win, get the bag.
Right.
So, you know, whatever value that you have that I can add to my arsenal, I will surely take it.
Yeah, but you got to get one foundation first.
Oh, of course, yeah. You can't come in and just try to do everything. You gotta, like I said, find your niche. Once you got your niche and it works for you, then you can start, you know, trying other methods and see how they work. Because we like to back test, you know, these theories and make sure, you know, that they have more wins and losses and that they actually work. Like Oba Marquis said, you know, it's a scientific theories and methodologies that, you know, you got to have when it comes to this. Like, it ain't just no one trick pony. You know, it's got to be repetitively working. Like, it just can't work 3 times and then, you know, you ain't won in like 6 months. No, it don't work like that.
Right.
So, you know, we got to have a methodology. It has to make sense and it has to add up. That's how science is. So, you know,
a lot of things work.
Right.
It's just confusing for the new person when they start, and then they hear people saying like a lot of different things, and they're like, which one? Well, there is no one. There's no one right.
Right.
You got to jump onto a concept and learn it, and stay with it long enough to learn it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll see the commonalities between what you just learned and what other people are doing. Then, like you said, you'll be like, okay, I can see, I like how they get out of this particular setup, or how they profit off of this, how they approach this kind of setup. And you just kind of start adding little tools.
Right. And you said it, candlesticks, price action. That's one of the most basic things that you got to learn how to trade.
Yeah.
And once you master that and you understand it, you got your own niche, then you can start, venturing out. That's if you choose. But, coming in, you should definitely not be trying to do, 5 or 6 different strategies and, trying to figure it out. Just stick with one and try to learn that. And if it don't work, then try another one.
Yeah. And then, what I see next from my group is, even for myself, the next thing is, learn to control your greed.
Absolutely.
Finding a strategy that works, that's the easy part.
Right.
But we can get good at winning in a strategy, and it works so well, and the money comes so quickly that then we think, oh wow, I made $1,500 in 30 minutes.
Right.
And instead of just quitting, oh, well, what if I traded 3 more hours?
Right.
and you give it all back.
Yep.
So that's the next step, is to take that win and go sit down, go on with your life, do something else, or flip into demo mode. If you still want to trade, go to demo mode after that. But that's the next one.
True. Very true.
Yeah, that's wisdom. That's gems. And that's the part that I feel like it's not emphasized enough with of course these educators out here who are better at marketing than they are at teaching.
Right.
At the end of the day, they're not emphasizing that the fact that this is mostly psychology.
Right. And also from I have several people that have come from some of these programs that cost several $1,000s. I don't have a criticism about what they're teaching, because a lot of times they'll come over and they're like bash the program they left, and I'm like, actually they taught you the right stuff. The problem with a lot of programs is, you were talking about structure earlier. And Elliott wave theory is highly structured. These wave cycles take a long time to unfold. If you look at the S&P 500, you'll see that we've been in a bull trend since 2009, or S&P 500 and Dow. That's a long trend. And if you take in a 30-day course or 60-day course, you're learning within the context of one structure or one wave cycle. And so a lot of concepts that you're learning, you're not going to really see it repeat enough on those higher time frames to really understand it. Like what you said earlier, all of these patterns play out on all of these time frames, but you got to live through a month. You got to live through a quarter. You got to live through a year. You got to live through that time frame with the consciousness of this structure. And they can't convey that to you in 90 days. You got to live with your greed, your fear, your confusion, over trading, all of the bad habits through that cycle. And when you go through it once and make some mistakes and correct a few, the next time around through that cycle, that's when we're talking about year 2 and 3. Now you at next level.
Right. Right.
So the problem with these courses is the teacher is trading and living their life, and they don't want to be married to you like that. That's just what it is. So that's why I tell people, you need a guide through this. You need a community through this. You can't, it's very hard. The mistake I made was teaching myself. I mean, I've been at this since before the 2007 crash. But I was stupid and egotistical, saying I'm gonna teach myself, and I made a lot of mistakes and took way too much time. If I had a guide, I could have got I mean, I'd be loaded right now. I could have learned what I needed in a year or two. I tried to teach myself. So no, get a guide, get a community. You know, because you need other people around you to save you from yourself. Because you got bad habits you repeat. You need somebody to look at you and say, nah, justify that. That doesn't even make sense. Make that make sense to me what you just did. If you can't explain it back and your community say it doesn't make sense, right. You know, we, like y'all say, like we say, you know, still shopping still, you know.
Woo. Dropping gems.
That's facts. All facts. Yeah, definitely gems. That's gems that, you know, people tend to miss out on, you know, trying to follow the crowd.
I paid for them gems. I paid what I call the stupid tax, or AKA tuition. Okay, yep. All that money I lost. Okay? I lost the Mercedes Benz amount of money. Okay, paying the stupid tax.
That's facts.
Right on.
Likewise, over same thing here. You know, like that's why everything you just said just hit completely home with me, because I came from the crypto space, and I'm gonna be real. I honestly felt like I was the only black person that trade.
Wow.
Like I had no community. I didn't know. I would try to talk to my friends, talk to people. They just look at me like I'm crazy. And, you know, I was just so relieved after, like you said, spending money on courses, about everybody course. I one course, man, I spent like 4-5 months on this one course. I bought the software. I probably spent like $5,000. And at the end of it, I couldn't even make $5, man. I swear, man. So it wasn't until I ran into, you know, Afurakan Emporium, you know, someone that you could actually, like you say, talk to and ask these questions. And, you know, when you have certain experiences, you can ask them, hey, what was that? You know, hey, why did that just happen the way, you know, that what, when, where, why, you know, you can ask those questions. The textbooks, it's hard to really get that out of it. You can't get, you know, experience and really like that, the really feel of wisdom out of a textbook or a course. Right. You know, like you say, that has to play out from repetition of seeing this stuff play out day in and day out. And like you say, like whether you're in an expansion, whether you're in a consolidation period, a reversal, a pullback, you know, they all have different characteristics, and you have to see how price has reacted in that, you know, environment, not only just in the charts and the price action, but, you know, in the macro aspect of it, you know, in the fundamental aspect of it, if you know, you train stocks or whatever, like all these things, you know, play a part in the experience. And, you know, having mentorship from someone who has had that experience is the only thing that's really gonna, you know, get you where you want in that short amount of time that, you know, you probably want to get it in, you know.
Yeah. And like, you know, African Emporium always say too, it's like this is stuff that it's not like that we don't do this on a normal basis. When we shop and go consume, you do this stuff. You read different prices. You know who got the best price, who got the cheaper gas, you know, who got the sales and got the discounts. We just got to pull that analysis from the world and put it to these charts. And
when you go to the counter, what do you give them when you go to the counter? When you go to any store in America, what do you hand over to that cashier?
That dollar.
You hand over $1. Right. And that dollar, you are trading that dollar for goods. And those goods can be traced to the commodities market. And those goods are US dollar sensitive.
Facts.
The biggest commodity item is a house. A house is wood for the frame, you got concrete, you got metal, you got copper for the electricity, like I said, metals for the appliances. Many of those things require some kind of process that burns oil. You got to transport that stuff to the site with oil. All that stuff is US dollar sensitive in a house. That's why the dollar is the most important thing to watch, because there's so many other things that trade directly with it and directly against it. So that's why I call myself Dollar Will, because I trade things that are dollar sensitive.
That's
So
dope.
I don't have to go look at the stock market when I've been watching the Forex market all night. I know what it's going to do tomorrow.
Right.
Because the stock market closes every day at 4. There's a artificial lag built in because the Forex market does not close. And so when the Forex activity between 4 p.m. and 9:30 a.m. happens, the stock market has to catch up to what the dollar did overnight. Now, that catch up doesn't happen in 5 minutes. It could take a couple of hours from the open. And so when you hear people saying, I made all this money and all I traded was for 1 hour, a lot of times they're trading that correction or catch up aspect of the stock market as it tries to catch up to the Forex market. People got to understand the currency market, which is Forex, foreign exchange. That's what that is. The foreign exchange market is the dog. The stock market is the tail. The dog wags the tail.
That's on point right there.
Man.
And why don't they treat us this in college? We got to maintain this country. Capitalism has to maintain an underclass, but that underclass doesn't have to be us. But capitalism has to maintain an underclass.
Yes,
there must be some cheap labor, some cheap source of labor to exploit. But that doesn't have to be us.
All right.
On an individual basis, you decide if it's going to be you. Okay, you cannot keep going to work, getting money, living in these developed countries in the world, and not understanding how capitalism works.
Right.
You got to understand that you either going to master it or you're going to be enslaved by it. Period.
Hold on, Dollar Will. Can you say that one more time?
I said you either going to master capitalism or you're going to be enslaved by it. Period. Doesn't matter your race, none of that. Race, gender, none of it. We came over on those slave ships, most of us. I don't want to get into the aboriginal argument. Okay. Let me just say that more than enslaved Africans were on that ship. That's how we got our diet over here in this hemisphere, because they bought the foods that we like on the ship with the enslaved Africans.
Yes.
If we have a better relationship to those products, that cotton we picked, and tobacco and everything we touched in slavery, if we look at a price chart of what happened to those items, we'll understand what happened to us. Our ignorance of those items explains our current situation.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King, great. He led us on, and we needed equality and public accommodation, but we never launched a attack on our ignorance of these financial markets. We need legal freedom, and we need political equality and all of that. But we need to understand capitalism and get that equality in that realm too. If this is the final piece, I think we're closer to tipping this whole system upside down that has us as the designated loser. The fact that we're having this conversation right now, I think we're closer than we know to tipping this whole thing over.
Yes, sir.
By tip it over, I don't want it to end. I mean, at the point that we're now at the point of perfecting this system, let's keep the structure of the system, and let's learn to exploit it better so that we don't have to be at the bottom. So
Checkmate.
Woof. Dropping straight gems, man. Like, I'm over.
Hey.
That's facts, man. I vibe with everything, that you just said, man. It's really important to have that perspective. And that's that. If at the end of the day, if you don't understand, this environment, that's why I study game theory. To understand the playing field, understand the players, what their intentions is, what are your dilemmas, and how you can strategize, based on that.
Right. Because these systems of this school system was designed to make a better slave.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Was not designed to make you the master.
Go along to get along.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So now, because of that, we don't get this freedom game we talking. We get caught up in all this assimilation stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Who likes us and how much we can bend and genuflect to make somebody like us. And you get your assimilation reward because they like you, so you get hired and promoted. But they don't like you, and so you don't.
Mm-hmm.
I think this trading is the best way out.
It is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
And for me personally, I have to thank Warren Buffett because he the one that turned me on. I used to watch the CNBC and all that, but one day, half understanding what they was talking about. But one day I heard Warren Buffett say, he said, trading is the best business in the world. He said, you don't need no employees and you don't need no inventory. I said, that's for me. I got to learn that.
Yeah.
You don't need no office. It doesn't matter if you have a college degree. I said, that's for me. I got to learn that.
Real talk.
I went to Borders bookstore and I just didn't know what I was looking at. And I came upon this book that said how to read the stock market table. So I'm telling my age, there was no internet yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to learn how to read the stock tables in the newspaper. That's where I started way back there. Just trying to understand what them little numbers mean.
Right. That's on point, brother. That's on point.
Yeah, and I had a similar like revelation. I worked at a hedge fund, and the guy I was working for, he, would just have these talks with me, and he was, he was asking me like, what are the things I wanted to do, like growing up and stuff. I said the typical, I wanted to be, a rapper, producer, and all this, and he's just like, with a lot of kids, I just wish they, just tried to step back and look at the bigger picture, like, what is like the market cap in those spaces? Like, how much money is moving in that industry, in that space that is obtainable, to a person like you, and how much competition is in that space.
Right.
As opposed to something like the markets, where you have a whole lot more money and not as many people trading, not as much, competition, and it's much, if you're decent, it's much easier to earn money than it was to be good at making music or producer and then try to earn money in that space. He was talking to me about things like that, and it just changed the way I look at things. Like as far as, the way I look at the infrastructure and the opportunity cost as well. Like the opportunity cost, you lose trying to, become a producer or engineer. How much time and effort you're going to have to spend perfecting, these things, and how much money, you really can make at once you are pretty decent, in comparison to if you spent that time, in these markets and perfecting your craft. And if people put that same effort as they put towards other things into like, things like these markets, the type of results they can have.
Right. Yeah, I come from that world. That, I guess media production world, I ran a media production company in the DC area as a teenager. The company was pretty successful, got national recognition and all of that. Then later went to work for a media network, got to the six figures, made a little money, but I didn't have control. And even running the business, you spend so much time begging for money and resources that I'm like, if I do this again, I want the money to have the freedom to do things my way and not be accountable to people giving me money. Because, the golden rule is real, he or she with the gold makes the rules. And so that was my attraction to these markets, because I'm like, I want to be on the executive producer level. Okay, because the executive producer, because they don't tell us what that person is. The executive producer, they're not really, generally speaking, they're not really a producer. They're really the one that bankrolled it, and so they get to put their name up there in the credits first as executive producer. At least that's really what that is. They had the bank, and so if the content don't quite jive with what they like, they not gonna bankroll that. So I wanted to be that person. So that's after, but it took a long time, So I was, worked 25 years as a recording engineer, but for a network. But hey, you want to get to the point where, you control the goal, you make the rules, and these markets is the way to do it. So my plan is, get this bank. And then, revisit some of those earlier ideas that I had about, what type of programs I want to make and all that. But then I can do it my way. I don't have to, compromise my message because somebody's offended.
Right.
Yeah.
This was before the days of the internet. There was no internet back then. You couldn't just make your own thing and put it up on YouTube or your own web page. That didn't exist.
Yeah, I agree 110, and that's exactly how I felt. I wanted to, I'm into audio engineering and stuff as well. I mean, I love music. I love refining music to make it pleasant to the ear. That's something that's fun to me. Interesting to me. But it's like you said, it takes a lot of time and effort, and I also wanted to do things like collab with people, and what I'm saying, like you said, I wanted to be able to bankroll the ideas that I have and get more into producer places and stuff like that. And I just realized I need some money to really do this. Like, I'd rather get the bag and fund my passion than try to get a bag off my passion.
And then back to what you said, I just said I don't want to race over. I know we agree, but you want the freedom to work with who you want to work with. See, there's certain people you have to work with to get the bag, but you might not even like working with them. So the people you like don't have no money, but they got the creativity. Is that the system just hasn't discovered them yet? You know who they are, but you don't have the resources for, both of y'all broke. Y'all can't work together. Somebody got to go do something else and get a bag. And so, so it gives you the freedom to associate with the people you want to associate with.
That's facts.
Yeah. True story.
Yeah, that's just why I love these markets, man, and the opportunity that it provides, and the fact that I can teach somebody else this. I know that any person that has the desire can make money in these markets.
That's the thing. The desire. The desire.
Yeah, you gotta have the desire. That's what my Papa Roy always told me. If you have the desire, you will learn, Marquise.
Yeah.
He tell me all the time. I would say, I want to learn this. He was like, yeah, if you have the desire.
If you're listening to this and you've been thinking about, well, maybe I should take this seriously, stop dragging. Okay, make that move and make this a priority. Because I'm gonna tell you, this matrix is real. Okay, the empire don't want to see a change. They like the stratification right where it is, with basically us at the bottom. And when I say us, I mean particularly Black men. I'm thinking about that big money that Goldman Sachs is putting out there that don't include us, Black men. Okay, so you better move, because I don't trust the system not to put in a rule that says if you don't have $10,000 in the account, you can't trade. I mean, we're one rule like that from closing this door.
You're
So,
right. You're
so
right.
you cannot act like this opportunity is going to always be here.
Thing is, people are too comfortable.
Right.
Too comfortable. Oh, I can turn my TV on. I can watch Netflix. I got a job and it's secure. Or so you think.
So
But
you think.
coronavirus should have shown you that, hey, you ain't safe. You ain't safe as you think you are.
Yeah.
And if you keep playing like that, you one step away from being on the street.
Yeah, ain't no safety in apathy. None.
Right. So please stop sleeping on these markets, y'all. And the bag is waiting for you to pick it up.
Right.
And all you got to do is pick it up. Learn what you need to learn, put the time in, just like you do at Mr. Charlie's place. And take it from
Yeah,
there.
I used to take my laptop to work with Mr.
Right.
Charlie. I volunteered for an overnight shift just because the Mr. Charlie bosses didn't work on the overnight. Okay, so I said if he want to mess with me, he gonna have to get up off his wife to come mess with me. He gonna have to make a choice, and I'm gonna look at him real strange. I want to know how ugly is your wife that you got up off of her to come mess with me at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
You know?
No, that's right.
So I said I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna do the overnight shift, and I'm gonna clean up all their mistakes that they make during the day. And they're gonna come to work and they just gonna be appreciative. I just, come in, they don't see me, and I just disappear. And me and other black folks start showing up on the overnight. So we used to have this running kind of joke that we wanted to be forgettable. We wanted to be known as what's his name. We only want them to know who we are. Just pay me.
Right.
We just show up, make everything work right, disappear.
Yeah.
we just what's his name? We ready to retire after 25 years. What's his name?
Right. That's relative obscurity, man.
That's it.
Yeah. So, man, please, y'all.
All right, guys.
They begging y'all to open these accounts.
Y'all in here getting it in. Man, I ate my little sandwich with a smile on my face the whole time. Just like, yeah, but when the brothers come together, and the sisters too, when they pop up, they just be getting it in. And I love it, man. Thank you, Dollar Will, as well, man, coming on to the live, man, blessing us and gracing us as well. Like I said, y'all know how we roll. We're a village, man. Ubuntu, I am, because we are, we are students of the game, literally, and so what better way to, I should say, position yourself to receive it, and especially in market-related aspect. But this stuff is symbiotic, because I say this a lot too. I'm sure you know this. A lot of the things we deal with in the day-to-day life is all market-related, one way or the other. You broke that down even about the dollar. The importance of it. We're in a capitalistic society. The aspects of this that puts us either at a negative or a net positive is going to be surrounded around how well you garner dollars and protect those dollars, right? Because you can't function in this nation obviously without it, unless you literally going to live off the grid. So if you really want to cut out, as I like to say, the middleman from that process, well, where can you go to do that? In my opinion, like I said, you like me, because I'm a proponent of the game, where I say, you know what? It's the best business model on the planet, right? Again, no overhead. You can do it anywhere. Of course, with less. You just got to have some knowledge, some capital, right? And some basic little accoutrements. But you're already doing this on a day-to-day anyway, right? You're either working for it underneath somebody else's, like you said, rulership, hierarchy, or you're in control of the ship, right? And so where we have a lot of, natural pride, especially people in this country, because, America, y'all know this is the most, stubborn nation on the planet, right? But here's a scenario where you are in control, saying you get to be in control. And if people really took that to some kind of value of seriousness and see it for what it really is, I think more people want to be invested to learn how to get invested in these equity markets. If it's just not, if it's Forex, if it's crypto, whatever, any kind of income producing asset that separates you from another human person, right? Any kind of barrier that can bar you from race, color, creed, sex, gender, orientation, whatever, right? And you have just as much a success opportunity afforded to you than that of a Warren Buffett or Tudor Jones, right? Or a Tepper or whoever your favorite trader is, right? Investor is. Then to me, I feel like that's a no-brainer, right? So it's important that people realize that, again, this is where the rubber meets the road, as I like to say, right? A lot of our parents didn't prepare for this, right? They gave us a kind of a blanket, overview of what life is. But descriptively, if they say, well, hey, guess what? There's something out there also greater than just having to work for somebody, right? It's called entrepreneurship. And so let me funnel you into that kind of mentality out the gate. And the first thing you're going to do, like, you're going to go through all that, okay, yeah, if I'm on a business, I'm going to do this and that and the third. By the time deduct the reason to kick in, you say, okay, what's the least path of resistance to get me there? You look around like, man, it must be the stock market, because them jokers just sit around and just read data all day and make money off of it thoroughly if they're really true students of the game. And so I think that's important, that we always emphasize the value within that, because a lot of people are searching for opportunities in life for the things that we know that have always kept us kind of on the ball and chain. And I'm like you, I've yet to find something else out there that gives us that kind of level of fluidity in that of the stock market, or again, the currency market and the forex, right? Or again, crypto, whatever. And so that's for me, I think that's the calling for a lot of us who share our ethnic background. Definitely have at an advantage now to share with a lot of the others who kind of skittish on the sideline. Again, we're a lot less in this environment for a reason, right? This is a industry that's laden with everybody else that don't necessarily look like us. And a lot of it is because we have trust issues with this government, all right? But you say to yourself, once you learn this stuff for what it is, well, guess what? Over here, the rules obviously doesn't really sway towards any particular demographic. It's about who got the money, who not a stationary, who's stationary enough to put it in the right perspective. So it kind of evens that playing field, like you were saying, $2 Will, and many of you guys have said over Chris and Brother Marquise and everybody else that kind of know this just off the cuff, that this is how this stuff rocks out, right? So I find it to just be, to me, it's just like, man, it's like waking up, like, yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. People are really being able to now to absorb this stuff, and again, we're falsifying the information, just by our own experiences, and you hear it because a lot of it is just similar to our past, our journeys, our mistakes, our wins. It's all synonymous, and that's when a person coming, straight off the top, from the heart, because they've lived it and they can speak from a place of experience. Because that's the best teacher, especially in the market's experience is. And if you don't get it from someone that got the game, guess what? You're gonna learn the hard way, right? And so ain't no way getting around that. And so peace, power, and profit to that, Oba Will, for gaming us and dropping that knowledge. Again, like I said, go subscribe to that brother channel. A lot of the guys who kind of tune in here, you won't be disappointed. Go subscribe to his channel, Dollar Will, and get this same game, right? Good game, as we like to say, that's going to help you become more proficient in your money management skill sets, your financial literacy prowess building, to help you become more independent, as I like to say. All right, so shout out to you, Over Dollar Will.
Yeah, thank you, bro. If I don't, I'm very busy on my Patreon, but I do post S&P 500 related things, especially on my Patreon, because that's where our retirement accounts are linked. So if you see me posting something talking about the S&P 500, please watch it, because I'm posting because the price is at like one of those technical inflection points. So
nice.
That's when you really need to watch. You make your own decision. I'm not a financial advisor, so you do your own due diligence, But in my opinion, when I'm posting that's because I think that that's a time when you need to especially be attentive to what's going on the price chart.
And like I say, that's power to that. So again, moving across different lanes, guys, this is what we do. We are a community. Y'all know how we come off. Especially on this channel, we're very, workshop orientated environment here. We work, that's what the markets do. Markets, it's not a whole lot of talking, it's a whole lot of working. And so again, hearing the brother, speak some. I mean, again, it's like we're all twins at this stuff. Watching Brother Marquise was just working, obviously massively, and he was just displaying his charts. Same reality. You see, again, the fruit of people's labor and their experiences, right, and the growth that we're still obviously embarking on daily. To me, again, I just find it to be priceless, and again, can't stress that enough, man. So grateful and thankful. Because again, like I say, me and you definitely traverse across a lot of different lanes. We've been in this thing for a little minute, across other different platforms, and it's great, just seeing how we're all maturing, and those who are definitely following us, and also we follow you guys too. That's why I think I love this stuff, because anybody can drop you some game in this when they figure out something and they being able to kind of master it. Then guess what? I'm all ears like anybody else. I'm just as wide-eyed and bush-tailed like the next person, because I understand if it's gonna make my process easier to get to the bag, guess what? I'm there, right? And so I'm excited again just to see things are growing. So again, guys, definitely go subscribe to his channel, Dollar Will. You see him in the chat. You definitely hear his voice here. Go subscribe to his channel, and so we can always we can build this community out across different lanes. You can always have a place where you can go sit up shop and feel comfortable knowing that the people that you are listening to, you are in good hands with, right? So I'm excited for that. So even got the sisters that popped up. What's going on, Ilba Camille? Right, got the sister in the house.
What's going on? Peace, power, and profit.
Peace, power, and profit.
Sup, fam?
Yoba.
Yeah,
You got it. What you got going on, Ilba Camille? You came in and bust up some of this testosterone. Come on through with that good game.
Well, at the moment, I'm down on the SPY. I got a nice bag on EU for
Okay.
London.
That Forex session.
Yeah, so hopefully I'll get that pop at the end of the day on SPY.
You got some calls. Well, you got a couple of calls in there.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna fill that gap and keep going. It filled the gap, but fell.
Yeah, it just topped out at it. That's all it did. Went up there and topped out off the little rising wedge. Off the falling wedge back into the rising wedge, and now you got that downtrend, because again, that 10-year yield is not retreating. And I was telling somebody that earlier in another little group, I was like, as long as we stay above $1.70, because you've been watching the 10-year yield, it seems like every week it's been trading at a 10-year a point plus, a surplus. So it went from basically, as you've been watching it gradually, the $1.40 up in around that to $1.59, went from $1.50 to $1.60. And after this last FOMC meeting, that ensured that now that the yields are going to be in here to stay, basically, right? Mm-hmm. Regardless of them doing a bond purchasing program of $20 billion a month, it has no value overall that these people are planning for the reopening trade, meaning the market opening and reopening. So yields have to go back up to compensate for all this money they've been printing, right?
And the dollar gonna do what?
It's gonna keep rising too. And I was telling about that $89 area. You might well kiss that area goodbye. If it keep riding after that dollar ain't coming back down until something crazy happens, catastrophic happens.
And mortgage rates that are variable interest rate, what's fitting to happen? No,
they finna get collapsed. They finna get clapped up.
So what's gonna happen to them home flippers?
You already know what it's going to be like. You know what I'm saying? Again, and this is on the back end of knowing that the moratoriums are coming. We got a little bit more time within that. But the debt market is starting to signal exactly what's about to come, what's about to pop. Right? The getting was good during the COVID quarantine. Now things begin to kind of bounce out a little bit. Right? That money that the feds were backstopping a lot of these mortgage-backed lending loans with, things of that nature. Of course, we was big on that stuff all during the quarantine, breaking this stuff down. Now these things are coming to fruition. Kind of like we all discussed, being prepared for this stuff. Here it is. It's starting to happen.
So right? Do you mean to say that I can watch the charts of the macroeconomic indicators and come to my own understanding of how the money is flowing and how the economy is moving without depending on the people on television to tell me?
Like running water that fall from the sky. As they say, you know what it is when it start coming down, 100%. And that's the most important thing that I tell people every day, especially when they come hang out, because y'all know we're kind of like what they call the anomaly crews, right? We don't delve in just the basics, right? When I say that, meaning we don't just focus on charts fundamental, right? We go dig into what? The system, right? We go dig into that monetary system, the policies, the legislature, the feds, right? We go check out the Fed, St. Louis Fed, the federal, the New York Federal Reserve. We go dig into, again, the Treasury, or we learn these macro, data points to be more proficient in our day-to-day action and also on our longevity perspective. Because I know you are a master of that Elliott Wave program, so you know as well, because I know you move in cycles. Right? When you move in cycles, so when you understand cyclical value of markets, you know how to present yourself more thoroughly, right? You didn't leave no I's undotted, no T's uncrossed. I like to use that same mentality because I understand if people become more patient in their thesis and look at everything before they submit themselves, their probability of success goes up, literally tenfold, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm an extremist though. I'm real extreme. I don't even care what they say. I just watch what they do. I look at what you said, those yield charts, and I look at that dollar movement, and you can see how the commodities are responding.
Yep.
You check out the other major currencies of the world, like the euro and the British pound. You see a trend start pointing in a particular direction. You see those reversal candlesticks show up on those major indexes. I don't care what they say because it's their actions that's producing that change on those charts. So all of those policies and stuff, it comes out as action, price actions on a chart anyway.
Right, it's going to play itself out 100%. And that's how you stay ahead of all the chatter that you're going to get from the media. When they get to talking about it, it's already old.
Right.
And see, that's why I love this stuff, because when you become invested in the markets, you're getting everything somewhat in real time that the average Main Street American is not. Right? They're going to feel the brunt of how, all the backdoor dealing and moves being made. By the time it hit them, it's like, okay, this is a deluge. This is horrible. But
it's hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. And so when I see, or like a lot of us, when we kind of assessing the markets and we trying to figure out what's the best course of action to take. Again, be it intraday, be it a swing trade, be it quarterly, biannual, or on an annual basis. A lot of this stuff, again, I like to use this terminology a lot. Charts have memories. Markets have memory. What are we dealing with right now? We're dealing with the anniversary of the COVID lows, right? We're not even quite there yet. We got a couple more days before we actually hit that point where they just bottom out around 218 on the S&P. But if you watch everything at that time, where were we? Right? Where was the dollar at that time? Where was the gold market at that time? Right? Where was feeder hog, corn, soy? Where was everything at that time? Where was copper at that time? Right? Even Bitcoin, where was it at that time? Right? And now, where are they today? It shows you, where they found value in the markets when you had such a reset like that, right? Everybody ran to consumer discretionary. They ran to the real estate market, right? They definitely ran to the S&P 500, right? I think we're sitting at around about a 28 PE on the S&P. It typically trades around 16, 17 average. It's up at 28. Real estate is sitting at around about 58 PE, right? Of course, because it was the main thing getting backstopped during the what? The coronavirus, the bonds, right? They bought people's what? 30-year fixed notes, right? That's why they became like the most easiest trade. They bought them out around about 0.5 on the 10-year yield, and it basically it's up near 200+% in less than about 5-6 months. What does that say, right? So you're right. Again, understanding how to follow the money, how to read those tea leaves, right? Their actions are obviously being, on display 100% right now, and they're not letting up. That 173 yield has been popping all day long. No matter all that movement that you got in the S&P 500, throughout the intraday session, guess what that 10-year yield did? It just sat right there, 173, with his hand crossed doing the Birdman rub. Yep. Y'all can do what y'all want to do, but guess what? We here now. And so it's just interesting. And the dollar, same way. The USD dollar, the Doxy, pretty sure definitely Ian Camille, you and brother Marquise, y'all definitely can speak on this because y'all trade around that dollar a lot on that Forex session. Even more so when y'all trading that London session, where those are the two strongest currencies on the planet, right? That euro and that USD, right? So y'all definitely well equipped to speak on that. So what are y'all thinking about that, matter of fact, too, right now? The strength of the dollar, of course, it got gutted, off that FOMC, meaning that it just bounced back like gangbusters. Where are y'all right now technically on that USD dollar?
Oh,
Go
My
ahead,
longer
Marquise.
term view is that we are going to exceed that 2016 high. In Elliott wave theory concepts, the prices make an ABC counter trend move, and so we're going to exceed that high. And it's going to be a lot of pain for gold and other dollar sensitive things. So this is and so that's where you're seeing that yield chart on that 10-year yield you were talking about. It's not slowing down. It's getting ready to start breaking some major technical levels.
Indeed, and they already know they stop at 2%, right? Because everybody been hearing Fred talking about this 2% inflation, 2% inflation. Well, y'all know that 10-year yield. I don't care how you look at it, right? It's on its way, right? They're gonna have to beat it down with something to get this thing from climbing, because I mean, there's nothing really finna stop it at this point, right? And people are now starting to rebalance. That's why people are moving out of tech. These old, overly bought, scenarios, they're moving back into what? That reopening phase of the trade. You spoke about that. In a lot of ways, it's very common sense. What's going to happen when the world becomes mechanized again, right? People back to moving again, back to going back to work. Well, what powers a lot of people right now? Everybody still ain't got a Tesla quite yet, right? Right? They still got them automobile, right? So oil is one of those plays people running into. A lot of these fund managers run into the oil market, right? And again, you can see it happening. That's what's like crazy, and they understand the power of the dollar, because they know the dollar finna wake back up, because now it's finna really begin to be a use case value with the exports and imports and the supply chains opening back up, right? With all this commerce and trade and people movement. So it's just interesting watching all this stuff play out finally. In a year's time.
I'm dropping something in the private chat for you. One of the brother from my Patreon group named What the Heck, he found this video including it's a guy named Robert Prechter. He's like the foremost proponent of Elliott wave theory right now, and he dealt with a big data sample going back several hundred years, showing that we're at a critical point. So earlier, brother was talking about how this structure plays out on different time frames. Well, that extends even to like yearly charts where you're going back looking at several hundred years. So we're at a critical area. So check out that video. Now, if you think it's, like garbage, over the top, people say you can't draw any significance for charts that last that long. Like I said, I'm a self-described extremist. I believe you can draw conclusions from big data, because you're looking at the growth of an empire.
Of course you
Empires
can.
have cycles.
Oh, man. You speaking my language, but I don't mean to cut your wisdom, but this is, again, because you know how we roll. This is our lane, right? Again, over Marquise, Robert Chris, Brother Matthew, Sister Camille, y'all, they'll tell you firsthand. During the time when everybody was scrambling, we were putting in that real education work, right? Breaking down the central banks, breaking down the monetary system, understanding the Austrian and the Keynesian school of thought when it comes to economics, right? How these people sit around that got old money, make the moves for all the people that got small money, and dictate their lives, so to speak. So you got to know the importance of that. Industry changes, things of that nature. So, no, you're 100% on point. This is right up our alley. We love these nerd moments. I call them nerd moments, right? I love go digging in that kind of stuff, right? Right up my alley.
But you would like that video, because Prechter talk shows some repetitions and cycle dealing with some Fibonacci concepts and stuff that we're at a level in this space where we understand those ideas, and so because of that, you'll be a lot of people in this space will be able to watch a video like that and understand what they're talking about.
No, right on. This right up our alley, man. I appreciate that too. I dropped it in the back chat for everybody on the YouTube side of the house. I also posted on the Facebook side of the house as well, so you guys can get that. Because again, this is how you increase your knowledge base. You got to be willing to traverse lanes that you're necessarily not comfortable with. When I say not comfortable, it's just you don't feel like there's a use case for it. Well, if you're trying to learn how to break down the empire, well, guess what? These things become relevant, right? Because that's what we all subjected to. So that's how this stuff works. So very, very poignant information there, and very knowledgeable. That we can all take a page out of those books and kind of build out our prowess with. So now keep hey, if you got it, drop it. I actually made you a moderator too, so you could drop those links as well in the back chat. Dollar Will. So again,
Thank
whatever
you,
you need
bro.
to add to the bill, we appreciate you 1,000%. Like I said, and everybody that come on here, y'all know how it is. Like I said, we work in tandem. Again, we're working to try to, do the same thing that most people out there who are trying to keep this information from you. We're trying to work just twice as hard to uncover that information for you, right? Because you got to even the playing field some kind of way, and so that's just how this stuff works. So, peace,
Yeah.
power, proud to that.
And I want to emphasize a point of community again. Again, this information was brought to me by a student of mine in my Patreon group. I taught him about cycles and Elliott wave theory. He went and found this information I did not see. I don't know if I would have come across it. I've been looking for information like this, and so he put me on game. So
that's how it works. You see how that works?
Community, yeah.
Over my keys, them teach me something every day. Sister Camille, over Chris. Look at I would tell people, Brother Master, y'all know when y'all be in the group talking. That's why I say I love this stuff, because one thing when it comes to markets, you got to understand, implicit biases really get you nowhere, right? Because there might be something out there that you can always take, beyond what your own skill set is, and you can apply it, right? And so I love that, because that's what it's supposed to be about. We all working together, collectively to put out the best information that we can put forth. Again, you know how this stuff goes. Either the market gonna falsify or it's gonna what? It's gonna ride, right? Yeah. So I love this stuff, man. So no, you're 100% on point. And you're right. Anybody can drop you some jewels. It's up to us to kind of back test it, right? Or do the primary research behind it to see if it has some merit to it, in a use case.
Yeah, and y'all got to share this fire. Y'all know this fire is worthy of being on your other social media. Drop that link.
Which one?
I'm talking to the people listening. They know this fire is worthy of being on their other social media platform.
Oh, no doubt.
Drop this link.
Oh, no doubt. Definitely like, share, subscribe. And I always tell people I'm kind of lazy when it comes to that, because as for us, we come on and we go to work. A lot of other people, of course, they have YouTube for their own whatever reason, but for us, we just get caught up in working. We forget to tell people to like, share, subscribe. But like you're right, it does signify the value of the stuff that we're saying. It is very valuable, right? We come on and go to work. A lot of people come on and just to detox and get away from work when they go to YouTube, right? That's the difference, right? So we're leading people to tangible outcomes and benefits, and at least knowledge that they can kind of back test. Right, so it comes with, hey, no, we're on the clock actually, right, and we're on our best games, because we're trying to be accurate in our dissemination process to give people the best information that we can afford through our own brain cells capacity. So you're right, 100%. Share the video, guys. I always tell you, even if you don't subscribe, just if you see us, bypassing, tune in and get some game, right? One way or the other, right? We're not completely dependent upon it being a monetary thing where we're just trying to get people to super chat and all this stuff like that. And no, we're really trying to give people good information that they can go out there and apply, and so they can make them a bag. So thank you for that, Dollar Will. You're right. Definitely subscribe. So share this. Again, go subscribe to Dollar Will channel. Again, you guys got new YouTube channels out there. As I always say, post it in the back chat, or post it so I can post it up for you guys, so we can also get you guys, going as well, because I feel like that's what the community is for, right? You got people really putting in work. We want to be able to support these people, man, and because y'all know people ain't running to y'all community to teach y'all this. Stop playing, right? Yeah. I always tell people ain't running to y'all community to teach you this stuff, right? Right. Let's be honest, So I feel like it's just it's priceless in my opinion, but I'm just one of many people. So who am I, right? No, but it's awesome. So yeah. So again, just watch the market here rebalance here. Y'all see what's happening here. There's your S&P 500. There's your Dow turning over finally. Man. Yeah. Again, I was just talking about that too, because real quick here. I know you got your chart up too, real quick. Over my keep it up real quick. I'm gonna run over. I'm gonna share mine for 2 seconds, right? Because I want to make sure we see exactly here. Just keep yours. Well, you can bring it back up over my keys, but. That S&P chart we're just talking about, because the inverse of that, Dollar Will too, as well as your other guy, is that that USD dollar must be spiking right now, right? Or that 10-year must be going up, or the VIX might be bouncing a little bit, because there's your S&P 500 there, right? Our short thesis came right at the top of the linear regression band at that point, around about 396.70ish, right? Right up there at 397, right? You had your little dead cat bounce, obviously clearly here, right? That's all it is. It's a dead cat bounce because y'all know once it kind of come back and test support, if it don't hold, then it becomes a dead cat bounce as opposed to a double bottom, right? And there's your deluge, right? Look at that drop after that.
Yeah.
Hold up, let me get this stuff off here. I'm sorry. We'll cross line back up here. I mean, clearly there. Again, at the money, in the money, or even down to 200 moving average at 395, 396, put option intraday, or intraday obviously will be the 19th because we ain't no expiring contracts expiring today. They'll be expiring tomorrow. You bagged out, right? I mean, you sitting on a nice little bag right now, right? Again, point for point, if you even had to set a 92 delta or 86 delta, something like that. And I don't mean a Delta Brum, right? Some of y'all old school. The old school Delta 88, y'all know nothing about them cars. Y'all know nothing about that. That's outside y'all pay grade.
Deuce and a quarter, man. Deuce and a quarter.
That deuce and a quarter. Them dukes, bro. What you know about them?
The 88.
Yes, sir. Right? So y'all already know. Right now, we sitting pretty. Right? We just trading what the market offers. Like, as I always say, if you put the market into perspective, right, you can trade it better. You see the patterns that we have up here. We have what? These diagonal waves. It'd be somewhat like Dollar Will actually was speaking about in terms of the Elliott wave, right? You got the ABCDs, right? You got the ABC waves. Everybody got different ones. Some people even go out as far as E. That's what you got. You got falling wedges, rising wedges, falling wedges, rising wedges. Then what? Another falling wedge here. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. If you learn how to compartmentalize the markets and what you see, this is how you make your money.
Yep.
I mean, just while we were talking, we just so happened to map out this little trade, and there's your money. Right? That's a quick little hypothetical to put it in the contract 396. That's about a quick minimum $200 right there. That's a minimum $200 right there. Minimum $200 off that put trade right there. Right? As they say, while we were talking, right? While we were talking, money being what? Money being collected. Right? So the importance of, again, like everybody been speaking about, the macroeconomic game plan is starting to unfold. Right? Bonds are signaling some things. The dollar rising again is signaling some things, right? Again, a lot of these reflationary aspects or the imbalances that are starting to happen when people are actually moving up out of tech because it's been overweight everything, and they're moving into other things like oil markets and somewhat around this discretionary a little bit, energy or whatever, right? They're just understanding where everybody's getting ready to flood to, and so the SPY is just kind of giving you that overall, again, macro picture to a degree, but I mean, you see what's going on here. Look at it. This is going back as far as just let's say it's just on the 15th, last week. Within this week, you kind of see how the market has responded, right? It's somewhat built out some quote unquote, higher lows within the uptrend, right? Now, I would say within the weekly aspect of this. You actually somewhat broke. It depends how we close out, but if we're going to keep this, uptrend intact, to test that $400 resistance point.
I think just my Elliott wave theory. I say you hit the mark right there. You got an ABC coming down, and that support you drew. I think that's going to hold. That theory, I think that's it. See, a lot of these concepts, they do not contradict each other. They are like additional confirmations. That's what I teach you on my side. So it's not like one style versus another. The more you learn, you learn that these styles you might enter at a different place and exit at a different place, but the structural levels that we're looking at, you'll find one style to confirm another style.
Right. Again, that's that symbiotic aspect of how markets are working. And when we say that, because we know the institutional money pretty much is what drives the market.
Yeah.
Right. Regardless of how we think our little dollars are out there, making things happen is popping, but ultimately, institutional money pretty much controls the show, and you have to be, of course, understanding of that, so you can always be on the proper side of the trade, especially when they get to doing what they do. Because again, if they're gonna do a stop loss raid to shake people out, or if they're gonna get to buying at certain points where you think the market's gonna continuously kind of falling out, and they just reverse everything on you, you have to be, again, cognizant of that, just by knowing those peak to trough moments, as I like to say, right? Those support resistance points, right? Those buy signals as opposed to those sell signal moments.
I'm sorry, go back to that you just had, brother.
Say again.
Go back to that view you just had, and let me see the view where that
The big
trend
view.
line, that support that you just put in there. Let me see the
Oh,
whole frame. It's from the beginning of that support. You just zoom out just a little bit, just to zoom out just a little
you
bit.
say, oh, zoom out. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
just zoom out just a touch.
I got it on the 5 minutes. I might, if you want, I can put it on
No,
the
no, that's good on fire. I just want to
five.
see
Okay.
more. I want to see more of the a price. There you go.
Right here.
Even out a little more, just a
Okay.
tad more.
You get me squinching in a little bit too.
No, nah, just let me see a little more of what's on the left, just a tiny bit more.
Okay.
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm gonna just show you just an Elliott wave eye real quick. What would jump off the screen and make us go, whoa! What that 5 minute view you had was good. I just need to
Okay.
see just a little more to make the point.
So you want to blow it up within this
No,
frame?
no, just back to what you had. What was it? A 5 minute chart?
Yeah, this is on the 5 minutes. Just intraday trade. Yeah.
Uh,
This is
is
the
that,
five
that's the
minute.
same time frame you were just showing me?
Yeah. Yep. It's been on the
Okay,
five
well
minute.
zoom out some more, man.
All right. So yeah. So I might have to squeeze it down a little bit to get some more of that in there in the chart. It ain't gonna be as big as unless I go to a bigger frame.
Yeah, actually, it's better than what you had the chart before. It was right there. I can make it work. Make the point I'm
Okay.
making. The one right before this, the view you had just before this.
It might have been over my keys. But was it? Why since I've been talking?
Yeah, when you put that horizontal line up, and I was talking about the ABC down move, and I was saying that the price would go to that support level that was put up on that on the screen.
Okay. Let me
Somebody
see.
just put a horizontal support up. I wanted to talk about that area again, just to show how in the other ways
You happen to know the price axis? Do you remember the price axis where it was at that time?
you know what? Let me. I can go continue on. I'll find it on another chart. And I'll
Well,
show
yeah,
you
and you can
there.
share your screen too if you want. Keep in mind, yeah, you got definitely jump on in there, man. Because if you got it pull, you can share your screen and kind of break it down
Okay.
for the family too. Um, I know Ober Marquis had his charts up before I kind of came back on. He might have had that area that you might have been talking about on GP. So y'all just let me know, of course, in that perspective. But yeah, guys.
Oh, I see. I was talking about from the what's my old man eyes, man. I mean, the 12th at 4 a.m. I guess I'm looking at a 15 minute. From like the,
50
it
minutes.
doesn't matter. Any time frame that shows from the 12th at 4
Okay, so
a.m.
back to March 12th. So you going back to that?
Yeah,
Okay. All
yeah.
right. So yeah. Let me
From
let me
then
do
to
that.
now.
Let me do that. Let me. And you want to keep? Say we'll do the 15. We'll work
Yeah,
that. Work
yeah,
10,
that'll
15. All
work.
right.
That'll fit. That'll probably fit.
All right. Let's see here. That puts us right around here.
Yeah,
Uh,
so zoom in from
around the 12th area.
yeah,
All right. So let me get that
yeah. So I
all
don't
in there.
really from that low to now I don't really need to see nothing else.
So right
Those
around. Okay. So here we go on the 12th right
yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah. Push everything left of that off the screen.
Okay.
The other direction.
Okay. You want to just kind of come back to the current time.
Yeah.
All right. And so you.
A little more. Move it. I want to see a little more the other way.
Okay. So yeah, I'll make sure you let me know if
Just
you want
keep
to
going.
see more
Yeah, just
backdated.
keep moving like you're doing. I'll tell you when to
Okay.
stop.
So back to okay. Yep.
Stop.
All right. Bam.
All right. Those 5 swings up, that's significant to us in Elliott Way.
Gotcha. Hey, no, I
So a
forgot. I'm
lot
on.
of times when you see things swing like that, and see, I also use the stochastic, and so I can see overboard over. So when you see, and you can check on multiple time frame, all the stuff y'all talk about, multiple time frame analysis and all that. But when you see them 5 swings, typically it's getting ready to have some degree of a
Yeah, all
pullback.
that.
You can make a whole lot of money, like a week's worth of money, trading that correction right there. Because that was the 12th. Today is the 18th. So that was 6 days ago.
About 6 day, yeah, 6 day window. You're right.
And you can look at all that money. Look, I mean, what's the duration of time from that beginning of that pullback to now?
Right. So you talk about the most
The
current one.
peak. Yeah, the peak. Go to the highest point.
Yeah, so it was at
Yeah.
397 or 398. It was like 398.
What
I think.
time? What time was it? What time did it happen?
On the 17th. Well, basically yesterday. Well, yeah, yesterday around about 3 o'clock. That's when off the Fed news, it spiked on up and made a new high.
So that thing is just destroying like a whole lot of gains since yesterday after the Fed announcement. You're gonna get like a whole week's worth of gain in just like a day.
Right. Yeah, right. I'm following you now. I'm following you. Right. You're right.
You don't work hard to make all that money go up there, and then that counter trend move came and took it all away.
It just wipes it out.
Fall faster than they rise. What's the saying? Prices take the escalator up and the elevator down.
And the elevator down. 100% right. That's why most people that make their billions did it through short selling the market.
That's right. So there's a whole method just called counter trend trading. They just find that reversion to the mean, and that's it. And that's their whole style.
Yep, you're right. You're 100% right.
So pick one style. Pick one and trade that.
Clearly, what we got going on at this point here. Hold up, there's line here. Get that out of there. Again, that deluge, or of course in this case, how the bonds just spiked up overnight to kind of really take the wind out of the a lot of that aggressive bullish buying in the S&P 500. A lot of those stocks in there kind of they're sensitive to the bond yields rising, and same with that. And within the Dow obviously is a more comfortable place at this point than the S&P, especially the Nasdaq, the QQQs or the NDX as a whole. All right, US Tech 100, of course, if you trade in the future side of that. All right, a lot of those trades are obviously the ones who were eating well again during the thick of the pandemic, and so the bonds are just very, very anti a lot of those opportunities or those positions at this point. And like you said, just in that little bit of time, of course, you had a full week worth of riding. You see here just how he bounced off, into this area, rounded out. Of course, it's rounded bottom here, literally like the market's moving sideways. Y'all guys hear me say that a lot. You had this rounded bottom here. And then you had your lift off. Of course, like I said, if you're playing this from an Elliott wave perspective, you see clearly what's going on here with these, with the angles, right? The peak to trough pivot points, and how to, effectively trade those areas, thoroughly as possible. All right, because even if you big lined it, you got a peak trough, right? If you want to play the small line here, of course, it didn't break the old high, so I'll run it up to the next massive level. Before you had any kind of real true pullback, you kind of really went up there and tested this area here, right? You came back down and bottom out here, you kind of ran back up, and now you kind of reversion it back down here.
And on the weekly chart, it's still a higher low. It's still going to be a higher low in the weekly chart, so the integrity of the trend is still going to be intact.
Right. Let me zoom in on that weekly here too.
And that's why we go through the multiple time frames and get our perspective.
Different perspectives. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because a mistake that a lot of us make, and I'm guilty of this. You do use the lower time frames to have precise entries and exits, but if you spend too much time down there, you forget
the bigger picture, right?
On the cycle in the bigger picture.
You ain't lying.
Facts.
And that's why you need a community. You need a community for somebody to catch you when you're making that mistake.
Facts. You're 100% right. Like I say, I always say, 2 eyes better than 1, 2 ears definitely better than 4 ears, whatever, better than 2. So again, just couldn't stress that enough in terms of understanding that. Just seeing this guest on the weekly, you see what's going on here in terms of the S&P 500. Make no mistake about it. If everybody saw this from this perspective, you see what's going on here clearly. You got a rounded bottom here. You got to have some pullback here. It seems like you're kind of topping out around this area here to a degree. But clearly, like he said, that the trend is still confirmed until they really shake it out. On a bigger macro picture, well, you can eat on those smaller time frames. Signals when they obviously present themselves. Just be, understanding that there's bigger money at work, right? And they're trying to move the market directly where they want it to go, right? So that way you never get too comfortable, right? Unless you got long-term irons in the fire, not necessarily worrying about this irk and jerk trading and day trading and short-term swing trading, but learning how to, again, move within the confinement what the market offers you is what's, that's what your weighting goal is going to end up being.
Right. So it's not like even I avoid those debates about is day trading better than long-term trading. Well, there are rules for both, and if you follow the rules for both, you can do both. One is not inherently better than the other. You just got to be disciplined to follow the rules.
1,000% facts. If I had a bomb right now, I'd drop it. because we talk about that a lot. Because people will come to you who are just, necessarily not comfortable in knowing exactly how markets work, and they think that first thing they say, well, trading is gambling, right? They think it's really about day trading more than anything, because they feel like they don't understand it enough to kind of make sense of it. They can't slow it down enough to make it make sense to them, dollars and cents in this case. So it has to be a form of gambling.
Why do we make conclusions about things we don't understand?
Facts, and until we properly, go through the proper methodology to learn, then there's always going to be an anomaly. It's always going to be somewhere level of skepticism or, pessimistic viewpoint, and that's fine. But again, ultimately, for those who are obviously initiated, well, we know different, right? And it's not our perspective to kind of, really persuade anybody. It's just like, hey, we just gonna go to work. We'll let our work, speak for us. Our body work will speak for us. That way, we don't have to spend too much trying to convince you. There's something that you have to learn how to convince yourself on by yourself, because this is a one-man army, right? You're gonna have to perform one way or the other. It's better if you can use the community, because it makes everything easier. But once you go to set up in front of your screen and hit that buy button, it's you against that market at that time. Everything responsible is going back to you, right? That you're responsible for.
You see that divergence at the bottom between volume and price? The volume bars are trending down. Those last three there, they're trending down, but the price is trending up. That's called divergence. That's another technical signal.
It certainly is.
That the trend is weakening.
You speaking my language, bro. I teach on this stuff in my mentor session.
I know you do. I wouldn't be over here. I wouldn't be over here or sending my people here if I didn't approve of this message over here. Okay?
Appreciate it, over. You're right. This is what we talk about. And that's a very good point. I'm happy you brought that up, because I always tell people, right? Market moving waves, right? Sine wave, like you said, even the Elliott wave, right? You have peak to troughs. You have understanding when there's a depression of volume and the market is still kind of slightly rising. That means what? You finna run into an exhaustion of buyers. That's all it is. You run into exhaustion of buyers before that trend kind of roll back over. So you have to be ready when it kind of peaks out or bottoms out. That's when you finna have what they call a trend change. If it's on the weekly, whatever, right? What time frame you trading on, but definitely a weekly give you a good scope in this perspective. Being we on the weekly chart, but you're 100% right.
And you got to check all these time frames to see these things, and so that's what I teach the multiple time frame analysis. Have the patience to look at the different, because something's gonna jump out at you. You keep looking, But that momentum is key. I teach it. I say it's like an auction. We've all seen auctions on TV. In the beginning, people are bidding on the price. But near the end, it's like an ego battle between two people who bid way more than the thing is worth. The masses of people have fallen out of the bidding process, and these two egotistical idiots are just bidding the price off, putting in place this thing called the greater fool theory. Somebody go that whatever price you bought something for, you can find a fool greater than you to pay higher. But sometimes you're the greatest fool. Nobody will pay more than you, and that's the people who buy at the end. So at the end,
exactly those who come in out when the damage is done, didn't show up like, hey.
And the masses done checked out of this trade a long time ago. So when those two idiots don't want it no more, the price falls big, and that's when you get that big candlestick falling down to where the masses saw value in it.
Right, exactly, 100%. Again, and it's signaled by, if you look at this, in that case, like you're speaking about, these big bullish engulfing candles and these big bearish engulfing candles, well, those moments are very significant, right? Because again, at the point where you had, matter of fact, since we even talking about that, when markets began to kind of go through that, it's trend changing, or it's, for whatever, period of time, if it's in a weekly or a daily, whatever, right? A lot of it can, again, just be signaled by, again, knowing when the money obviously is starting to kind of recirculate itself, right? They done pumped it in, now they're getting ready to kind of take it back out to get ready to kind of plan for the next scenario, so to speak. Yeah. And you can follow it by, again, watching the volume. Again, of course, you got your indicators up there if you're doing the Bollinger Bands, or if you're doing a MACD, in that perspective, these stochastic scenarios, these oscillators, giving you that kind of scenario, or RSI, whatever. Clearly, again, if you just
I like that
trade.
horizontal resistance you got on that price chart. To see that little horizontal, little back in the past, a little bit, right in that view, that right there. In the future, the price sure respected that. You come all
It
the way
did.
out, it sure respected that level.
It did. You're 100% right. And I remember we actually did a training session on this one here in particular too, and just the importance of how to trade this little wave. Actually, this is a short term wave in a weekly, especially if you're on the Elliott side. You see what's going on here. Of course, you see how it came in here. It bounced out, kind of made this chop move, and then it kind of went on and went on the higher highs and went out there and
That
did
red
things
right
great.
there, that red candlestick all the way to the right. To come on over to the right. That one you just touched, the other way.
Over here.
No, even further,
Out here.
even further. Even come on, there you got one.
Yep.
Look at the wick on that. Isn't that in that price area?
Let me see.
Of that horizontal.
Yeah, on the bottom side, side shadow.
Yeah.
It came out to I got to right up here. You probably can't see it, but I think the wick was on here was down somewhere around here. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it seemed like it confirmed that past resistance is current support right there.
Right. For old resistance became new support.
Yeah, that or even that horizontal one even further you were talking about. The horizontal white bar you put there. Yeah, that level. If you make that horizontal line all the way over, bring it all the way over. I think did it touch that area?
This guy right here.
Yeah.
The top one. Yeah. It got here and it didn't come all the way down quite here on this one here, but it did as of now because that's around about 356 on the S&P. Of course, this is on the weekly chart, of course, but it came out and kind of respect these guys here. It missed this top area about maybe I think it was like what was the low in this candle here? It was 368. So I'll take it back. So I'll get roughly about 13 points. It's 13-point differential from the peak to trough of that.
Yeah, so I say don't be in a hurry to take those resistance lines off because the price went above it. We like to clean up our chart. You be better off keeping that line there because when the price starts trading back down to that level, that should tell you, okay, that's a support.
Right. We've been here before. Again, I always say charts have memory. Right. Charts have memory. Joe could be like, man, look, because they've like once a resistance been breached. Well, there's no means that it can come back down there, over a period of time once it seems to kind of get away from it. I say, I beg to disagree, right? Because you got to realize, hey, markets do have memory.
Because somebody was thinking when that price broke up and went on a run, somebody was like, "Dang, I missed it."
Yep.
And next thing come back there, they say, if it ever gets low down there again, I'm on it.
I'm gonna be ready, right?
I'm gonna be ready next time.
It's a limit order still sitting down there somewhere.
Yeah.
Jugger went on by their life, still got that little money sitting there waiting for that limit order to get filled at some point.
They got that good till cancel 90 on there.
Yeah, the good till cancel 90, 100% right. Yeah, so again, that's why having those particular pivot points are synonymous to that. Of course, y'all know we do a lot of training on this, and we have our little stuff. Like you said, we keep this up on for a reason. Of course, this come all the way back to the March lows. Of course, the anniversary. I like to say that within the 20. As I like to say, about 5 more days, we're gonna have the anniversary of the actual market lows. When we hit that 218 on the S&P 500. Yeah. And the market hit a reset. Then, of course, everything got crushed. Gold got crushed, dollar got crushed, Bitcoin got crushed. All the commodity markets got crushed. Everybody got crushed because of the coronavirus scenario. They hit the reset button and began to print money and kind of dole that money out to all the respective indices and whatever, indexes, whatever, right? And now a lot of that money, if it performed quite well, coming up on that 1 year anniversary, or we like to say the 52-week chart perspective, then again, you're going to start seeing some kind of weirdness in the market to kind of reflect that. Either some profit taking, right? Or some people going to start adding to certain positions, to kind of mirror that energy that we got in that time. And it was just such a big drawdown to the likes a lot of people never seen in their life or their experiences in the market. They'll never forget that moment, right? And so everything since then has been, how can we never make that mistake again, right? That's why they call them black swan events, right? They're one-off events, right? They're anomalies. They don't necessarily happen on average. Well, but when they do, they scare the brakes off everybody, right? So keep in mind, whether this was the fault of someone else or they didn't, because in this case it was no fault of nobody's own in terms of the virus. Well, whatever, that could be debated. But a lot of people obviously, couldn't deal with that level of drawdown, right? They exited the market and probably exited the earth. For a lot of people, the magnitude of that loss to them was more than what they felt like they could have stomached. And had they been patient and cooler heads prevailed, guess what? They made all that back and then some.
Or learn how to read your chart.
And read those charts. 100% right. 100% right. So history says a lot about markets if you learn how to look to the left as opposed to always waiting on the right to happen or the future to happen in terms of when you trade in a certain setup, like you were saying, going back and looking at those particular pivot points, those areas of interest, right? Those peak points of interest. Well, guess what? They have merit, right? And they're there for a reason. So, again, you want to have charts that look like this because this shows that you're working, right? This shows that you're trying to make sense of this stuff.
I mean, when you buy into a stock, you know exactly the price you bought in. You are psychologically wedded to that number. And so is everybody else wedded to that number. And you look on the chart, you see a whole lot of people wedded to the same number.
Exactly. That herd, it's got a herd immunity even in the stock market, right? They call it price, what they call investor sentiment, all that stuff. They be, if he thinking about it, somebody else will be thinking about it. That's that domino effect. 100% right. And we learned a lot. And same way with Bitcoin. I know we ain't got to touch on old BTC quite yet, but I'll hit it real quick here. It's the same reality. It's the same reality because Bitcoin is just doing what we all know it, again, at this point, definitely know what's going on here. It don't even seem as if its drawdown was significant. When you think about it, of course, it's on the weekly here.
Right.
But it's been, just, man, whew, this your March lows right here, right?
I think we got one minor push up. I mean, this thing, I think we need a correction.
Oh, on Bitcoin?
Yeah.
It's extended. But here's the thing, over Dollar Wheel. If you've been watching like I have too, I'm pretty sure you have. These people, in terms of the institution, right? The ones who fought it the most, they're not starting to acquiesce.
Right.
They carry a bigger stick than we do when it comes to, an influx of a cash infusion. If they late to the trade, and you got people like Kevin O'Leary, right? Kevin O'Leary, one of the biggest bear critics against Bitcoin. Him, of course, and Jamie Dimon, right? Central Bank of J.P. Morgan. Many others, right? Buffett, he called Bitcoin rat poison squared. Charlie Munger, his homeboy, called it trash and garbage, all this stuff. Of course, they may never invest in it. But, well, I'm not saying Warren Buffett, but we just had another convert recently. I don't know if you know or not, but we just converted Kevin O'Leary.
Wow.
We converted Kevin O'Leary. Because y'all know, Mr. Shark Tank himself, right? Again, and even the marijuana trade. I don't know if y'all remember a while last year.
Yeah, I think he got tired of watching Mark Cuban go around.
Exactly. Him and Damon John, they're like, look, bro, look. No, you right, because everybody know Warren Buffett, but Mark Cuban has always been a big proponent of what, disruptive technology as a whole. Of course, he come from that, but the idea when you have these new asset classes that come alive, the importance of how the younger generation are starting to look at that as this is their way to rebel against what, the old vanguard, right? The central bankers, right? The people that the boomers made their fortunes off of, right?
Right. But they got to tie this quasi science into some of that overthrow and all of this. You got to temper that with the science now.
But that's what that's why I'm confident and cautious at the same breath, because soon as they started, remember they did the Bitcoin futures a while back.
Yeah.
The only reason they did the Bitcoin futures on the CBOs for that because they wanted to short it. They like, we're not here just to play the bull game. We're here to short this bubble.
Right.
It backfired on them because all they did was it fueled it. Like, what I know, the longer you try to counter trend trade it, people still buying it because they, again, are part of the greater fool theory. Well, the greater fool actually won out. Think about it, right? They end up winning. Of course, we was, obviously I've been in Bitcoin, for a minute here, going back since 2017, right? And when we bottom out after that last massive pullback off the 20 grand, up in that 20 grand move, and we literally called the bottom to today. I don't know if some of y'all on here that remember that, because I got a lot of pushback from it, but I think over Chris, you had that conversation. I was like, we're not going below 3,100, and I was very adamant when I said that. As you can see, I have my old lines there way back because all those lines were being drawn in real time. So this ain't no go back and put them in there later. I drew this stuff in real time like I always do. Y'all guys know how I am. I'm honest to my technical now because my money isn't wrapped up in here. So I got to make sure I protect it. But we came down and hit that in around the area, that $3,200 level. Clearly, we marked the bottom here. I was already in it around my 1900 when I first added way back then. I took some up there into the 18 grand, left the rest in. But I'm saying out to say on a bigger picture, on a bigger macro perspective, Bitcoin, all it did, even though it made that big, parabolic blow-off top move, it still came out and presented a what? A higher low. That means it's still actually an uptrend.
And in Elliott wave theory, we call that wave 2. That decline you talking. So there's a 5-wave cycle. So the fact that that's wave 2, that means we got 3, 4, and 5, meaning a whole lot higher to go.
Yep. 100% right. Yeah, you clear. It's a big blow on top. You come back down here. You peeked out here, of course, and you see what's going on here in that case there. You kind of had that, this kind of, rebalance. Of course, they had a lot of news going in around the area. We got all the other nations. You got whether they're going to deal with Bitcoin, they not, whatever. All our price bands and things of that nature within that was just more of the same off the lows, if you want to call it that. In this case, it would have been kind of like what the COVID lows would have been like, for Bitcoin when we kind of topped out up near 20 grand. Came back down and tested at 3,200. We're still up 1,000 points, from the point where we launched way back in June, July of 2017, and we made that big epic run to like 18 grand or near 20,000. You still presented a higher low. The trend is still intact. It's hard for a lot of people to see that if they came late, right? Because the late come and say, "Oh, this is garbage. This is trash." So they buying in here on the decline, 11,000. Then they added 8,000. Then they added again here at 6,000, and then they capitulated and they sold right down in the dump here, right? And right when they sold, what happened? Bam. It took off again, right? So that's how this stuff is crazy, but it really is somewhat to a degree. It does have a level of absolute to it.
But that's where the training comes in, because the point of maximum fear is the bottom of that decline you were just showing.
Yep.
But that point of maximum fear is actually when the risk is in your favor. So
exactly, you're supposed to buy in the fear and sell in the greed.
Correct. And so, but it takes training for you to your psychology, your fear is taking over, but the knowledge is telling you, okay, now this is the time for me to be courageous. So it's it takes a while for you to discipline yourself to trust the rules.
Right. You're 100% right.
Because everything in you is saying that's an ugly downturn. I shouldn't get in this. So that's why you can't learn this in 30
overnight,
days. Because you are retraining yourself to respond to fear differently. And that takes a long time. You gotta be bold when everybody is bashing it in the news, and just you and the small number of people who really know what they're doing are buying right now. And it takes a while to be comfortable with being opposite the herd. You're the leader. You're not the herd.
It ain't sexy being different to a lot of people, right?
Right.
Totally agree with that.
I got my list of traders who know what they talking about. And in my times when I get confused, there are times I get confused. And I got people, I go check out what they're saying. And they might, often I'll find that they're confused too. And that's when I know, okay, I'm right.
You saw it, right. You're right. That's
we all in sync. There's something, this don't feel right.
Right.
And in those times, I get out the market until I see something that I feel better about.
100% facts. And I stress that a lot too, because I always tell people, man, you can't force the market. You got to, again, trade within the confinements of what's offering you. And at the point where you begin to force it, it's going to hurt you. So you come out better just sitting on your hands. And as they like to say, as you may know, the best trade is trade not taking some time. Right? A very solid observation is worth its weight in gold, right? It was a net positive in your patience being able to kind of map this out. Of course, you in a demo form or just watching it and taking notes, right? All right, no harm, no foul in that moment, because you learned more in that moment because you didn't have the stress of your dollars obviously being out there on the battlefield, right? that works wonders for a person's psychology, because you have to realize that this market is, again, it's a living, breathing entity, right? And it's controlled by a lot of hands in the pot, a lot of hands, not just people in your backyard, not your nation. It's an international marketplace. That's why they call it the global financial markets for a reason, right? It's a lot of people hands in this, and where you may say, well, okay, well, yeah, but it should do this because this economy is the one that's in control of it, this, that, yeah, fine and dandy, but you still got to stay within the confinements of the laws of the game, or as I like to say, the rules of engagement, right? So you don't never get ahead of yourself.
Yeah. Look at this current swing up, the recent area, the high right now. You got on that last push up, you got volume divergence there.
Yeah, I'm talking about right here, down here.
You can go, yeah. Look at where the volume starts to go slope down, and look at where the price is. So what happens in those situations when you're near the end of the trend? This is where the whales tip their hand, and what technical analysis relies on them tipping their hand. So you and I, those of us on this channel, we ain't got no real money, okay? We can put all our money in the market with one click.
Right.
When you got $1 billion, you can't put all that money in the market in one click.
You're right. It takes time.
You got to sneak it in. And so when the price gets near the last thrust up, the whales start to exit. But they do it gently so it doesn't spook the market. Remember that example I was talking about at the auction where you got two idiots bidding the price up real high? Well, they starting to exit because they know that because prices fall like that elevator falling real fast, they know that when it starts falling real fast, they can't get that money out because they become the market. Their volume is so great that when they sell, they make the price fall even faster. So as to avoid that trick bag, they start getting out early.
Yeah, front load.
Yeah. So that's where you see that divergence on that side, and on the downtrend, you'll see them start to get in early, and that'll cause divergence when the price is falling. You'll see the volume start to rise because they have to sneak that money in, and then they got to sneak it out on the back end. And that shows us those setups we're looking for on the momentum indicators and the volume indicators, where the volume and the stochastic and the RSI start moving differently than the price. That's those buy and sell programs of those whales. Those
Nova grads and people like that. Them big money guys out there, they're getting the Bitcoin, but when they read the register, you're going to feel it if you cut at the top.
Right, so we're like, I see you.
Yeah, they be creeping in, and it be all at abnormal times in the morning. They try to do it on the China session a lot, and European session. I didn't set up, many nights, basically 24-hour trading market around the clock, just learning. And you definitely can, knowing when, if they're gonna do anything, they're gonna definitely do on the time when they feel like most of the retail traders sleep at the wheel.
Right, because they know that when this thing falls, they know it's gonna. When I say fall, I don't mean the death of Bitcoin. I mean, I'm for the listeners. I'm just talking about a normal reversion. When you look at the scale from the beginning of Bitcoin to now, this is still a big move, and there's a level of a reversion to the mean that's due here. But the big money that caused this thing to spike, they don't want to give the money back. The point is to make money, so they have to start sneaking that money out. So the same, what's it say? Energy don't disappear. It's the same energy that caused the thing to rise. That same energy causes that reversion to the mean. So they sneak their money in, cause the thing to spike. Then they sneak their money out. We get left holding the bag. The price comes down, reverse to the mean. Then they sneak their money back in. And technical analysis is watching basically how they sneak their money.
Right. As we say, follow the money, right? 100% within the confinements of you being able to, trade more methodical, right? Again, not get it overhead of your skis, right? Stay, again, upright, balanced, and wait for things to happen, right? Thoroughly, right? Again, you'll know when this moment's the front load opportunity. All right, you'll know when it's time to kind of get ahead of the right? The sellers, so to speak, or right at the point where you know this thing's getting ready to kind of tip his hand, you'll know at that time, okay, yeah, it's time to kind of move towards the exit. So again, those are the two most powerful aspects of a person's trading that they'll have the most problems with, right? Until they learn how to, again, master everything that comes along with it, your emotions, getting your discipline in check. Again, respecting the value of a solid entry, respecting the value when it's time to ring the register. Don't sit there and just kind of overstay your welcome and let greed, wipe you out when you just made a bag, right? You have to realize that this thing, even though it's a continuum of opportunity, but when your moments are peaked, as we say, the peak to trough trader knows when it's time to, get into the trade, and when he knows or her know when her or she knows, excuse me, when to exit the trade. Right.
But that's where that macro understanding comes into play, because that money is going to rotate someplace else.
Exactly what's happening right now in real time.
Right.
Exactly what's happening right now in the markets is people are starting to see that right now in real time.
And that place where it's going to rotate is currently beaten down. So
right.
Once you learn those cycles of how the money rotates, you'll know, instead of waiting here trying to get the last penny, risking some giant candlestick coming and me losing a whole lot of money, I can just control my greed and get out and start peaking at the other side where the money is destined to go, and look for my entry over there. I can take the stress off of myself, because this ain't nothing but pennies, in this area. So you could make a decision that, hey, I made a good rotate on this way up. I could get out and let me start peeking over here where the money is likely to rotate and get out. But I'm not a crypto trader, but my group is. So I teach the technicals and they apply it to the crypto. And so they've been hipping me. So I asked them correlation questions, and they told me there's this thing called the USD coin. And tell me this, brothers, since you in the crypto, is it possible to trade? The symbol I want to look at is, what is it? USDC / BTC.
Yep, that's because they got they got a European pair too. They got American pair. Like all the other the forex currencies, they have it where you can trade them. So like if you're a forex trader, you can trade it on Meta, right? Meta 4. Sister Camille, matter of fact, Sister Camille over Marquise. If y'all can speak, actually over Chris as well. All y'all, this definitely y'all lane too, because y'all trade. You can trade obviously that on those platforms. I don't know if y'all are able to. Can you open your mic and speak to that? Either over Marquise, Sister Camille, Brother Chris, in terms of that USD pair value on terms of the crypto pair, the USD.
Yeah, but if you can find a USDC / Bitcoin.
You talk to Obama Marquise, he trades more Bitcoin than I do.
I trade it all the time.
So which one over dollar wheel again? USD. You say USDC?
Yeah, they basically called stable coins.
Yeah, USDC.
Oh, the stable coin, USDC.
Add a C and then BTC.
BTC, and the BTC went after that. Okay. All right.
No. All one is USDC.
No, it's BTC USDC. It's at the bottom down there on the BitBay.
So it's a BitPay one.
Nah, BitBay. 3 of them down, right there. Now go back, right down 3. Yeah.
That's the BTC USD. Okay, it got to be in the Bitcoin one. You're right.
Yeah, I want the inverse of that. I want the inverse of that. That should rise.
The inverse one. Let me see.
Somebody found it for me on my thing. Like I said, this ain't my thing. Because so this is Bitcoin
right. That's the Bitcoin USD.
I want to see.
You want to see the USD?
Correct. I want to see I want to see the same symbol but flip
against the BTC.
Correct. Because that one should be in the dirt. It should be in the toilet right
there.
Now.
It is. Bittrex. I know it's out there. It's Bittrex. Bittrex don't really show it. I mean, I ain't gonna say don't show it, but a lot of people don't go into Bittrex.
Get that big spike off the chart so we can see the price better. Just zoom in and get past that spike.
Let's see. Daily ain't gonna work. Let's try it.
Auto scale it.
Okay. Hold up. You want what time frame you want to work off of first of all?
Anyone to show me recent. Where we are now. We might see some kind of. So at some point when this Now, tell me this: can this particular chart be traded? Because this is my concept for how to make money when Bitcoin has this reversion to the mean. Can this symbol be traded? I'm not a crypto guy, but can this be traded?
Yeah, you can trade it. Yeah, if it's on here, you can trade it. This is a Bittrex pair too. Now it may be on Meta. I'm not sure. I don't know. Over my keys and Sister Camille can speak to that. I'm just saying for different platforms, but on the Forex cycle, they have access to these pairs in a lot of ways, and a lot of the equity accounts will. But if I'm not mistaken, of course, it's a Bittrex ticket. In this case, if you got a Bittrex account, you can trade it.
This should rise when Bitcoin falls.
Right, it's the inverse, right? Inverse divergent source up against crypto. As you can see, clearly, it's in its downtrend because Bitcoin been rising. And it's pinging, again, y'all know I use the little regression band for a reason. I think it's training wheels for people that's learning how to trade and learn how to play.
All the time, I'm always going to use it.
Yeah, see, my man. See, look at that. See, I guess I'm showing my age too, Rallo, with you, because, we ain't got time to be fighting each other.
That's right.
My eyes, look at I'm old, I'm young, but I'm old. I'm saving my eyes, man. So, but no, they help. It really do, because you see the peak to trough moments within the band. You see it clearly how it's pinging here, right? He just kind of playing around the medium line, or it's pinging up against it here, and trying to play it out. Now, interesting enough, too, because, you have a slight little bump here, and it came back and tested the support here. I'll zoom in a little bit here. You can see what's going on here in this case here. It's kind of played right back to the level of support right here, going back on the 22nd of February on this daily chart. And it's finding some support there. Right now, I don't know how long it's going to last, but in the interim of where we're at right now, it's finding some support at around this little area right here. Right,
I
on this
think
price
we got
action.
one more push. I think Bitcoin has one more little push, little wave higher, and then I think we're gonna have some issues. Because even on this RSI right here, aren't we overbought?
Yeah, oversold, right? On the this USD BTC one here, or the Bitcoin
blue
one.
line? What's the blue line you got?
Oh, that's S&P. I'm sorry, that's S&P down here.
Okay,
that's
S&P.
S&P comparative chart.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, let me put it in the hole. I put it. Well, it ain't gonna show because I have to have that be the dominant source at the top. But
no, that's fine. You don't mess your stuff up. Yeah. But but on the Bitcoin side, I think Bitcoin got another push in terms of my Elliott wave count. I think it's got another thrust.
Yeah. Because it's obviously, this USD BTC obviously is in a downtrend, ultimately on the bigger macro picture. Even if it come down tested medium line at this point here, let's say on a time scale, we'll just say by the end of the month, if they able to, to get this last little lift, because keep in mind, money is still not done flowing into Bitcoin. Why do we know that? Not just in there from the institution side, but we know it from what? The stimulus checks, right? Because we know we factor that in now. A lot of money going into equities because of what? Or Bitcoin because of what? The stimulus checks. A lot of people yet to get their stimulus checks, and they passing them out in waves the same way how a lot of the money is moving. So
and we're watching that candlestick on the weekly chart for Bitcoin. As long as it makes a higher low, the trend is intact. You got respect it.
Right. As I always say, see, this is where I have my moment. I say, I'm excited because we some warriors over here. Right? Anybody that's obviously is on the panel right now to know how we train, right? How do you tell an uptrend? By its what? Let me see if I can open up. How do we tell an open by what? High what? No. Uptrend. It's higher what?
Low.
High lows. Because you're establishing what? Support. Right? You want to bounce off support on the uptrend. And it's the inverse for what? A downtrend. How do you establish a downtrend? By is what? Lower highs. Right? Because those become the points of what? Resistance. Right? It's pinging. It's stretching itself out, and then what? Getting gutted back down. Matter of fact, it's the same way how we mapped out that SPY trade today, right? This intraday SPY trade, right? Especially when you look at it on the that 5 minute was just crucial, right? When you put it, baby, up on that 5 minute, and I'm speaking to, even if you actually trading with leverage and trying to shorten it, but when y'all know, as option traders, a lot of us learn how to trade options. There's a lot of people that's new, but even some of the old school warriors, we know how to read those tea leaves, right? We saw the rise and wedge here. Here's your top of the little regression band. Here's your indication of a what? A lower high, right? On the downtrend, because we already mapped out or topped out up here at 398. You had some little scatter here during the pre-market session or post-market before you came into this day's session, right? You're now obviously at the mercy of what? the downtrend for however long it's gonna last. But this is how you trade intraday to capture you some dollars on the option side. And I guarantee that 398 or 396, 397 at the money or in the money, put by at that point for tomorrow at most maybe like $100, $130, $40. Now I would say around about 200. So close about it. We'll say anything between $100 to 200 for at the money or in the money for tomorrow's expiration date. Well, if you bought that trade right now is up. What's 392.10 here, 392.27. That trade in itself right now is up at most on a minimum side. I would say a minimum side about what $300 to $400 easily minimum. So obviously you already 100% of that contract. Couldn't make this stuff up, right? Again, it's trading what the market offers you, reading those patterns. Again, trading within the confinement what the market's giving you. Of course, we kind of bounced outside the linear regression band on the 5 minute. We know how this stuff gonna work, right? But the bigger time frame is gonna show a little something different. But this is an intraday chart. Keep in mind, that's why it's an intraday setup. How we kind of position this as a short. At this point here, we drew this line. This move hadn't happened yet, right? We drew this line at a point when it came right here. That's when I drew it, and here you go, right? Here's your the evolution of that opportunity that came after the fact. Once that trade kind of unfolded, so to speak, right? So yeah, man, this is man, this stuff is,
Yeah, I want to introduce my I dropped the link in my group, right? So my crypto expert showed up for my space. I want him to be able to fit in with this group over here.
Let me give him the link.
Like your energy. His name is Crypto with Lionel. That's my dude. That's my.
What's going on, family? Let me get him the link. Just in case he want to come onto the panel. I don't know if he can or cannot, but there's the link, guys. If you want to come onto the StreamYard, while we still got this thing popping here, guys, come on and share your knowledge again. Y'all know how we work over here. We're family, right? Community University works. All right, for those who trying to put in some work.
He teach me crypto. I teach him technical now.
Yeah, crypto with Lionel. I didn't run into Brother Dinah Samir platform.
Yeah.
Oh, that Brother Dinah's, right? Yeah. Well, yeah. It's weird too, because see we all in a little circle, right? Because back in the day, me and Dinah's, I used to take Dinah through some little training, right? Now he got heavy into the gold side of the house now, but yeah, I remember when Dinah was going through his scenario, and just open him up to that reality, because that brother just been grinding, man. Shout out to Dinah Samir again. Search for Uhuru. If you haven't subscribed to his YouTube channel, definitely go subscribe to his channel. Absolutely. Right? Again, warrior in his own right too. But those circles, like you said, Open Marquise and Dollar Wheel, everybody is know here. Man, we're everywhere. I would tell, man, we everywhere. We be everywhere.
Yeah. Lionel and I, we got a mission. We're gonna make sure we all know each other. So we go around on the YouTube and we find brothers trading, and we make sure that we, close that loop. We're gonna make this community. We're gonna make it bigger.
So that's power, peace, power, profit to him. Like I said, if he ever to, definitely there's the link, man. If not, you guys know, man, when we rocking at any aspect, definitely come in and share your love, share your knowledge, and again, let the family feed, because that's what we're here for, to strengthen our investment. Now, there you go, you popped up. What's going on, family?
Hey, how everybody doing?
Hey, you got it, man. Thank you for coming on, man. Thank you for Dollar Wheel for allowing you to, the opportunity to come on over here and share some love with us. We were just speaking about that crypto trade. I know you're a warrior in the space. So where are you at in terms of your crypto outlook right now? Right here in the short term, and possibly even the near term, future, on the longer term perspective.
Kick it on that V chain. Show them that chart right now.
Oh, okay.
You want to share your chart? Are you in a position to share your chart by any chance?
Yeah.
Make stop sharing mine. So yeah, you got the floor, family.
All right. So
speak price action to him, Lionel. That's what we got in common.
Okay, let me bring up the thing.
Yeah, I'm going to go too far in the Elliott way. We're going to speak the common language. They all work. All the concepts work.
Okay. I'm in a common agreement with Dollar Wheel in terms of where Bitcoin is going in the short term. So I'm sharing my screen right now.
As soon as you share that, I'll be able to.
We getting some feedback from. I think somebody got the YouTube channel open.
Let me see. I don't hear anything on my side. You guys hear something too? Just let me know, because that way y'all know.
I hear when I talk. I hear when Lionel talk.
I do. Yeah, I hear it too.
Let me see here. I'm gonna mute my mic too, just in case. I'm gonna mute mine just in case if it's coming off mine.
Yeah,
But
mute
anybody else
yours
has?
and I'll talk and see it, and if I still hear, then I know it's one of us, and then we can do it. We can figure it out.
Oh, it's better
Okay.
now.
Talk. No, I don't hear it. It's gone now. Oh, it's gone now. So yeah, it's gone now.
Okay, so for those who don't know, VChain is a supply chain management blockchain based out of Singapore. Over the past year, I'm looking at a website like Point Watch Me. You may be familiar with it. Over the past year, people who have, in terms of crypto in the crypto space, people know Bitcoin has increased from about $4,000 to where it's at now, just under $60,000. But there's other cryptocurrencies that have gained a significant percentage over Bitcoin. One namely is Ethereum, the second largest cryptocurrency. It's a plethora of them, but one of them is VChain. VChain over the past year has increased 3,042%. In the past year. That's a rolling 12 months. 12 months ago, it was 3/10 of a penny, and now it peaked out at 8 cents. So we're looking at the V chain to USDT or V chain to US tether chart. I'm gonna start at a weekly time frame. So the bottom, we had this. The bottom of V chain occurred right around here, which was March of last year. So that's where VChain bottomed out at
So
about
right with everything
317.
else, right with the major bottom of the major indexes,
Yep,
everything bottom right in there. So
everything. Yeah, what his white vertical line is. And from then on, just like everything else, it took off. Its previous all-time high was back here in July 2018 at a high of two and a half, 2.7 cents. Just under 3 cents. Obviously, it broke that significantly over here in recent months, earlier this year, and from then on, it has been on a rampage, as like with everybody else. To go to the daily, more recently, I'm not going to talk Elliott Wave, but it's been like you say. I heard you say a trend, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. It has not broken any significant low since its start. This was a significant low right here. This was a significant low, but it failed to break any of these lows in this upward trajectory. So far in terms of price action theory, price action, we've just been having a series of higher highs and higher lows. This is the daily. And also, VChain, if you have VChain in your wallet, what they do is give you another coin called VTHO, VTHO. Now, VTHO, they give you this for free just for holding VChain in your wallet and a VChain Sync wallet. And I have a dummy VChain Sync wallet here. This is not my real wallet. This is something I normally download wallets just to play with them on this computer just to see how they operate. But the VChain Sync wallet looks like this. It is a regular browser, but you have the capability of holding your VChain on there. This is one way to hold your VChain, and I'm just showing you all this to make my point on this other token that they give you just for having VChain in your wallet. So they give you something called VTHO token. And this Victor token over the past 12 months, rolling 12 months, has increased 6,032%. So just for holding VChain in your wallet. So if you held VChain in your wallet, it'll say how much VChain you will have, and then every few seconds it'll give you VTHO, and it'll give you that continuously as long as you have VChain in your wallet. That free VTHO has increased over the past 12 months, over 6,000%. So that's free money. 12 months ago, it was less than a tenth of a penny, and now it's at 1 cent. So that's just free money on top of free money. Am I still on?
oh yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, you still
Yeah.
rocking. You still good. You're good.
Yeah. So that's VChain. Yeah, because I saw it. And I'm like, wow, this thing increased 6,000%, and it just hit me.
What's that other one? Was it Theta? What is it?
Theta, yeah, Theta.
So, because basically we were exploring, talking a lot now. It's like, wait a minute, people are always talking about Bitcoin. I mean, and it's like, wait a minute, Ethereum made more money than Bitcoin.
Right, because Bitcoin is the biggest, the largest per market cap cryptocurrency. So everyone's talking about it. You got these institutional players getting in it, and thus, it's a household name at this point. Theta, Ethereum. Ethereum is not as a household. It's not as much a household name as Bitcoin. So everybody's talking about Bitcoin. But those of us in the know in the cryptocurrency space know that there's other cryptocurrencies that have increased exponentially in terms of percentage higher than Bitcoin. And Theta is another one. So we go to the weekly. Theta bottomed out just like everything else in March in my vertical top bar. It bottomed out about right here. This is March right here. And it bottomed out at a low of 3 cents. 3 cents. Currently, as we speak, it's $8.10. This is what you call parabolic increase. I would just have to put it like a curve tool won't even work on this one. It's just a parabolic increase. It's just right. It's just running away. It's 3 cents to 8 cents Theta over the past. I type Theta in, see what the percentage over the past year is. 14,443%.
Yeah, I'm about to say this is easily over that of a basic. We talk about 10x and all this thing then been cleared that. Just knowing these price hedges, because I traded a lot of stocks in those penny levels, and they took off and got over a penny at 0001, all that stuff. And when you see them break like this here, and they kind of get grow wings, it's pretty much game on in that moment. So and that's what I love about the crypto space, because it trades somewhat in the semblance of that how the OTC market used to, well, it still does, but in relation to that of the Nasdaq and the bigger markets, used to go to the OTC to find those diamonds in the rough, right? 000 this, 000 that, and when they clear that penny, then take off from there. You get those kind of runs, 20,000%, 30,000% runs, right? My biggest one I was in was like 15,000%. Stock called ART, and I just remember just watching that thing happen that day. I was like, this is crazy. But now you get that on a more fluid level in some of the crypto space, the altcoins, because some of them actually do have probable good use cases, right? They're not just as they call them crap coins. They actually have good use cases, and the benefit of that now they're starting to kind of work themselves out, because a lot of the ICOs that were toxic in the days, a lot of those guys got weaned out by KYC, right? And the other provisions that are now starting to happen internationally. So some of the runners, or the ones who were waiting dormant, they're starting to get a bid now. And I'm loving it. Like you said, I'm familiar with Theta here. Definitely VeChain, many others out there. Zcash, everybody, I remember when everybody was Zcash crazy. They were drunk on Zcash, right? A lot of those assets now starting again to kind of reap the benefits. And Ethereum has always been the darling, right? That ERC token 20, I don't care who you are, where you are, when it comes to financial transactions or just having that kind of level of digital contract in place, nothing out there better than Ethereum. I don't care who you are. I might be biased, but I've studied enough to realize that that's why Ethereum is where a lot of the institutions are more comfortable than they are even in Bitcoin, right? They like the aspect of smart contracts, right? And so it's widely used across a lot of different programs, fintech, whatever. That's why they're excited about, especially the banks that are starting to move to that. They're excited about that aspect of the blockchain and having that smart contract in play on the ERC20 or whatever. There's others out there too, of course. I'm not just saying there's not others, but it does serve its purpose in terms of making some of these institutional investors feel a bit more comfortable, right? And that's how come I know, above all things, when they were saying Bitcoin's going to zero, it's garbage, it's this, and it's rat pours and squared. Again, these are people who are, your Warren Buffett, your Charlie Munger, many of them, right? The Jamie Dimon, we know those some of the more hardcore ones. Even Kevin O'Leary, of course, at that time when he was going it, now he done converted recently, and now he's all things Bitcoin now. He can't wait to just whatever. But that's what happens when you feel like you miss out, and the price action and the little people prove you wrong. All right, so shout out to the little people, and I say that meaning the retail traders in our case, because a lot of us have become more financially I should say secure, knowing that we have opportunities out there that we can obviously now put a little bit in and get a good gain on the back end. Theta here is a correct, is 100% exact value in that.
And conversations like this are needed because now we're looking at a situation where, okay, we as a group of people, we weren't talking about investing, we weren't talking about stocks, we were worried about more of retiring. You get our retirement of Social Security. If you have a 401k or IRA, you get that. And now we're talking about stocks and investing as a way to supplement those things. And earlier this morning, I got a CNBC notification that said LeBron James invested in the Red Sox, the Fenway Sports Management Group. Stuff like that also fuels. It puts fire in a fuel to the fire of, okay, not only this another black man is doing it, but also other lower tier black people are doing it. When I say lower tier, meaning we don't have as much money as LeBron James. So we're starting to see a shift with all of us investing in stocks. I got a cousin. She's trading options. You know, she's not a technical trader, but she's trading options. She says she like the money in it. And it's like, wow, more and more of us are getting into this.
I agree 1,000%, and I think right now for us, we were kind of, a lot of us who've been in this for years, and I know Dollar Will could definitely speak this, and a few others on here too that's been in where I say at least 5 years or 4 to 5 years or longer. You're starting to see that now we're the bell curve in terms of the ethnic aspect of people who are invested in capital allocated markets are starting to wake up to a lot of those sleeping giants. And of course, in this case, a lot of the quote unquote minority traders. I hate that word, but a lot of black traders, right? Because we are always far and few between in this industry, right? We may have dominated on the other side, CPAs, financial advisors, and tax, preparers, things of that nature. But when it came to actual being able to put forth again a thesis to be able to put your money to work for you, share it with others, in a very disciplined way, to now, hopefully they'll acquiesce to the idea that here's a supplemental income stream that you can partake in, not just from your long-term perspective, again, your 401k, your thrift, your savings, your Roth, all that, but you can actively engage markets when you feel like you can, when you feel like you want to pull something from it. It's like no different than a person that works hard throughout the week and then go out and be a weekend warrior and go do something like at the flea market, right? Pushing a product or something or whatever. Well, you're doing this incongruent to you sitting on the job working for Miss Charlie, right? Like literally, you can go to the bathroom and make a bag, right? Let me go to the bathroom, set this trade, all right, put my alerts levels on, and go back and sit at my desk and thump staples and make money on their time, right? It's a no-brainer when you really understand the concept of how money works and what you can get out of this monetary pool that's being moved around the world daily. Of course, at this point, I think it's around about $6 trillion, $7 trillion that's moved around the world daily in global transactions, actually during the business hours of the day, even outside of that, because we work under the universal time clock. Other nations, when they wake up, the money just keeps moving. So I say to people, like, how much of that are you capturing? No, not beyond that what you're doing for Mr. Charlie, but what are you capturing on your own? And within that, what are you using to be able to do that, right? What are your means of entrepreneur endeavors that are you using to capture this supplemental income that you're doing, or be it affiliation, be it a product, service, drop shipping, whatever. Again, like I always say, there's no better model than being able to be gainfully invested across all the asset classes if you can handle, but just find something that you can do really well, focus on it, and then go out there and make it happen. So you're 1,000% right, family, Lionel. Everybody else on here, of course, we know this, but it needs to be said a lot because a lot of people during COVID, what do? They scrambled to people like you. They scrambled to people like this on this panel. They scrambled to people that's in the back chat. Teach me this investment stuff, man. We seen everybody popping up on their Facebook and their Twitter now. Everybody talking about investing now. Well, yeah, people still figuring out how to make money during the pandemic. Hello, right? It's reason why people like Mark Cuban, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk, and many others, their wealth grew what? They in there 2-3x, if not more in some cases for some of them jokers. Right? Again, wealthier people make more money doing what? Chaos. That's how they make their money. Right? And so we have to be understanding of that too, because you pay into it in a lot of ways. The money that's flooded into the markets comes from what? Your tax dollars. Right? Hate it, love it, or whatever. Right? You're fueling their bubbles. You're fueling their endeavors. You're fueling their whatever. Lavish value to use, all this new, money to their advantage. Right? So again, to me, it's a no-brainer. People need to become more astute to understanding how this game works and stop trying to push back against it because they're afraid. If not, you're going to be, again, always subjected to whatever, that the system is feeding you day to day. And to me, I just found it to be asinine. But I'm excited again to see brothers like yourself, many others who have taken now the next step, right? You guys, this stuff is just awesome. Just hearing, I get excited every time I talk about it. But yeah, so again, what else are you watching, man? I know you got some more up, in the trick bag. What you got for us, Brother Linnell?
I'm not just watching Bitcoin, doing a forex. Right now, I'm just deep in forex and crypto because I obviously have investments in crypto, so I want to look at the charts to make sure that I preserve my gains.
Yeah, we're making a push on my side to get. We're trying to attack that prop money, man. I haven't been able to really conquer that. So we're trying to get a foothold, get people from my little squad in that prop money world.
Which prop? And how you doing, crypto right now? How's it going, man? I was on the stage with you and Crypto Black.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Which prop are y'all? You talking about a trading prop?
Yeah, like, prop firms like FTMO and
I'm in a challenge.
You're in the challenge now,
right? I'm in the top step right now. I'm like halfway done.
Are you in the top step futures or forex?
Forex.
Okay, awesome. What I like about Top Step, y'all, Top Step will pay. Well, if you get on, I think the minimum withdrawal is $500. You can draw money anytime you want. You can get paid every day if you want. All the other ones, they have like a monthly. Most of them have like a monthly payday. But Top Step, you can get paid when you want.
Yeah, I just hello everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, I just won my account with Top Step.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. You started a challenge or you made it through?
I made it through. I won it.
Okay,
awesome.
Yeah, that's our resident. That's our resident. That's like the first lady. It's just Mr. Camille. You guys are familiar with Sister Drum Man, affectionately known. But she kind of like Dollar, you know how this stuff go when you come into the game, and then when a person you find out that they're like, man, look here, it's my time. Well, that sister's definitely one of those success stories, right? Equities to now crypto. Forex, and then obviously not delving back into the option world, but she's been in a lot of those lanes, so I let her speak to that herself. But I enjoy that. I love that because a lot of the sisters have a lot of influence. Y'all know that. Let's stop playing. Sisters have all the influence, right? They get to speaking, brothers are gonna listen, right? So she's definitely accounts that, as you see. Go speak to that, Sister Camille. That last one that you just won here.
Oh yeah, the Top Step. Yeah, I didn't give up till I had it, But yeah, it's nice. You don't have to worry about your own funds. The first $5,000 is yours, and after that, you got the split is 20. They get 25%. So
now, did you pass it the first time, or did it take you several times to pass it?
It took me several times. I mean, there was a couple of times where I was within $200 and did something stupid.
Yeah, I know what you're talking, because it's like that. It's like you're racing against time, and you want to get it.
I got right there within.
And
I was $200.
Right, and you do something crazy that you wouldn't normally do, because it's like, you know what? Everything on black, and it's like, nope.
Well, you still, still working out the kinks in my psychology as well. So those kind of things show up like certain trades that that I shouldn't have taken, like when I'm in a mid-range. I like to wait for it to reveal its hand, because when it's in the middle, it could go long or short. I mean, depends on what happens. I mean, it could just fake you out and then go in a completely opposite direction. So those were some of the that was my fault. I should have waited for a more where I could discern what the direction was better.
I got a question for you, but first I'm checking out this big volume spike in this candle that it is right there. This is an interesting point in this chart we got up. But what was the biggest change in your strategy, say from the first challenge you took to when you finally got it right, where you go, okay, I got my strategy. I'm managing the risk and I can profit consistently enough to make it. What was like one big thing that you had to stop doing or start doing?
Be more patient. I need to wait for the confirmation. Like sometimes it'll set up, it'll say it hit an order block, or it might hit sometimes I didn't wait. Just because you got like equal lows or equal highs, I mean the price could go in your direction, but then it could also go up and take that liquidity above the equal highs, which is normally what it does. When you have this flat relative equal highs or equal highs, equal lows. So it was like I had to wait. I had to learn to wait for the stops to be taken out below where the liquidity was, which is important. They always do. But then you think you're gonna miss out. I'm gonna miss the drop, or I'm gonna miss the pop. And you jump in that market, it goes lower. Hit your stop. So I had to just be patient. Now I'll wait for it to return back to the return to origin.
So you do like a retest strategy?
Yeah.
Like break the resistance or support, then trade back to that area.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that takes a lot of patience, but that's the safest way, But big greedy people like me be way down there at the bottom. It break out right, then they come back and retest the bottom. I got to get out of my greed issues.
Yeah, we all got it. I mean, it's like hey, I'm still working on it. I have to turn. Like when I got my bag last night in London, I just turned the daggone computer off, all the way off. Turn my iPad off, because if I look at the charts, I mean, I got a nice bag, but then they had that New York drop that I missed because I was up to about 4, so I slept through the New York session. And when I turned the thing back on, I was like, oh. But hey, bag, a bird in the hand beats 2 in the bush. So
yeah, that patience, man. It's one thing about trade. It teaches you patience, because if you're impatient, you're gonna pay a price. So either you're gonna continue to pay that price, or you're gonna learn to be patient.
Yeah,
the stupid tax, I call it.
Right.
Yes. Psychology is key, and patience is waiting for the setup to come to you. And then the more you trade, the more I found that I am able to understand that more and more. When I first started, half the stuff that O/AE is talking about, now I completely understand, but then I was like, he would always say first and second pullback, first and second. I didn't know what, I'd be like, pew, hit the button, bling.
Yeah.
That's the teacher talking right there.
What up?
Yo, but Camille, what's going on? Tell me
what's happening?
All that money you making over there?
Nah, hey. I'm tired.
You know what?
I missed my option bag this morning, though. Y'all, I was pissed.
But you know what?
I'm gonna get it right.
It was like that with me, because I had to learn the understanding how the market moves in waves, because you do see that big red or big green candle and you think, oh, it's about to run away. But
Right.
you gotta keep in mind that it moves in waves. It's gonna come, it's gonna oscillate, price is gonna oscillate. And you just get your Fibonacci out and okay, go to mean ratio and boom, boom, boom. You gotta wait. That's where that patience come in. You gonna burn your hand a few times. You gonna believe fat meat ain't grease, and you gonna believe that pot ain't hot. And you gonna after you learn, you're gonna learn like, okay, you know what? Let me sleep on
Yeah.
this.
Blow up,
And
blow up
yeah,
accounts. You keep blowing up them accounts, you'll get it.
yeah.
Yeah. Look, paying them reset fees.
Oh my God.
Tuition is tough.
Woo. I remember my first blow. I remember the first account I blew. Man, I cried. I was like, yeah, oh my God. Oh man.
It
Yeah,
is
I
a
blew
humbling
the roof off my
experience.
trading net account.
Oh man.
Sure, I blew a couple of those. Sure,
I blew a couple of those too.
that 600 was into
I see
with
you over what
tuition.
it say, cash out.
Cash out.
Yeah.
But
That
but
sticky note right there dominate my desk now. Y'all know my old school. I used to have my desk full of all kinds of sticky note. That's the only one that mean anything on my desk right now in my office. This one right here.
Yeah, you
That's
ain't
the only
lying.
one.
Yeah.
but
You ain't lying, man.
Yeah, mine says win every day or eat every day, something like that. Just win today. It's one day at a time. Win every day.
Sure.
Yeah.
but I wouldn't have imagined.
I,
I
wa- I
What
wake
we
up with a line on my screen. You either gonna eat or you ain't gonna eat. One
Right.
or the other.
I, I wouldn't have imagined because when I was younger, I thought, people that read charts, they, top echelon of these financial industries, it's only for them. They the ones that's smart enough to read charts like this. But now, look at us. We on this panel on YouTube panel, looking at charts, bringing it up, and we all got different trading methods, and we just looking at assets, the prices.
right.
It's something amazing.
And
And the
y'all
thing
see, everybody see that support, that candle coming to that the body of that candle to the left. This thing getting ready to retest that bottom. What y'all think? Y'all think it's gonna retest the bottom?
Oh, on the spot right here.
Yeah. What we looking at? Yeah. Do you think it's gonna go back there? What is this? A 5-minute chart?
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably 5 minutes.
Y'all think it's gonna retest?
Yeah, that's the 5 minute. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's 5 minute chart.
Yeah. Y'all think it's gonna retest?
did it fill the gap? Well, on a 15-minute, it fills that gap.
I don't
So,
know, man, because spot be on some fugaziness too.
oh yeah, they've been tripping.
Yeah, there's some
I was,
fugaziness with spot. So
Yeah. So this definitely, y'all know me because I'm old, old, old warrior when it comes to these little things like this here. Of course, y'all know I like to, definitely make these really good case studies in terms of how to kind of map the SPY out. The way we mapped out this little day trade today, of course, whatever. Again, y'all know how we work, right? We always look to the what? We start from the left and work back towards the right, right? It's the way that we work. We were right.
playing right.
Yeah. See, all it did is came down to what? It fell below, well, on the 5 minute, it fell below the 200 moving average on the 5 minute, back at this point here, going back on the 12th, right? Right? So the 12th was the what? The beginning of the what? This week, right?
12th
So,
was Friday.
say again, it was Friday?
Yeah.
So Friday, yeah, you're right, because it was the 15th, right? The 15th, sorry. But that's what the most chatter was, right? Because I think we were talking about that meeting. Some of us were looking at this earlier. You saw this chatter going on over here. You seen it came back and tested that area here as a point of support after the old resistance became new support here. And guess where it's banging at right now on the chart? It's banging up against that same what? Now what? Old support.
Oh, support level. Yep.
Now it's playing it as a level of resistance. Don't necessarily mean they won't turn it because this is the spot. It's the most liquid asset out there listed on the planet, right? But right now, as you see here, especially in the after hour session here, this is going to put a lot of pressure on institutions tomorrow. Number one, you fell outside the linear regression band on the 5 minute. Well, that's the intraday trader, right? We know that they're not really focusing on a lot of that, like we are, right? Some of them are, but not always, right? If you go to that daily, well, the daily obviously provides a better, more lucid picture, right? All we did was just kind of have some fill in the gap of what we made throughout the week, right? Not necessarily, cleaning out this little area here, because if we get down to 389, that would be like really great. But again, it's still parallel to where all the chatter's at. Right? It's kind of fell right back inside this penalty box area here, right? That top resistance now sets this around about 392, somewhere around there. Again, the bottom of this candle here, right? Right around that point here, obviously at this point here on this resistance area here in terms of this channel here, peak to trough channel. Now you're inside that penalty box. So you best believe they go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. You see that big spike?
Woo!
Yeah. To my what the SP?
Yeah, man. That thing shot up to the high.
Yeah, the volume spike. They just had a big volume drawdown.
The price folks had a spike too.
Yeah. I'm over here looking at my doggone my trading view. I forgot I had this one here up on the my other one up. My trading.
And that big volume spike with the big green volume green volume bar was a clue that might be the bottom. I'm not trying to speak in like confirmation terms, but typically at the beginning or end of a move, you'll see a big spike on the volume. It doesn't matter whether it's red or green. That's telling you that big money came in and did something. So it corresponds right with that low.
Right. Well, even more so, if I could add to that, over at that point, because you had the deluge down into the close, right? Typically, I've been training a lot around this. You guys know that's been in the training session. How markets, how they close is everything, right? So obviously, I have a thesis where I do this a lot. I have lived a lot of different perspectives how I trade as an option trader, as a regular equity trader as well. When it comes to the S&P 500, the most, I would say, risk aversion trade comes at the expense where if you trade at the end of the day, after the market has made egregious moves in terms of the S&P 500, your safest trade is going to be in the recourse or the retracement of how it closed if it was a bigger move or a drawdown well over 2 or 3 points, right? Wow. Depending on the trend itself, too, that matters. However, you can see here clearly you had some shorts covering right before the close. That's why you had this kind of retracement in the after hour session. It kind of curled back up a little bit. And all it did was ran right back to a place where I feel like it's going to hit some resistance, which is a clear that 20 moving average here on the 5 minute, on the daily here, within this, not necessarily daily, but this on this 5 minute chart at this 392.39, 32.40, whatever. And now you're rolling back over. So you had equal that of the market money coming in when people covered and they bought into what? Into the what? To the spike, right? You buy into strength and you sell into weakness. And so that's what you got here. So the future market obviously going to be wild tonight. There's no mistake about it. You got contracts that are going to expire tomorrow on the option side. So that's going to cause a rebalance of money. Either going to roll those contracts over or they're going to exit them all together and try to stake new positions, right? The fact that they didn't get the lift that I would say that they really wanted to. They wanted to actually be at that $400 level in terms of the SP 500 with this FOMC meeting week that we're coming into. We did not get that, right? So you can see that basically at a Thursday how they just kind of bled the market, right? Right on the back end of the day, like no, that means some of the big money said, you know what, all right, right? It's time to kind of pull this thing down a little bit.
This chart, I'm loving this because first of all, the close of that candlestick, that one that's the low. See the low price low candlestick.
In between the after out.
I'm sorry, on the price bar, the candle, not the volume. The candle low. That the close of that candle right there. That's the low. Is that where the price retraced to? The green candlestick. See the green? Yeah,
right here. Right, your reverse candle. Your doji reverse candle here.
Yeah. Did the price retrade right back down to that?
Well, definitely, it can come take that out tonight. From the way that this looked like, this is what you call. This is just them playing back towards the moving average. That's all they did. They just had some shorts covering, and they ran it back up to the 392.39. Of course, it's downtrend. You can see the moving average here has downtrended a tick or two since we've been talking, right? So that means they're still putting pressure on the SP 500 here on this downtrend. Is forcing it down until it can break this monotonous trend on the data that has incurred, cause at this point when it peaked out around 396 and 70, 396.70 something, they're now pushing it down to close out for the week, right? And they'll probably try again next week if there's some kind of, I don't know, economic data point that they can surround this stuff with. But I'm saying out to say this because if you trade it down into the close, you took your bag, took your profit, and you say, okay, well, I'll take a 1 up and 2 down tomorrow, because that's typically how you trade options for a lot of people. That could be a significant amount of contract. You say, I'll play one contract to the upside because I like this rising wedge comeback trade. If nothing else, back towards the VWAP. If they can turn the market, which is 393.75 on the 5 minute, it's going to look different on the daily or other charts. But I also take the strength of the market that is trying to tell me that it's trying to push it down on the back end of the week, that I want to have more puts than calls going into tomorrow.
Yeah, but for me, I call that I would be all over the button. I'd be in this with my stop loss. I like this.
Yeah,
on the 15-minute chart, it looks good too.
Yeah, I'm running away to the 15 real quick. You can see it here even more so, right? Yeah. Just kind of playing within this downtrend, still kind of showing that downtrend. You just kind of making basically that we just talked about earlier, right? This series is what? Lower highs, right? You got lower highs, right? Lower highs, right? Lower highs. Right here, obviously in this case, that week don't count. At the bottom of the candle count, the lower highs, 391.98, somewhere around there, 392. That's your lower high mark. It has to break that, close above that, complete this resistance breakout from this point here, 392.87 is give or take, and make us push towards the VWAP, right? To at least have any kind of value of strength tomorrow intraday. But that's why I say the risk aversion here is in your favor if you bought at the end of the day. That's the strategy that I deploy all the time, because you cannot trade options at any time after 4 o'clock. Right, so your position is safe until 9:30, right?
For the people listening, this is there's different levels, different ways of looking at it. I want don't get thrown. It's just different strategies, and this is what makes the market. You got a lot of people trading different styles, and the fact that we even discussing it this far proves that it's an area of interest. Okay,
a fact.
And so on that bigger scale, on that from that Elliott Wade perspective, the way that my eyes is trained to look at it, this looks like a completed move, but not. We got one higher high, but he's right. The real safer confirmation is to wait for a more demonstrative move than this. Correct.
Yeah. Again, and when you trade it again from the intraday optics, it's kind of giving you the energy that we're still kind of somewhat, in a value weakness. And especially for those, again, who trade options, y'all know closing out tomorrow's, expiration contract for the 19th, obviously you're going to roll it into next week, or you're going to, kind of take the opposite possession, and that you think that we might get ready to roll over. And so that's why I love looking at the option flow chart. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it or not, but of course, it's another good key indication value of where the money is flowing at.
Yeah, I look at put call ratio.
Then you already know. You watch that flow chart, boy, you ahead of the game, right? You ahead of all the retail traders that don't have no clue because it's showing you where all the money's crowded, right? Where they're running to.
What I like about this, if you put a trend line resistance on that last little down move, it looks like that big red candlestick. It is above that resistance, so it's jumped the line basically. Go to the swing high. Go to the swing high. Right, come on back. Put a resistance trend line right there.
Right here. Okay. Let me. Matter of fact, I'm gonna run over here and do it to my on my trading view, because this one here.
I got a million charts too. Same thing.
I got all the counts over here running it.
When he came, he was like, "Man, why your charts look so messy?" I said, "You'll understand."
Yeah, when you go to work, man, y'all, everybody on here definitely know that, boy. When you get to working, look, get it, get ready. That's all I'm saying. But no, seriously. So right here, you're right. I used the 15-minute chart since we were just speaking about it too at that point. Just kind of bring it into view here, guys. Of course, it's our all-time high sitting up here at the top of the linear regression band here. Now you're playing, obviously in this case, on the 15-minute, it's kind of what? It made itself back into the penalty box, right? See how they do you? Y'all see how this stuff works? They're just fighting to stay within some kind of form of a trend. So they worked hard to get it back inside this linear regression box here. Now that's the point of resistance for short sellers, is to break this and come back outside of it. And it's a place of support for those who are trying to buy into it for any kind of retracement tomorrow to push right back up and towards this. If you want the 20 moving average of 393, whatever,
And
But
the futures market just closed, and so they doing the accounting from the close of one day and the open of another, which
for the
starts at
next one, right?
6 p.m.
Until 6
Eastern.
p.m.
So
kicks in.
yeah,
Right. And so that's going to sell a lot because tonight's future market going to be really interesting.
yeah,
Because you're closing out the FOMC week meeting. You're closing out a lot of, all-time high provision values. You still got a lot of, data points that have to come out to kind of give, a more lucid picture of where this market's going to go. With so many things behind everybody at this point. Of course, the stimulus check's been cut. That bill is out the way. The next bill is the infrastructure bill. That conversation doesn't really have any kind of real true bearing on the market, at least for another good month, right? So you're going to have what we call like the, when you go through the crackhead stage period, right? The market's going to be searching for anything it can to kind of rise off of, right? At this point, because the yields are here, right? They're here now, right? We're here now. So they're going to be trying to fight the trend of the yield value by trying to find anything that they can latch themselves on to on an uptrend perspective for the market to keep its value intact. And so I think this is going to be a very interesting, closing out this month. Of course, we're at the halfway mark, a little over halfway mark, going into April in terms of how this market is going to start rebalancing, right? That first quarter data points is going to come out. We still in that earnings cycle from Q4. When we get through all that and get into that Q1 earnings report, that's when it's going to sell a lot. Because if these people are ready to open this thing back up the way that they're saying they are, these companies are going to have to put up a shut up because they've been riding the gravy train since then off taxpayer dollars, right? All this influx of cash coming from the Federal Reserve, right, to the tune of well over $7 trillion at this point. Majority of that stuff went back into what? Into the equity markets. It didn't go into Main Street pockets like it was supposed to, right? We know it never is designed, but they're going to say it's designed, right? But nonetheless, this is where your markets is at. So, yeah, it looks attractive if you're saying, okay, well, we got to be at support. Our upside is all the way back up to at least 397 and nothing else. This on the 15-minute chart. Now, it's going to look different. Of course, y'all know this.
yeah. You can go back to the 5. I looked at the 5. I think the 5 looks better.
The 5 minute, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
just put that trend line on it. You'll see the point I'm making. But yeah, it's not over. You're right. We don't really, but I think that low gonna hold.
Yeah, I'm saying. I'm going to show this the daily real quick. Then I'm going to do that. See right here, again, there we go with that rounded top stuff again, right? they brother go talking that rounded top stuff. Well, this is why, because we're trading what the market is trying to show us in so many ways, right? Those rounded tops and those rounded bottoms, right? I've been going hard on that lately, right? Because I really wanted people to see, once you have that, the same thing when you go over here to the left, you see what's going on here. You see those sine waves, right? We're talking about those sine waves, right? Obviously, the Elliott waves. You got these peak to trough moments, right? And in this case, that mean line or median trend line obviously was the hard resistance for the S&P 500, sitting at around about 397.50, if you want to say that, give or take, even though we know we had a high of 398. However, you're trying to now get outside of this rounded top, this sine wave on this peak, back down to the trough. Now, even if we come down no lower than maybe the 20 moving average, which is the 389 pivot point to fight this guy here, this little doji here, right? These little tops here in terms of the support here, resistance, but now the support, right? All that chat over here to the left here, those are the areas of interest you want to start watching, right? So, given tomorrow, I can probably guarantee, the flow chart is going to be looking a little messy, right? Really quick, I'm going to run over and look at that 2 seconds, then we're going to come and throw that 5 minute on there for you over dollar wheel. But I want to kind of bring some lucid picture that, because I know somebody out there got some contracts going into tomorrow and they ready to rock, right? All right, because they're looking for a bounce, right? Given, that the market's going to respond thoroughly like it, play off these falling wedges. However, the downtrend is starting to be a little bit more demonstrative. So let's look at the put call ratio. I'm pretty sure.
There you go. There you go.
See that open interest on the puts?
Let's get it.
That's a million. That's a million money. That's a net positive one. And put traders trying to play this into tomorrow. Now the intraday calls barely eked out the intraday puts. See right here?
All right.
That's saying a whole lot, right? A whole lot, right? Why do I say that? Because again, you got a contract that's expiring tomorrow, as you see here. This is the ones for tomorrow, and the trend obviously is now still supporting the strength of the pullback, meaning the profit takers who are going to take profit out of this week going into next week.
Now,
Send a text.
before you go to another one, leave that page. I always also look at the next week because of what
Yep.
you just said.
Yep.
The expiration of the contract tomorrow, there that could be a lot of people could be making, or not could be, they make these movements today
For
based
next week.
on the
Right.
fact that that thing expires tomorrow. But
Right.
the one that expires next week, they don't care about the fact that the expiration is tomorrow for this contract.
Right.
So to get the sentiment for them, which is they're thinking more longer term,
Right.
even though their long term is just next week. That's the frame of mind that we're thinking. That because I'm again back to what we saw earlier, that high or low on the weekly chart. I think that trend is going to continue. So I'm expecting tomorrow to be bullish, but this is all what makes the market. I'm expecting us to close positive tomorrow. And so the sentiment for next week, seeing how they traded today for the contract that expires next week, that would be a bit more of interest to me on Thursday. Than you understand what I'm saying.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. These are all our talking points, y'all. You saying you talking to the choir? We love it.
Expiration. I don't want too much. I don't want to put too much weight on the contract expiration on Friday while we're here on Thursday. So
well, the reason why I'm saying that because that conversation talking point is for intraday traders that trade options like I do.
No, right? I think you got to look at both.
Yeah, because they're looking at like, okay, well, how are we going to play this into tomorrow? Because you have to buy that contract tonight before 4 p.m. to be in play for tomorrow. Of course, you don't want to burn a day trade. That's a strategy that I use a lot.
Do you trade on the day? I'm not an options trader either, so I'm trying to get my game up on that. But in my experimentation on options, I don't feel too good about trading past say like Thursday on expiration week. Do you trade into the day of expiration?
And my intraday only for liquid stocks that obviously gives me a good directional value because they have good expansions, right, or good ATRs. Right, and I would take those trades obviously within the confinement of saving a day trade. Obviously, if I'm not dealing with one of the big account scenarios, right? A strategy is that the most of the pros use. They buy right before the end of the bell. That last 5 minutes, that's when you see a lot of the volumes obviously starting to change. In this case, yeah, like we just watched it on that the S&P 500 closing. Saw that profit taking obviously happened right near the bell, and then you had that little instant pop back up, right? Shorts covered. People began to get those contracts in, obviously at the last minute, because if we go to like the FINRA website, it's another one called Options. What's the name of that website where you can go and check all the different contracts that came in today, obviously the net volume or the net volume total, the put to call ratio. Even on that perspective, it says a lot about where people are leaning the next day into the next market session. And like in this case, if you're trading options, of course, there's no option trading outside of 4 o'clock to 9:30 the next day. Right, so your position is safe, barring whatever the future market obviously renders, from that time from 6 p.m. to the next day, right? But your risk aversion value, if you're more directionally biased and it sets up in a trend that gives you favorability, you have a better probability of success than you would have for failure if you're just trying to trade a wild swing during the midday of an intraday, right? Okay. So the option strategy is that if you're going to trade a Thursday contract into Friday that's expiring.
Yeah,
like an option, because this is one of the most liquid tickets out there in terms of that. You want to basically definitely be able to read it how it closed, and you also want to be understanding of where it's at in its trend value too, right? Mm-hmm. And after that, I would say typically around about 11 or 12. That's when most of the the high frequency trading of the market has happened after the rush hour traffic hour. Doing 9:30 to around that time. Mm-hmm. Even for option trader. Is where you're going to be comfortable knowing, okay, well, we're going to be getting ready to probably close out those intraday contracts before the theta eats you up, and we'll prepare for next week, be it a call or be it a put. But at that point, me personally, I sit on my hand to around, again, that last 20 to 30 minutes of the market, and then I'll position myself for the following week, right, as an option day trader perspective.
But the contract that you bought at the close on Thursday, you getting out of that about 11 o'clock or something?
Yeah, no later than about 11. And matter of fact, let me show you exactly what I'm talking about over dollar wheel in relation to that. How we call that short today in the S&P 500, right? How we call that reversal in the market, and able to now take that put buy here. Let's go to the 5 minute here. Now naturally here. You guys see my screen here? The trading view.
Not yet.
No.
No, you're not sharing.
It's not showing. I'm sorry. Forgive me. 1 second, guys. Where we at here? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna show you exactly what I'm talking about. Cause definitely when I like, hey, here's your short position here, right here, this point right here. We drew this rising wedge, right? Doing the intraday, right? We put our rising wedge in before this move here actually happened. So here's where you go short, right? You buy your puts here, right? Of course, there's resistance, obviously, at that point. Look at your chatter over here. We drew the circle here for that point of reference. Of course, we know we got to reference everything before we make a move, right? After that, it was, game on, right? Now, this is after a lot of the rush hour traffic, scenario had kind of died down. The time of the reversal happened right around what time? I don't know if you can see the bottom of my screen down here, my time axis. My x-axis down here.
No.
Right at 12, dang, 10 minutes after 12 noon. See how they do us?
Yeah.
See how they do you? Right? Because
you just had to go to lunch. You just had to go to lunch.
Y'all know it is. Wall Street already on the golf course by that time. Retail traders still fighting. Right there. They're on the plane going to the West Coast to get some pizza and fly back before the kids get off the school bus. They done made their bag.
Right.
See what I'm saying? They left the rest of the scraps of the retail trader. So at that point, I'm playing that aspect, that peak moment, that peak to trough moment within the rising wedge pattern, which clearly that's a rising wedge, right? As small as it may be within the confine of the bigger falling wedge that happened the previous day off the all-time high, but that's why we blocked that support off at what? Right at that point, that 394, right? And that's why, it obviously, when it came and broke through that began to be very problematic for those who were thinking if you're going to have any kind of bounce or reversal to kind of go back and test the highs or at least be in the safe zone at the 200 moving average on the daily 5 minute. Well, yeah, that put a person more at what? At adverse risk if you bullish. Now, that don't necessarily mean if you got a contract expiring tomorrow that you can't get this back, but now you got the theta to add into your premium. You know what I'm saying? So they'll fight up against all that pressure now to kind of stay, remain relevant in this trade. Now, the guys again that bought a put that held it into tomorrow, if they're going to hold it into tomorrow, which at this point I wouldn't have. Of course, in my case, I had a little intraday one, right? That came from the previous day.
So right? Would you define that as greedy? Somebody that's held the put and wouldn't sell it today? Would that be greedy?
It depends, because one thing I love about option trading over, especially if you buy multiple contracts, right? You could buy multiple, right?
Right.
That's a strategic placement value where you say, okay, well, if the trend still gives you favorability or what they call, we use the bell curve. You familiar with the bell curve?
Yeah.
Right? The bell curve probability curve when it comes to trading options gives you what you look like from a neutrality perspective, a net positive and a net negative, right? And so, hypothetically, my drawing ain't gonna be perfect here, but you'll get a little picture of what I'm trying to say, right? If we was to do one off the high of the day, and I use it from this perspective, we round it out here, right? There's your bell curve. Your neutrality, in this case, comes at or around, let's say 394. So we'll draw that thing split down the middle. You have your positive integers here. You have your negative integers down here, right? All these integers here are just going to be considered what they call like strike prices on a what? Right? On an option flow chart, right?
Right.
Everything in net positive is at what? This is your highest peak profitability of what? For put buyers, right? So this is your put buyers here. Obviously, it makes sense because you're trying to short. Here are your what? Call buyers, right? Oh, well, look. Let me squinch it in a little bit. Here's your call buyers because it's at the most what? Risk on aspect of what? People trying to play a level of support. Hence, that's where it bounced here, right around this 390, right? So what are you doing here? You say, okay, within this window from the neutrality from here to here, what am I, again, I should say, what is my best, particular call buy that I would want to trade into if we have any kind of particular bounce that gives me a high favorability of what? Success and a low risk aversion where I'm not going to have to burn a whole lot of money to make a big move, right? So, of course, at this case, going into a Friday expiration, you do not want to buy really far out of the money, right? That's wasting money because the theta is going to kill you. The Vega going to mess you up in terms of the volatility. All right, it's going to eat into all your grease and mess up your little game plan. So you're really going to have to trade what the markets offer you here. And then in this case, of course, you know as well as I know, coming off the all-time high here at this pinnacle here, right. You still in a downtrend on a more somewhat, okay, we look at it from a weaker perspective. We just basically went back to what? To zero, right? To net zero in terms of the week, right? With the beginning of the week was what, the 18th? Excuse me, the 15th, sorry, the 15th, right? We bottom out around what 391, right? Okay, 392. Well, guess what? We broke that on the what? On the daily, excuse me, on the weekly, right? So Wall Street said, okay, well, we broke the weekly low that happened back on Monday. Okay, so somebody finna take some profit, right? Right. Let me get this whole thing off. Somebody gonna take a little profit, probably going into the market. So let's see if we can front run this, right? But we also do, like I was saying, we'll do like a one up and a two down, right? In this case, they got big money, right? One up to them be like maybe 100 calls, right, for a certain in the money strike. Then they do like a 200 calls, whatever to the downside to play the back towards the bottom trend.
Right.
And that's how you kind of hedge. That's basically what it is, a hedge, your position. So you still kind of sit at a neutrality perspective until one direction of bias will overtake the other.
Now, if I'm a little bold with my entries now.
Ain't never wrong.
Let's say I'm determined that we're gonna close positive tomorrow and we're gonna have positive next week. So this is where I would be looking at the contract that expires next Friday.
Or you know how the SPY trades too, because this SPY is the only ticket that has intraday contracts.
Right. Okay.
So you got the intraday contract. It's going to be Monday. The next one's going to come Wednesday, and then after that, it's going to be Friday.
I want to get some time on my side. That's why I'm
right. So
a little sloppy with my entry.
No, don't worry about it.
Put some time on my side.
I got you. Let's run over there real quick too. I'm gonna go to bar chart. Keep talking. I'm gonna pull up bar chart too. So
again, I'm not. I kind of like paper trade a little bit with options, and it seems to work okay when I put give myself some time. So my approach is more like a weekly swing trader perspective.
Now you're on point.
We want to get 2 or 3 good positive days. So I'd be buying on today and selling Tuesday or Wednesday.
Right. Now I'm happy you brought that up, right? Because I train in this, right? Of course, I got I do option mentor class, and I also do regular equity ones, and we've been hitting on that a lot lately too, in terms of the buffer of time, right? The importance of time, but playing within the confinement what the markets offers you. And how do we know that? Because the option flow market is a detailed orientation of what the price action or the sentiment is relying going into a following week, right? Or another day. Right, it says a whole lot that other retail traders have no clue about because they not necessarily have gotten there quite yet. But we notice as veterans that let me go check that option flow chart. Let me see what these people here is at.
Now,
right?
remember what you just showed everybody on the what's that the on balance volume? The open interest that you showed us on the other chart. How the column on the right when you showed us the put call ratio.
The put call ratio, right?
That the puts were twice the amount of the calls. So
going into this week, yep.
Yeah.
Next week, excuse me. Yep.
Right. So the information on the left is what happened today, and the information on the right is what's still on the books for next. At the close of the day, what was on the books.
Right. That haven't been closed out.
Correct.
That's what the open interest. Mm-hmm.
Right. Mm-hmm. So we're showing that. I'm sorry. Well, the one you showed that closed to tomorrow, it showed that on balance, it was still strong on the puts.
Right. But then so when go there real quick.
They just jump back to this after, just to make the point so I don't want to lose anybody on this. Because of today's negative downtrend, the books closed net negative in terms
negative
of the in favor of the puts or the bears. If I'm right that we're gonna have a reversal and head up from here with this, am I positioning myself to make some good money? If I'm right in this bold call
for next week. Now here's I'm going again. This is not trade advice. This is my opinion. I got to say that on this case right here. For the fact that we have expiring contracts tomorrow, and you got people that's trying to play this, continuation of the downtrend.
Right.
This is where this stuff comes into probability. Where this bell curve is going to be very useful, right? Because we're now trying to find the places of interest where we need to figure out where is the crowded trade.
Yeah, I'm going against them. I'm betting that the herd is wrong.
Right. So in this case, in order for you to have that level of, as I say, kind of, that kind of level of confirmation, well, you say, well, what's the most, hardest area of resistance I have to clear to make sure that I feel comfortable that this position going what? Work its way into what? Some kind of what? Formation. Because if not, you could buy sometimes a little too prematurely and have to work back into that. You work your theta and your premium back into a level of profitability, or you will come out better than waiting to letting all the carnage unfold, and then you take your trade, right?
But that's why I'm giving myself time for expiration of next Friday.
Right. So like you're saying, if you're interested, like you said, if you following, fighting the idea of where to get in on the trade, in this case, for next week, potential bounce, of course, that trade is not going to unfold literally to tomorrow after 12, going into around about 3 o'clock. Because that's when the veteran traders at that point, they're going to say, okay, we shook out all the day traders. We shook out all the people that couldn't roll their trades over because their brokerage account don't even allow a rollover. We shook out all the people who were just trying to get their last little bit of profit before they situate themselves going into next week, right? Depends how this baby close tomorrow will be determinant of that. Because in this case, we know we're in the downtrend. Your neutrality perspective, I can pretty much go back this up when I go to the flow chart, and I'm going to show you exactly how this stuff works. See right here, when we did the neutrality line right here in the middle, on this, can you guys see my screen?
No, you're not sharing it.
I'm sorry, my bad. I forgot I'm on StreamYard. StreamYard don't move with you like that. Zoom Lab do. Let me go here. Let me just hit so that way I know I ain't have to worry about doing it. So okay.
See y'all, this is how community works.
Facts, facts, 100% facts. So
give a little game, get a little game.
That's it, right? And that's why each one teach one. I love this stuff because again, we all pulling to get some best information that we can. And literally here's your point of support throughout the intraday, right? It actually played that going into what? Way back, you see what's going on here, right? You see what's going on here, even back towards what? The opening of the week, around this 394 was the massive level of resistance throughout the beginning of the week, right? As you see it, pulled back, came up to it, hesitated 3 times, hesitated here, and then it broke above it, right? It didn't come back and retest that level again to yesterday, right? As you can see here, we hit that block here yesterday. We stayed in succession with it. We just kind of snaked it, right? At around that 394, pulled back, got above it, came back below it here. It held again, and then they launched it off the FOMC meeting, right? Going into today, where did the market bottom out at today? Right around that 394, even though we know it came up right underneath of just a little bit with a wick. That don't necessarily count ultimate because we know that's a solid whole number mark that most people trade around. On the way down, of course, you see what happened here. It broke on a big bearish and engulfing candle here.
Broke and retested.
Right. It kind of went back up above it to see if there was really about that life, right? If y'all want that smoke, we all buy smoke. Well, apparently they ain't want no smoke in terms of holding the line. They gave up the ghost and they just let it They let it bleed out, right? Wow. The moment of truth for next week is the 394. Call buy.
All right.
I can almost guarantee when we go to the option flow chart for call buys into next week, they're going to be hanging out around that 394. Let's go test that thesis.
All right.
All right. Now this is intraday for tomorrow, closing out for tomorrow. Friday.
So you're going to look at a Friday expiration for next week?
And then I'm going to look into next week too. I'm going to show you how they're working at both angles.
Okay.
For next week, it's only going to cost you 57 cents to play that 394 retracement bounce tomorrow.
No, this
right
is tomorrow,
here,
right? No, this is just part. We're still looking at the 19th expiration.
Right, for tomorrow, right? Then I'm going to go into next week.
Got you. You're looking at the resistance price, contract.
Contract.
There you go.
71,000 obviously sitting at that neutrality aspect on the bell curve at 57 cents a contract for the 394 strike bounce. The 395s, look at that. Look at that, 396. Wow. You see what that? 26 cents for that contract, 37 cents for that contract. These people here, these are what they call your lotto option trades here. Anything I would say from 395 back towards, basically in this case, 400, those are lotto trades. You got 78,000 bought the 400 at 5 cents. Why would they do that? Well, they're playing an early morning spike if they can get one. If they get one, you best believe they're going to sell that contract fast and the grease can hit the pan, right? And you get ready to fry some chicken, right? You're going to be ready. Because they know that they're going to eat that up. If this thing have any lag in the morning, those contracts going to be what? Just dull or dead. But guess what? They risking 5 cents, $5.
Right.
So you can spend $100 at a 5 cent contract that gets you what? That's about $50, right? And you get what? In that moment, you get what? 1,000 shares basically, right?
Right.
For any retracement trade or bounce coming tomorrow, potentially if it happens. Cool. That's if is the fifth. We all be drunk. I'm sorry, I'm over in there real quick. That if the fifth, we all be drunk, but it can happen. We've seen stranger things happen in this market. These people crazy. They want this thing to break out above that 400. Now, my thesis is that I don't see us really hitting 400 to anywhere. If we get fortunate to, it's going to be obviously next week, right? I had to map that around about March 22nd, right? But that's hypothetical, right? That's hyperbole in a lot of ways, but I'm just using a lot of the timeline, the x-axis up against the y-axis based upon time and price. So 394 is your line in the sand that I would trade around if I'm going to trade in a retracement tomorrow. I'll risk 50 cents. I'll risk that little 57 cents, right? $57 basically, to trade around the neutrality aspect of the bell curve. That if they're going to make a push, look at the round the bottom. If they round the bottom here, clearly here, you know as well as I know, Dollar Will, many others on here, right? You seeing what they're trying to do here, right? You seeing what they're doing? See right here?
Right.
No secret here, right? Right. Again, you see the cup in hand trying to work his way out. Y'all know I like drama love.
Do you use Fibonacci extensions?
Sometimes, right? Sometimes, right? And in this case, of course, you just kind of you're trying to play. Let me do it yellow. You're trying to play against anything that's going to put you in a position of, okay, I'm just trying to play the bounce, right? I'm trying to play the bounce. So they got to work tonight in the future market. Best believe they're going to be working, right? They're going to have to do something. What are your economic data points to fuel the market tomorrow? Is there any kind of economic data that we got the market coming out tomorrow? Non-farm payroll. We got the CPI, PMI numbers. Anybody know by any chance?
Yeah, I know. I'm the techno purist.
All right. So here's how you come find out. You go over here to Investopedia or investing.com, excuse me. Right. You come over here and come to hold on. Let me go. It's where we at? It's 2 economic calendar. Right. We use this side a lot because this is how you stay ahead of. Again, the market best you can. Everything we can potentially muster, we want to know about it before we get into a trade, especially on the option side. Tomorrow you have, tonight, obviously AM and hours of the market, you got Great Britain, they got some basic numbers here. You got PPI for Germany around 3 a.m. Interest rate decision for, who's this, Ruby, who's that? That's, I forgot who country that is. It's slipping me right now. RUB. Russia, that's it. I'm tripping, Russia. You got ECB speaking tomorrow. Nothing massively crazy there. Forex Reserve, USD tomorrow. Maybe, right? That's for only that nation there.
Yeah, right? Nothing really happening tomorrow.
Nothing really happening in India, right? The rupees, right? Right? You got CAD, you got core retail, right? That might be pretty good for CAD, though. In retail numbers, they carry weight. They carried a little weight for us a little bit this past readout, a little bit. So you got the CAD, got retail numbers tomorrow. You got what? MPC numbers always in turns tomorrow for Great Britain. Let me see. For us, we don't have anything, right? We don't have anything. On top. Yeah, so far as US tomorrow, we'll have no non-farm payroll. We'll have nothing of value for us to worry about. So guess what? They finna probably ring the register, right? I'm on set because there's nothing that can really be a magnet turner. Yeah, for the trend, right? The trend, respect the value of the trend. So now they're just at the mercy of the market makers and at the hedge funds who may be getting ready to prop for something next week, or they're gonna let it bleed out and then make the final decision, like I said, around that last 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes of the market tomorrow, right? They're gonna let the retail have their feel at this point because they already got theirs basically. So that puts pressure again on the intraday call buyer, but that's the most probable opportunity of, let's say, at least. If you just say, okay, from here, if it holds here up until 394, that puts your probability around about you round about 57, 50, 60, 60% opportunity that you possibly can hit that. I would say between 30 and 50. I give that 20% buffer. Between 30% and 50%, we can definitely hit it. Now, it could definitely be a lot higher probability. However, that's going to be relegated to how the future market kind of unfold tonight. Now, for the put buyer, I could almost guarantee that 390 call and that 391 and 390 put is going to be heavy on the flow chart for next week. That's what's heavy into that into a lot of that open interest that we got closing out tomorrow, right? That 2.7 million there.
Right.
Let's go see what it is. All right. So here we So here we go. Look at that. See 391. Where we at? On 390. I said 390 for look at that. 391 or 390. Excuse me. Where you at? That's 111,000 contracts intraday that were bought for that put.
Right.
Look at the open interest, 48,000. It's the most open interest anywhere from 4 to 6 point window up or down.
So let me see. Okay, now when you look at the expirations for next week, I want you to point me to these same levels. I want to check out
Right.
the volume at those same levels because for if the put volume is that high and I'm trying to get bullish, I can use this put volume to tell me where I can take a call position, because that contract, that put, got to get closed out by buying a call volume at that strike
Right.
price.
That inverse hedge value. So that's why I say the area of interest is going to be around that 394. And that's why I say I ain't making this stuff. I love this stuff. I always confirm what I do through these same reasons, because I follow the money. Look at your 394 put. Could make this stuff up, family. Look at them. 118,000 contracts sitting at the 394. That same neutrality aspect. That's where a lot of people actually shorted at today too.
Yeah.
At the money or in the money, they did exactly what they were trained to do if they were professional value in their mindset. That contract alone is up over what? 269% on an option contract.
And just to be clear for my people listening, the people, so this is a put. We're looking at put. So they made money while it was
right. That's
down.
to put it in a nutshell.
In order to get out of it, in order for them to cash in on that, they got to buy a call, right? Cancel.
You just cash it out. You just cash it out. Yeah, you just cash it out. So to put that in the net terminology here, this contract right here, again, if you do it up against 100 shares, what you get in an option contract, that was roughly around about $269 on a good premium delta at that point. If it gave you good, almost a good point for point when it began to kind of deluge and sell off at this point here. Matter of fact, I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. All right, see right here, the 394 neutrality point here.
Right.
And you just dumped, right? You had 3 succession candles that just dumped out. That means the delta obviously increased. The faster it dropped, the faster your delta moved towards a positivity of what? Strength of the dollar that you're getting, or money you're getting up against the dollar value, right? In terms of your delta. You bounced, came right back up, tested a what? Made a what? A lower high at 393.62, and then you deluged back down with pretty much good little value of representation.
That was a nice place to put in another put right there.
Exactly. Clear as day right there. Clear as day. You could have compounded your what? The strength of the market downtrend, added fuel to the fire of the what? Up against the bulls, right? And pressed them on what? On their head and pushed them back on the order, which this trade did. I mean methodically, just beautifully here, right? You had your kind of reshake out here again. There they go again, trying 392 what? 83. You hit them again and push them down one more time, and that was your hard deluge into the close, which obviously signaled what? They trying to what? They just getting out of the way. This when they just what? Stop holding the tug of war rope and they just let their hands go, right?
The trend is your friend.
The trend is your friend, and it went down there and what? Hit that 391 area, underneath that actually 390, 93, and then you kind of bounced around there. But at that point, the damage was done. From that point from here, basically from 230 to here, of course, is 345. That's about an hour and 15 minutes. That was $270 made. Nice. And about an hour worth of work on one contract if you bought the 394 at the money or in the money.
Yeah, but we got ballers out here. You gonna buy
and see that's just one contract. So if you bought like 2 or 3 contract, that's multiple time that perspective. So you bought 5 contract, let's say at that point the 394s, I can tell you exactly how much it cost roundabout. At the time you gained there it is right there. This contract was what? $2.83 less than what it is at that point. So what's we'll do the peak point. All right, what's 391 minus 283? Anybody give me that real quick if y'all mind? Is somebody real quick with a calculator?
It is 108.
108. So guess how much that 394 at the money or in the money put by cost you at the time when it got there at 394? What was that number again? Over Lionel?
Is 108.
That contract cost you $100, $108 at the money or in the money, and you picked up in addition to that, as you see, around about 283. So if you even had a delta that was giving you basically point for point at the peak, you would have made $283 off that trade. You almost 200% of that contract. So if let's say you bought $500 worth, well, how many contracts that's gonna give you? Well, it's gonna give you 4, right? No such thing as a half pregnant woman, right? You got to be a whole dollar amount. So that gives you 4 contracts. Well, that 4 contract produce you a gain, a minimum around about 269, 270. What's 4 times 269? Anybody, real quick?
Over 1,000.
Right? You know, like they're gonna be a great awesome rack, right? That's a rack, right? You say, that's a rack. So what? 500, or in this case, would have been 500, would have been 4 because you couldn't get the full contract. You'd have spent 4 and change. 4 and change yields you what? Over 100+% in that value. And you did that in a matter of what? An hour and 15 minutes. Get excited.
Yeah.
That's the power options.
You can't even drive to work and drive back home.
In that limited time, right? Right? So that's the strength of how when you have those moments when they again present themselves. In this case, when we call this top here, when I was like, hey, this is when you buy your puts at. This is when you go short. The Linear Regression Band confirmed it. The resistance point confirmed it here. There's your white resistance point chatter. Here's your chatter right here. After that, it was game on. Right? Now they was up against the one thing that we've been talking about all day is what? Them yields, right? Them bond yields, right? Them boom yields, right? From our European folks, right? The boom yields. The boom, yeah. Them boom was kicked there behind. It didn't let up. That's why I said if this thing hold anywhere above $1.73 on the bonds, at least after 1 or 2 o'clock, the market in trouble. And it did. It held all the way around to around about maybe, I don't know, 233, and then it kind of ticked back a little bit. Now it's sitting at about 1.708 on the 10-year yield. That's because all the real auctioners gone, right? The CBOE and the CMO gone for the day, right? Them yields ain't gonna really become a big issue to tomorrow. At this point, they're in the hands of the future holders, right? The future drivers, right? But at that point, the damage was done. You broke that level of support. It was sitting at 394 from yesterday, or intraday. Today, bottom out. Yesterday, where it launched from tomorrow when the Feds began to speak over here to the left. After that, it was game on. That was an easy trade. Even if you missed the top here at 397, basically 397 where we called it at, and you came down and saw this here, this break here, guess what they was waiting on? This break of resistance, resistance to the downside, or the break of support if you're trying to trade up.
The break and retest. The retest is that green candle. Break and retest.
Yeah, so everybody said, oh, we got to hold support here at 394. If you're on the call side, you're like, oh, gang, hold the line, hold it, right? Hold it, diamond hands, right? We got it bounced to 394. Well, guess what? Let's show you exactly how they were thinking. Go to 394 call buys today, intraday. Look right here. They were trying to play. They were trying, right? This is a tally where it ended at today, but I guarantee they were trying hard at that point. The 394 or the 395. There it is, sitting about the volume. Look at there. Even the 396, they were trying for it. They were trying, bro. They couldn't turn it, right? They couldn't. All of them right there got wiped out, right? Well, they ain't wiped out completely yet because they still got tomorrow. Let's be honest, right? If they ain't closed out because it's tomorrow expiration, but you
paying the stupid tax.
Right, there it is. That's basically what. But they loaded there, right? So they wishing for a prayer tomorrow. Now they can't happen.
They don't know technical analysis.
But you got to still go. It's a learning. What they call it? Learning in progress.
Tuition.
You have to pay a little tuition.
Right.
But so that's why these things are important. So you learn how to remove a lot of your risk aversion aspect, become more risk discipline or risk management aspect of your game increases, especially on the option side, because you learn how to be more methodical. You really have to use time. You have to use price action, right? You have to use a lot of the things, of course, we were learning as coming up in the very beginning, really to your advantage, much as possible, right? Because sentiment is a really big indication value of how the SPY definitely moves. It is the ultimate sentiment indicator for all stocks, everything stocks, especially on the American market.
Now that we don't run the people out and got the number of viewers down to 7, can we just finish them off by looking at the expiration for next Friday? This Friday.
No doubt. No, let's keep rolling. We work, man. I don't be caring about the views. I'm old school dollar wheel. I don't care about views, man. Because I already know the fans that come over here and watch us, man. These people hungry. And again, we got people that got kids to go pick them and all that too. I get that too, but ultimately, we're gonna work and we're gonna archive this work, right? Because that's what happened when we upload it. It's gonna be archived. You can go back and yep, them brother went in, sister went in, and then they got it in. And so it's always positive. It's a net positive. So again, next Friday. Now here's your next Friday. I'm gonna start there. I'm gonna work my way backwards. Excuse me, to 26. 26. I'm gonna start there. I'm gonna work myself backwards until Monday. Now next week, Friday. Here's your put to call ratio as of today. You put heavy, not a whole lot. You base it about even. You got a net about a 3%, 0.03% value differential, 136 to 132.
So that suggests that it's a lot of people with the same idea as me, or not a lot, but it's kind of. I'm not the only one with this idea that we can have bullish week next week.
No, but this is actually more on the put side. This is more on the bear side.
Oh, okay.
You put the call ratio here. This is next Friday. I'm sorry, this is next Friday. Okay. It's not a whole lot. It's about even. That's why I said it's about a 0.03% plus, differential, right? Ratio between the put to call ratio. The puts obviously edging out the calls as of today.
Can I see at the bottom?
It's not. Oh, it's not showing. I'm sorry.
No.
Let me see. Hold up. Dang it. My bad. It's supposed to be on there where I can flip through screens. Can y'all let me know if y'all see bar chart?
I see bar charts, but we're not at the bottom of the bar chart page when they show the.
It's not showing.
I'm just going to scroll down some more.
Yeah, I'm already at the bottom. I'm at the very bottom on it now. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's not. Y'all let me.
It looks like there's more to scroll, but it's not.
No, that's the bottom of the screen.
That's the bottom of the screen. No, this is it. This is the put call ratio right here. I don't know. It might just check your dang it. I don't know if you refresh it might mess you out and kick you out, but you should be able to see it because I'm at the very bottom of the bar chart here where the put the call ratio spread is at.
It shows calls first. And
check your dang. Let me see how to do it, Dollar Wheel. I don't want to mess you. You might have to refresh it.
Yeah, I'm see if I can see what's up with my page.
Refresh, and if not, you can definitely go to barchart.com and come to the
26th.
Yeah, just for the 26th. This for Friday. Right, this for Friday. It's Friday's expiration for the S&P. Yeah, definitely. Y'all, and keep in mind, guys, y'all can follow along too in the back chat. Let me copy the link and post like I always do. I forgot. Let me get this over here to you guys on YouTube land. There's the link right there. For the S&P 500 contract we're speaking of right now. Actually, that's the actual link to bar chart there. Get you over there.
Yeah, no, my page goes down more. There you go. That's what I'm trying to see. At the bottom, the open interest and all of that. That's what
yeah.
I couldn't see that before. Maybe it was me or something.
No, it's all right, man. Come on, you know how this stuff works. This is computer stuff, man. You know, man, mess up everything, right? You know, it be glitching on the. If everybody, boy, we know we spent that a lot during COVID. Boy, these doggone regular internet coming out about the man sent a dirty bum over to Verizon a couple times. I'm like, man, I'm day trading. I'm trying to mess up my connection. Jerking home. They were surfing OnlyFans page. I'm like, man, I'm trying to go to work, man. Forget them jokers. Mess up they because they don't mess up mine. I'm over here working.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. The Bears are still winning.
Well, keep in mind that's still subjective, brother.
Okay.
This
but it's less so than before. It's trending. It was extreme bearish. It's much less so.
Well, that's because these contracts are still filling themselves out, right? They're yet to be bought, right? Because
we're looking at it on a bearish day. So in the context of it being a down day, some of that we're looking at the state of things today. Like if the price flips and goes higher tomorrow, we'll see. We will likely see a bullish sentiment in these numbers tomorrow.
It depends, right? It depends on how we close out. I'm trying to look for my option tracker. I might have taken it off my screen. I think I did. I want to show you this. Well, I get it for you, but it's actual selling contracts that goes through the market from the SIBO CME when they collect them all together. They present it on this one page where you can watch the inflow and outflow of everything, like an MOC kind of reading. You can do actually on bar chart too, but I'll pull it up later. I don't want to mess up the bill here since we all want it. But there's a website you can go check all of it. But in this case, of course, these contracts are still building themselves out for next week. So that's why they still thinned out. Of course, I mean, you basically about at most maybe a little under a third of what's going to obviously end up being tallied out by tomorrow, next week, right? Because we know that SP typically going to put out around not even a quarter at this point. They put out a lot of contracts in SP, so it's not even probably at a 0.25% of what haven't came in yet. But as of now, your allocation is going to be around the same areas I was talking about, 393, 94 for calls, right? And same on the put side, not making itself up. Look where you at, 393, 394, and 395, right? This is what you start. This is where you start to get like what they call your swag when you drink your little cup of coffee or your little cognac when your pinky go in there. That's when you start buying what they call in the money or deep in the money, right? Now you're trying to protect your delta. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You spend a little extra change to do a little something better, a little stronger, something strong, on the back end, right? As you see here, 4,000 contracts came in today. $8,000 came in at 395, right? 1,000 or basically 1,100 came at the 397, right? Let's go look at that delta. Now delta ain't gonna be completely complete yet because the fact that these contracts haven't completely yeah, I would say full kind of been kind of moved out to the point where they kind of have a good strength of the level of buyers or sellers are going to be in there. Of course, that's going to be indication of how the Vega is going to react and feed into that delta, right? So as of now, it's still going to be kind of looking like it's kind of less favorable, but that's not a true telling of what it's going to look like tomorrow and definitely going into Monday. So right now, it says you're sitting at a negative set of delta. That basis, man, on the flip side of that, it's going to show anything, I would say, at that point, going into, let's say, our point of neutrality was around about, what, 394? Yeah, so around that point there, it's showing about a differential around about, what, 11, right? Mm-hmm. So I would say that delta right now is at maybe 89. Not even 89. I would say about 90, 92. This is me hypothetically saying what it would be as of right now if we just stopped and did nothing else, right? Until more contracts come in tomorrow, then obviously at this point, when it begin to move again, that number is going to change significantly. That's where it rested at, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean the true nature of what it is, because that delta obviously going to be like at least 90. Tomorrow, if they open up and the market went sideways and did nothing, that delta going to be around about like 98, 97, somewhere around there. Right? That's just where it rested at. So that number is not necessarily truly reflective of what the delta will be tomorrow once the market is open, because options are closed now, right? But that's by deeper in the money to protect your intrinsic value of that trade, right? That aspect of what the delta really reads out, right? So that's just people trying to say, hey, I'm going to try to play the top and make sure that they're going to have to work themselves back towards me, right? Because 397 is what? The resistance point, right? It couldn't break it today, right?
So you trade options long-term and short-term?
Oh, definitely. Intraday, weekly, quarterly, biannually, and leaps. Leaps, obviously, we talking about, well above 6 months plus, going into the next year, the following year, 2022, 2023. That's how you take starter position on contract for trades where you feel like you missed out on a trade or your entry. You buy those leaps at a lower price. It's going to cost you a little bit, but guess what? You work that trade into your favor, and let that contract, when you go to exercise it, give you that strike price, right? Because that's what you do when you exercise. So we did that on several trades. We did it with AMC before it broke out under that GameStop frenzy. We hit that trade when it was basically around about $2.50 some odd cents, somewhere around there, $2. Well, we know what happened at that. It bounced, went all the way up to like 20. Right, those contracts at the time were around about 50-something cents a contract. They ended up paying out around about near $2,000 per contract.
Wow, nice.
Right, and because they had a gamma squeeze, of course, when you go down the gamma squeeze, it's lights out. But guess what? For me to exercise that contract at $350, it only would have cost me what? $350. Right, that means I would take 100 shares, in control of 100 shares for that stock going forward as a long-term position at $3.50 with 100 shares at that point. Right, but I would have had to pay Bob's that different, and it ended up with a net positive and profit still at around about $1,500, somewhere around there, give or take $1,600.
So during a day when you're day trading, you can have an options play, and you're also trading like on the futures or something.
Oh, equity, yeah, I do equities too. I be hitting up my equities. I have my option trades running. Equity meaning just trade, short and long straight out equities outright. Of course, we got crypto running too, all that, but those are the basis of what, how my, intraday aspects of how I'm kind of moving about. And, they're trying to capture everything we can in the market, because directionally, of course, if I'm levered, especially in my short account scenario, if I already got my directional bias in a certain contract, put a call, and I get that confirmation, right? Confirmation bias in this case, well, I can turn around and go hit the stock up on the equity side too, naked short it. Right, or naked long it, right? Go straight long, add around those key pivot points, because my confirmation obviously gives me that level of continuity on this equity side as well. So you can twofold that thing, right? Or I just trade, of course in options, it doesn't penalize you like it do on the equity account, where you can only trade the stock one time, right? for whatever price you buy that in that account. You can't buy it multiple times, right? You have to go to another brokerage account to do it, right? Well, in options, I can have many contracts as I want, right?
Right.
No matter what. So you really get a chance to trade like you got no PDT with options, because it don't penalize you for that one particular asset.
Right.
So it's a lot of ways around how we just strategically just beat the market up, right? From whereas before, it seemed to be like, man, this is crazy. I can't get in this another. If not, having to go to another account. No, just open up an option contract and go beat it up over there.
That's why a lot of us are over in the forex and the futures. That's really it. We're trying to get away from that daggone PDT, the pattern day trading rule.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. If not, you got to go to cash. You got to have enough cash reserved to make sure when you go to close out trade, you still have enough in your kitty or your reserve to go right back into a trade, right? And not to worry about that the ACH selling fee and all that stupid stuff. Basically, what beat people up in Robinhood, them crooks, right over there.
Man, they give you some janky prices over there, man.
Oh, they the worst. They are definitely the worst. So
I noticed that when you got to put in a limit order to get anything reasonable.
Yeah,
where they get that price? You be like, where did they get that price?
Yeah.
But once they screw you over once or twice, you learn. You start putting in the limit order.
Yeah, Robinhood, like I said, so thank goodness we had Rebull come to town and a few others starting to come out now. So there's a lot of platforms out there, and that's just what we know. Especially people, like I said, who've been around a little while. Y'all know. Before you like, man,
I got Robinhood. I don't do no serious trading over there. That's where I kind of play around with options, like you said, starter. Because I'm a forex futures guy. I mean, once I discovered that if I get my pips or get my points or whatever in the forex and futures world, it got me lazy. It got me kind of too lazy to be scanning for stocks.
But see, that's why you got people like Camille. She on here. She could definitely brother Bear. The lane, little over Chris. This y'all lane, right? That forex side. That's why them jokers. Hey, right. Because they'll tell you when they came from equity and transition into that other asset class in terms of forex, it's probably the same way. Like this is kind of what cash settlements like right away, right? You can get your money right away.
That's right.
Where you at, Eva Camille? Where you at?
I'm right here.
Tell them about them cash settlement. Where you at? How was your transition from equity over to forex?
Oh well, I mean, it was let's see. Well, I mean, you can open an account with a lot less money. That's one thing. And yeah, I found that I didn't have to do as much research. It's because you're not dealing with a bunch of products and things like that. But you have to understand how certain pairs move. Some are very, some move really quick. Some flip and snap, back and forth on you. So I mean, I have my favorite pairs, which is I like to trade gold or silver. I typically trade Euro USD almost every day. USD CAD and sometimes USD Swissy. But it's
I live on the Swissy, the USD Swissy. I live on that.
Yeah,
it's not the most profitable. It's just that it moves. I just like being in sync with the whole. It seems to sync up better with what like oil and gold and stuff is doing. That's my only reason for.
Yeah,
it's not the most profitable.
I like those pairs because with the Euro USD or USD CAD, I base my trade off what the DXY is doing. Mm-hmm. So if the dollar is up, USD CAD and USD Swissy, unless they're holding one of the pairs up, those are going to move. And so on the inverse side, if the dollar is up, then gold and Euro USD and all those other European currencies are going to be down.
Right.
So I just based my thesis off of what the Doxy is doing. Once I had the the DXY mapped out, right. And it hit certain points, then I know that those assets are going to reverse or go long as well. So it's all based because that is what's pulling the currency market.
Yeah, I'm surprised. No, nobody over here mentioned the British pound. That thing moves.
Yeah, the GBP. Well, yeah, GU too. EU, GU.
Hey, they be hitting it up, Dollar Wheel. Hey, trust me, these jokers here, bruh, these are the type jokers that set their alarm clock at 2 a.m.
Yeah, I
They
like
got that
this.
kind of
I use this page right here. This
That's
page
what
right here.
I'm taking now. I'm trying to take a nap. I'm like, yo,
Yeah, I love this heat map
I'm
here.
going down, man.
Yeah.
I gotta
I
go
like this heat map.
real quick. But I'll be
And
getting back to do my thesis by about 10:30, 11, map out my charts and hit it.
Yeah.
I like the chart on. I look at this one and I look at the one on baby pips. It kind of together, I can get what I need. I like the baby pips.
Yeah, they work on that off that one a lot too. I love this stuff because you guys again, y'all be coming on, bringing that heat, boy. I would tell people, especially if you're new, you might want to be writing down these websites. You hear somebody's name drop, y'all might want to be writing this stuff down.
When you learn how to read that chart you just had up, man, it'll make you lazy. Because if you really read what they say that the color and shadings of those bars mean, you know what the chart look like before you pull up the chart. You don't have to pull up the chart. It's telling you right there.
Yeah, on heat maps, yeah.
That one is a particularly good one. It lets you know that the high is in and the recent price. Basically, it'll tell you if it's consolidating. You can see it, so you know before you get there.
Yeah,
that it's time. You know.
Come back over here to it. Yeah. So even the
like
point
read
of
the legend at the bottom. You got to read the legend. People really read that legend. Go up a little bit.
Yeah,
right there. Read that legend and really read and understand what they telling you. They telling you, the pair is above the prior bars high. The other one, the pair is above prior bars close, but below the high. That's telling you consolidation.
Right.
So you can get a good sense of where the setup is without you having to go to the charts.
Just by understanding that again, that strength of those, how those pairs are reacting within a channel or trend.
Right.
And a color-coded perspective. See, I tell people, man, this stuff ain't. I tell people, man, y'all went through this stuff when y'all was a kids in school. Now y'all act all brand new because you run up against some money now. Just like they can't read a pie chart or a bar chart or cross correlation, scatter plot, graph, or any of that stuff, man. And you have to go to college to learn this stuff, right? You got to understand
the matrix
this symmetry.
Is real, man. The matrix is real.
It is very real.
They done made all that money, have us sitting up in class teaching us all this stuff, making us a better slave.
Yeah, that's essentially it, And the one thing that they supposed to have gave us, but they tried to make sure they hit it with all this, right? In terms of money, right? They keep you away. I mean, you get one time in economics, right? In the 8th, 9th, 10th grade. After that, and it's an elective. It's an elective at some high schools. Some high schools. Notice I said some high schools is an elective. Other high schools or middle schools, it's a prerequisite.
Well, we didn't have it in DC. I didn't have. I don't remember it as
economics
elective at all. Right? I don't remember it being offered. And this is in DC, the nation's capital.
That's
I don't remember it. I don't remember it being offered.
And it's typically around 9th, 10th grade when they offer it too. I know we took it in Florida. It was an elective, but we had it. At my high school, or Rickers High School, we had it.
I had it in New York.
Yeah. Some nations have it, and like I say, sadly, so it's still an elective of all things. Like how is money in an elective? Like seriously? But no, they're telling you so many ways. At that point, no, we're not going to give you the gang.
Right.
We're going to give you the slave gang.
Right.
That's it. So get excited.
Keep your back strong.
Yeah, your knees, your knees and everything, and eat your carrots. So you can see, right? So you can see a little bit better. All that starch, but seriously. So for us, again, this is just within our modus operandi now. This stuff becomes like universally, super important to us. Again, the economic data points, the converters, understand the economic counts when they drop in certain news, perspective to kind of keep up with it. Education thing, all things crypto, right? A lot of investing.com is like pretty much a holy grail site. If you don't have this in your archive, you backwards hustling. I tell that to anybody. Yeah. Experienced or non-experienced, you backwards hustling. And Investopedia, that's another one, right? That's no brainer. You don't have them too, you backwards hustling.
And the big
Right?
three is we using the same tools. I use this. I use bar chart. Bar chart to make you
Yep.
lazy.
And bar chart.
They
Yep.
sort because I use the macro perspective when I'm pretty principally a ETF trader because I look at the way the whole industry is moving, and bar chart does all the sorts for me. And
Yep.
y'all use FinViz. I peek over FinViz every now and again, but bar charts make me lazy, man.
It will.
Just give it to me right there.
I mean, printouts you can hold 9. Again, everything. I mean, the filing value that it has, of course, is kind of compiling a lot of data points. The way that you can, literally compartmentalize, where the money's at just by being able to check the flow charts and where people exit and where they enter that. Of course, this is just what ETF volume leads. Obviously, S&P 500 always going to be up near the top, right? Because again, it's the most liquid, ticket literally on the planet, right? But within that, of course, you're seeing some of the others. Of course, we know the XLF is popping right now because of what? Value is popping right now. Growth, they're getting out of growth and going to value because of what? The bond yields, right? Now the banks get a chance to make money for a change because of what? Interest rates. The yields are up. This is how they tax people. Before they couldn't make money because they had, they didn't have the reserves. They had to depend on the Fed to tell them when they could not. So they happy right now. That's why people run into the financials, right? And that's why tech is getting what? Obliterated, right? Taking them. Look at them. Couldn't make this up. Look at the QQQs. Dead in the water. Dropped 9 today. Dropped 3% today.
We don't see it.
Oh, it's not showing? God dog it.
We got the heat map up.
My bad. I forgot. See, y'all, that's why I say we need teamwork because I get to go. So what that bar chart at? Yeah. See, your S&P 500 liquid. XLF liquid. Look at the contracts came in the XLF. This thing wasn't getting these level of aspects of volume. Literally about 2 months ago, 2-3 months ago, this thing was just completely dry. Now all of a sudden it's liquid again because again, like I just talked about, the QQQs, right? Well, we know why it's liquid. It's liquid because it typically runs, but it's good. It's more sell volume than what? Buy volume, right? They're getting gutted over there at the tech sector. Dropped 9 today, 9.3% today, right?
Diversified. Woo.
Yeah, and then there's VX, the VIX basically, right? You see what's going on with the VIX. The VIX is popping. They say the VIX is popping, the SPY is dropping. That's the saying they say.
Strong dollar crushes emerging markets.
Yep, you see EME, right? Or MCI, like you see what's going on there, right? And this time to balance itself out. Now this right here is still more equilibrium trade because people still gonna run to it once everything bounces back out because people want those emerging markets. They want Brazil, they want India, right? They want Africa, right? They want certain parts of Indonesia and Taiwan if they really trying to be anti-China. Well, they know the next particular place is going to be what? Taiwan and Indonesia area, right? The manufacturing hub.
If that dollar keep falling, that's going to be the biggest short out there. Going to make more money short than that.
Right. They're going to try to fight, so there's a big fight going on the macro side of that. They're trying to figure out who's going to be the next China for America.
There's where I live. Look at that. I'm that dollar sensitive trade, strong dollar, weak energy. That's why I trade the dollar. Look at that 4% change. Yeah,
it changed. And again, keep in mind the reason why energy like this today because they got hit all day. I don't know if you saw that, right? News came out on the oil market. It dropped basically almost like 7%. And that wasn't supposed to happen this soon because OPEC had already signaled that they was going to be good on the oil barrel output. So it gave that trade actually more legs. And then I was telling I was telling some of you guys in my training. You see it? You probably looking at it. That's why you say,
"Go down, bro, and look at the U.S. oil fund." Go back to that page you were just looking at.
Yeah,
man, did you see the U.S. oil fund in that list you were just looking at?
Yeah. It's 7%. I was going to go there. I was going to go there on your investing.com. That's why I say oil got beat up today. That's what really pulled the market down even harder. Look right here. It dropped over 8% today.
That's why I trade the U.S. dollar. That's why I monitor that every day. I don't have no quandary about what stock do you trade. You watch the dollar, trade the oil energy complex as it relates to the dollar. You don't never have to worry about what to trade. If you up on game on what that dollar chart is doing, you always got to trade.
Yeah. And this is all bad news baked into what they thought was going to be a safer trade, because that was the value trade people ran to. Occidental Petroleum, Chevron, Exxon, Halliburton, Schlumberger, they ran to the oil market. Again, this is that comeback trade. OPEC signal, Russia, obviously y'all know the players in that, Iranians and the Iraqis and all them, Africans, they signaled that they was going to be comfortable with the oil barrel output, and people got comfortable. And guess what they did? They
most
they
of
pulled the rug on them.
Most of that S&P decline that we was looking at had been this.
It was this. Again, at the time it happened, they dropped news on it during the middle of the day, right? Oil demand. See right here?
All right.
See? They even got time. That's why I love investing.com, right? I stay on this site too.
And that's why if you look at it from an industry standpoint, and if you trade the options and you go pick your option to short with this,
that's all you had to do.
That's really in the ground zero.
That's how you that's how you make this thing happen. So you get it, right? So guess what? Occidental Petroleum. What's the other one? What's my other little what was that company?
Halliburton.
Not Halliburton. This is another one that's right around about $7, $8, $9. You trade a lot. It just don't tip my tongue now. It just ain't coming to me. My mind be moving 1,000 miles an hour. But anyway, we'll just do Occidental real quick. Then we'll run to some of the other ones. It's gonna you're gonna see this across the board in terms of how a lot of them gonna be in that same perspective. They're gonna be down 8, 9, 10%. There it is. Occidental right there already. 8%. Gutted, right? Gutted them. All right, let me add over back in real quick. I see them coming in, and we'll get back over there. And so that's what's gonna be in play tonight is gonna be what? It's taking a minute to get you in there. Open my keys. I'm gonna come at real quick. Bear with me. Yep. That's what's going to be in play tonight is going to be the oil market. If they're going to bounce and try to retrace some of that back, if it continues to go lower, guess what? It's going to pull what? S&P futures down. We got no economic data to pull off.
Down for? What is this? What are some of these? All of this is 1 day percentage?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. This is what I was telling you. When we hit that deluge, I already had got the alert that the oil markets were starting to tank. So the strength of me, even when I make that scenario, like, the puts, at the point at the top of the S&P 500, I said they're in trouble, right? Because the bounce from tomorrow, which was the rising wedge in the S&P 500 off the market lows, at that point with Jerome Powell, all it did was set up for a bigger fall today if the bulls didn't bring that smoke. They had to clear that bar of resistance. The future market already kind of gave you what it wanted to do. It trended long as it could. And then it gave up the ghost during the European session, right? Because European market still in trouble, right? They still dealing with COVID, right? COVID still kicking their butt. They can't reopen the way they really want to. So that brought problems. We bottom out 394. Here's your bounce, your rising wedge, game over at that point. At this time frame between 10 and 11, that news on the oil market came out. I got the alert on it, right?
Well, that's your gap fill right there.
Yeah. In this case here, of course, came right back, hit up around that point there. Here's your resistance. That's why you see it there clearly, don't you? See?
Yeah.
And so we call this right here at the top, right at it. Here's your put buy. And again, we didn't disappoint, right? Jiggle didn't disappoint. All right. So this is it. So your WTI is going to reflect the same thing. So WTI, y'all know that's that wheel shot.
Cool.
Right?
Cool.
You already know it. Look at that. Look what it did. Got him.
Yeah.
Got him. Right? Cheap ticket, 369. You bottom out, came down and dropped in about 30 cents. Y'all know that's a lot for the WTI.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot for the WTI, right? Drop 30 cents in a day. That's kind of like our Ford trade. Ford dropped by 17 cents a day. Man, that's a big day for Ford. Mm-hmm. Of late, it's been getting a bigger ATR, but that's big for them. Of course, it gave up the ghost at the 20 moving average. And this point, you can see clearly here on the 5-minute chart, just 5 minute. The daily going to read something different, but it's going to really tell you exactly what we know to be in terms of it was just overbought. You ain't got to be. This ain't rocket science, right? It ain't rocket science, right? It was kind of coming off some areas up here at the peaked out around about 490. It got back inside the trend band here, right? And it still had some more room to kind of play itself back into this this downtrend. Yeah, a tiny gap here, if it will, maybe. Today it tried to test it, I guess. In terms of that, or one of the tests, I should say. But you settled that around about $3.61. So maybe you can feel that little gap there, but you got some strength on this 20 moving average here, kind of propping it up.
I mean,
right?
This is set up to run hard next week to make some money on the other side on that. Again,
if they get their narrative together in terms of why they dumped it today, right? There's a reason why they did that. Now it might have been a hit piece because y'all know the market is greedy. This might have been a hit piece. OPEC again had already signaled that it was good with the oil barrel production. So the oil market was going to be was still in its uptrend. Keep in mind, we was getting ready to have to go out and break $70, right?
Right.
Now y'all know, and this is how I know I love this stuff. Over Chris, Eva Camille, I think of Brother Marquise. Y'all remember when I told y'all that oil, right? Oil gonna have a lot of problems around $70 to $71 a barrel. Apache, that's it, family. One of your crew members spoke about it. Apache, that's it, brother. Iori, that's Apache is the company. But I told y'all that oil is gonna have a problem around $70 to $71 a barrel, $73 a barrel. No matter what, these people play a dirty game, and they did just that. So.
Well, I was gonna say that, of course, I just keep it pure on the charts before you fundamental traders and stuff. There's also, we had some bad weather here the last night. Actually, got a lot of tornado action around that Louisiana, area, and we got some oil concerns in that area too. And so, for the people who follow that fundamental ideology, but a lot of that would be a bullish thing too. Anytime, that in terms of the way that
they trade it,
the people that think that way, that trade that way, and you get any kind of bad weather around refineries or anything
that
like
make
that,
them spike. They spike it. That's when they buy. You buy it. You buy the fear. That's what they do. They literally buy the fear. Couldn't make this stuff up. This is how the game they play, because they know the average trader going it's time to short it. Like, no. This is when you stay because big money trying to backstop their positions. Of course, they're gonna buy the dip that's potentially inherently that may come, right?
Let's see what airlines did, because cheap oil, feeds the overhead of.
Well, you know what? They probably gonna definitely pull back, because again, they still trade not just the oil play, but they're gonna still trade in around that way.
Sometimes they rise though.
They diverge,
when the oil goes down, because that feeds their profit.
Yeah, it's divergence.
Not oil. I'm just jet fuel. It's like
jet fuel,
the whole energy space. Yeah, same concept. That's their biggest cost to run their. And this is the daily chart we're looking at.
Mm-hmm. And you see clearly what's going on here.
So it was down today with oil. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. And the only reason I was saying that, because it's still trading and converging with the S&P 500 at this point, right? The money that's coming into the market off of these stimulus checks and all this, that, and the third, the idea that we get ready to open back up, which obviously favors cruise lines, airlines, hotel, restaurants, whatever, Six Flags, all that. Walt Disney gonna open back up in the next month in April, right? Everybody ready to get back, right? But they ain't in the clear quite yet.
We might be looking at maybe an island reversal.
I'm talking about in airlines here,
the whole area right there. So if this is daily on the weekly chart, we should have one little candlestick sitting up there above, like kind of gap. So.
Yeah, it's like almost like a shooting star.
Yeah.
You see, there it is, right there. That shooting star on the weekly.
Up against your moving average resistance there.
Yeah, so all that is telling you right there is that, guess what? Look at the bigger picture here. Look at that thing right there. This is the COVID lows. Now, mind you, this is the COVID lows. COVID lows bottom out around, again, we know around about March. But guess what? The airline industry got hit harder after the money started coming in from the printing press. They went down and made a real low in May. They made the ultimate low in May. We bottomed out around by $8.25 in American Airlines. Now, clearly it was a buy signal there, obviously, because they're going to bounce at some point. Now you sitting up here with a big old a shooting star. Y'all know what that shooting star pattern means.
We're going to get shooting star doji or something. We'll see by the close tomorrow.
Yeah, that means you're going to have some reversing at some point. Right? I don't matter how you look at it, whether you want to be contrarian trader or not. For a lot of people who see this signal, they say, okay, this thing get rid of it. Okay, it ran hot. We get it.
And we outside of your channel also, which it says we extremely overbought.
We peak point in terms of the TTM squeeze or the squeeze indicator. We had peak point here before it started reversing down here at the bottom. There's your volume dissipating. It's falling. The volume is falling, and the price is stalling out. That means you have an exhaustion of buyers. So at some point, somebody's gonna start selling. They're gonna take some more profit before they get ready to kind of get their next bounce. Now, whether they pull it back, as low as, well, in this case, it's gonna be the first hard point of resistance. It's gonna be the base, or in this case, around about 23.89, whatever, give or take. After that, you got this candle here, right, around 23.80, 23.40. That guy to contend with. If you eat up all these little guys over here, then yeah, maybe. right? Maybe you come down, maybe you get lucky. I mean, that's a big maybe to come to test 20 moving average here on the weekly. But if
But
we
in the
just come,
short term, we got something. It's something that may come down.
yeah. So you can play this for the aspect of saying, okay, we get back inside the penalty box here. Well, that's favorable for us continuing a nice solid uptrend, at least staying within the price and time axis of the trade. So $20 strike price, right? Now this stock don't move that much in the day, but it can, right?
Right.
So if we take this to the bar chart, right, take that thing to trial. Let's take it to trial. You're gonna have some high put volume around. I would say 21 and a half, 23. Obviously 23 was the most favorable one. It's gonna be around about 23.50 if you can. If not, definitely $23 area. That obviously makes sense. After that, in around this area here, around about 21.50 or $22, and then of course you're gonna have a couple of people trying to play what lottery trades around $20 strike price, right? $20 strike price, of course, in this case, at this point around here, right? So yeah, let's go over here real quick. American Airlines, see what they did today.
And all this comes from just asking yourself, okay, we had an extreme move in oil. Who or what industry or company would be affected by that? And then you can just look at the chart. You test it out and look at it.
Right. In a lot of ways, see where everybody heads at. And so being that this trade at a low beta, that's why you don't have those really people buying too far out of the money, because it's a low beta trade. It really is. Don't give you a whole lot of expansion in the day in the ATR. So this is easy to trade at the money or deep in the money and be solid. Right? Look how much some contract costs today. Right? They flipped 17 cents. Right? So basically this contract was 17 cents cheaper today, and it gained 17 cents. Right? So this is the type of trade where buying out the money in a weekly, that far out the money, is just moot. It's a dead trade. It's a dead man walking. Right? You got to have some really bullish, aggressive news or front running it for that to be substantial. Right? So this is a trade you buy at the money or deep in the money and eat off for any little small micro value you're going to get because the ATR is more lower. Right? And so today, oil market, SPY, whatever, it kind of gutted it a little bit, and you got your nice little pullback. Right? But the market, in terms of the weekly, well, it's showing you here on the weekly, the stock is still up, 5% on the weekly. Mm-hmm. Right? On the weekly, it's still up 5%. It lost, gave a lot of it back, but it's still up.
It could lose all that tomorrow. We'll see.
Easily.
Interesting.
Right.
It can wipe out a week in a day. That's the thing about these technicals.
But you know what? Well, guess what the SPY just did?
Yeah, right.
True story. Right? True story. There it is, right there, clear day.
Ran.
Wiped it out. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cleaned it out right there. There's your previous week high, right? Or the previous week high was what, 395.65, right? There it is right there. You already back down inside. So that's why this week is red, because you closed below the what? The previous week's, closing, and this point was 394.60, right? Or 394.06 with that closing. So guess what? That's why I say 394 is a massive what? Point in the sand with everybody drawing the line of the sand at that 394 strike price. Put or call.
Right.
Right? And so that's why you red on the week. Until you get back over that 394, everything else is going to be like, okay, yeah, all right. Yeah. Hold your weight. They say hold your weight. Hold the line, toe the line, do what you got to do, because we're in trouble. And you look at it. Look on the daily. What candle is that? Look at the daily candle there. Look at that doji there. Look at that reversal there. Woo, right at the 20 moving average. Tapped this ever so nicely. It tapped that baby there. See, that's why, again, option traders, we just sit here like, we just wait. We just wait like a mouse trap. Just waiting. Somebody finna come across this thing any minute here. Oh, who that? Oh, that's D chart. That's the wrong one. God, dog. I'm like, that thing look too perfect. Right? Hold up. I was trying to hit the daily chart here. I was like, this thing look too perfect, but it still look good on the daily over here. Same reality here in terms of, again, how we looked at this thing earlier. How we roll over. Now, hold up. That was that what was that D chart, matter of fact? That was Dominion Energy. Surely. So even more so, I'm gonna go back to that, because I saw that. I'm like, hold up, man. I'm a trader first now. I'm still a trader first. Right? Well, that was the weekly or the daily. What was I looking at? It was the weekly. That's what it was.
Yeah.
All right. I saw something there. Hold on. So same thing, energy, right? It had been banging out, right? Weekly. Look at the uptrend. Off the low on the Dominion Energy, that's 60, 66 and change, 67. and topped out up here above 74, and it's just now starting to pull back some. Oh, this one here in trouble. This one here in trouble a little bit. It's gonna get back a little bit, right? If nothing else. So, and they got earnings coming up here on the 3rd of May. A little time out, but
so if the dollar gets viciously strong and that interest rate keeps rising like we were talking about earlier, it's gonna crush that.
Yeah, again,
crush this Dominion energy. That's why I keep my eyes on the dollar, Swiss franc, and look from the dollar side of things. That's why I live there.
And for whatever reason, that OPEC or whoever it was, the Russians or somebody did it. I knew either the Saudis or the Russians that did it. That pulled that trick back move today to gut the oil market. They just taking profit. We know the games they play. I know what it is. I'm still trying to stay neutral for all the people that's new. All right, because I want them to say, well, you and your conspiracy zone, but I just know how these crooks work. All right, they'll find any excuse to kind of ring the register. That's basically what they did.
Yeah, I mean, they would love for that to not allow the dollar to get into a significant rise. I mean, the world hates that, but there's balance. Balance in the universe. We've gone too far one direction. They can't hold that dollar down.
Yeah, and so they fighting. That's all it is. It's a zero-sum game at this point. Because again, the reopening of the economies around the world are starting to happen one with the other, with or without a vaccine. These people tired. They got COVID fatigue. They gave these people a year. Some nations did good. Other nations was very sloppy. A la America, we were the most sloppiest nation of all nations during COVID. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up.
Even when you trade crypto, everybody keep in mind I'm sorry, trading Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin versus the dollar. People just think it's Bitcoin. No, you're trading the relationship. You got to know about the state of that dollar, even when you're looking at Bitcoin.
Yeah, again, that aspect of seeing how the flows work in this case, people are trying to trade, which is odd because it's supposed to be an inverse to the equities, but they made it an equity trade when they began to say, put all these kind of frequency bots at or around that level of convergence. They tried to use it to kind of keep the SPY pumped up because everybody was running the Bitcoin. So these people play a lot of little games. I kind of be knowing what they be trying to do because it's supposed to be anti-trade to the equity markets, right? The same way they felt like gold was, and gold obviously just been getting beat up lately.
Right.
All this Bitcoin store value is better than gold. Well, all the gold hawks are just completely pulling the hair out their head right now. Like, y'all got to be out y'all mind. Y'all rabbit mind. Ain't nowhere to wear Bitcoin, no whatever. Mm-hmm. So they didn't make gold become what? You know what I'm saying? The stepchild.
I can't find no more gold bugs.
Yeah, they out here. They didn't. Bitcoin became gang now, right? with the SPY. Right, it's helping the SPY right now. So these jokers, they dirty, man. They play a dirty game. That's all I'm gonna say. But y'all know what it is. Of course, like I said, we trade for this stuff. We train for this stuff, and we trade in around it because, again, clearly, they're gonna try to find money somewhere. They're gonna find an excuse to make money somewhere too. Right? Make no mistake about it. They're gonna find a way to make money somewhere.
Eyes on the charts.
That's it. Right? So there's your after-hour trade again. You see what's going on. After-hour pretty much is just flat, right? All right, you got your little pop-up, again, this whole, take profit, short seller covering, pop back up, and then there's this sit here and play in around this level here, this support resistance here to the upside, and, trend around the 20 moving average here while it's trying to balance itself out, maybe curl back up. So interesting to watch 20 moving average here. If it's going to curl up or just kind of stay sideways or curl downward. But the pressure's on the bulls tomorrow, no doubt. As far as tomorrow, though, just only tomorrow.
Yeah, but there seems to be like with Bitcoin versus the dollar, it's like Bitcoin doesn't have like that tight negative correlation, say with that, like say the euro does. There's a little bit of a lag. There's a bit of a lag between like the price action of say the dollar, Swiss franc, and what Bitcoin is doing.
Yeah, like I say, that's because for a lot of what they're doing, or from what I see that they're doing. Look at the price. Look at the price action. Is that not the S&P 500 today? Stop playing.
Yep.
I ain't making this stuff up, man. I don't make it up.
I mean, but once the major, the whales and the institutional traders came into the crypto space, you're gonna see that they're gonna force things
institution.
to
That's what I
conform
say.
to those traditional correlations. You're going, they're not going to let the crypto world go completely rogue. It's going to fall in line with the other, the whole sector rotation model. It's going to take its place right in it.
They want in. That's
they're going
to
control it, and they're going to define it.
That's going to be the price that they're going to have to pay. Being late to the trade, after being so pessimistic against it, you can't beat them, join them. Well, guess what? Y'all going to have to toe the line. Retail traders already done our part. Right? We were in, at 2,000 a token, 3,000 a token, 4,000 a token, 7,000 a token, 8, even 10 grand a token. That was a turning point, 10 grand. And they still was, no, it's this, it's rat poison, blah, blah, blah. All right. Now y'all buying it up here at the top. So guess what? Y'all going to have to bring the brink truck out. Right? Yeah. Because a lot of us going to sell into it, make a little money and still hold some, but, we ringing out on them trying to come in new. That's how they do us on the equity side.
Right. They got the big money. They can absorb that.
They can absorb it. So take that L with a smile or sit there and go to that consolidation like we had to sit and wait for a year and a half. Right. Take that L, be happy. You still going to make some money, though. But you only going to rise our profit books because, whatever. Right. So I love it, man. Like I say, I know a lot of people say, man, we don't want institutions to get in because they're going to try to regulate it and all this, that, and the third. Well, you ain't going to be able to stop them at this point.
Well, I hear you, but I'm not. I celebrate it because you need their money to sit on top of your money to make it rise higher. You really do need that force.
It's like adding nitrous oxide to an already fast muscle car.
Right.
Right. The car improved itself. Right. On a quarter mile, on the 8th mile, it improved itself. Right. Now you finna go out there and get some of these people out here in these little Grand Nationals. You finna go get those what that little car is. Dog. You deal in the car. I forget, slipping my mind. Anyway, you finna go get some of these old, these Paganis and all them down and pull up against your old Chevelle or something. You hit that nitrous on that thing, that muscle kick in, boy. Look at it as a wrap. But they need this here. They need that more than anything. Because the price targets are now becoming more lucid. It was before it seemed like, okay, that's a stretch. The same way Cathie Woods threw out $5,000 on Tesla. At that time, Tesla was trading at $300-400 a share. They laughed at her. They mocked her. But guess who got the last laugh when Bitcoin ran to 2,500? From 300 to 2,500. Her pocketbook swole over because of Tesla. It made Jim Cramer convert it. A lot of people that were hard against Tesla, they start converting.
Right.
The same way Kevin O'Leary just converted to Bitcoin, and he was talking all that trash because he old school Buffett, relic. Now he all in now. Oh, my Bitcoin and this and this. Oh, Bitcoin is. He got a big smile and feel like a kid again on Christmas.
Yeah, because after all, more than anything, they are greedy now.
Boy, don't be. Yeah, these some greedy jokers. That's why I say, man, I'm telling people, man, stop playing, man. Look, you better learn how to follow the money and read the tea leaves, right? Because that's who controlling your opportunity to magnify your opportunity. I should say they magnify it because their dollar can go a lot longer than yours.
Yeah.
Right. So that's just a disciplinary tactic and tool belt that you just can't do without. Again, if you want to be solid, you're gonna have to learn how to play the game. So again, take him.
I'll tell you, Lionel, you still there?
Yeah.
No. He probably checked out. I said, dude, he don't know how long y'all roll. What's your longest hangout, for lack of a better word? Because I know y'all put in time.
Oh yeah, man, we were running until YouTube kick us off.
Seriously, what's the longest stream you've ever had?
I think around I want to say about 8, 9 hours, but they actually increased it since then. I don't know if you remember them old days. It used to only take you as far as 8 hours.
Right.
And then recently they increased it. I think it's like I want to say 10, 12, because it was we'll take a lot of their bandwidth away. Their service takes a lot for them to kind of store all that, even on their service. But yeah, well over 8. 8.
I've been on, I would lurk and listen to y'all. I'd fall asleep, get good sleep in. Wake up,
we still be getting it.
Going. I'm like, man.
Yep. True story. Yeah, man. But again, you know how this stuff is, man. We came up in them fire pits like that, bro. Them all night Discord room sessions. Right? Again, you got Joker that had to be to work literally the next day at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. And we in there literally at 3 o'clock, like 3:05 or something. Joker had no sleep, barely got a chance to eat. He gonna get that last 20, 30 minutes in though, because the information is good. Man, I got 20 minutes, 15 minutes to take a bath, shower, and get out the door. It was that kind of stuff. We came up in that. Again, you know, so I say, man, you know, like anything, you know, this is our college or our university that we didn't necessarily have to pay exorbitant fees for, that we get most knowledge from that we could ever have got sitting in the university. So to me, again, I feel like it's worth the sacrifice for a lot of people. Not everybody can do it, but it was worth the sacrifice to get that learning curve under your belt a lot faster. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it basically is, just kind of streamlining your learning curve by constantly being, you know, in front of the information and hearing, you know, people, you know, drop their jewels or whatever and get that information, get that game, and then you go back test it. You know, when you go do your little self research. You know, so yeah, no strangers to them long sessions, bro. You're right, bro. It's like we can go for days. Truly.
Oh man, yeah, you gotta take a nap and come back.
Yeah, Joker been and fell off and came back like, man, y'all still in there cooking? Yeah, we still cooking, bro. We're going to get you a cup of coffee and sit down in the corner.
Yeah, you could have had it. You better get a brain freeze. You be like, oh man, from the information.
That data overload. Truly that. So
that's what the playback is for.
Yeah, and so it's archived. You go back, you know, piece it out, piecemeal that thing out, get what you need from it. And you know, you keep grinding. So for us, again, like I said this before, actually just recently, I said, you know what, these are the archives that we're going to leave our kids.
All right.
Right? This is our body of work that we're putting in now that they're going to reap the benefits of. Right? So they can't say we didn't have a ledger. Because I'm pretty sure I'll back all the stuff at some point on the archive, probably on the blockchain, right? Because I ain't going to trust, you know, all the other stuff. The blockchain has that kind of level of stability, right? So that'll be kind of like my NFT, right? I'll back all my data up on the blockchain. That way I know it's immutable. And I'll EFT it if necessary. If not, I'll do what? Hey, it's for the family. They're going to have a copy anyway. But no, that's serious. That's it. This is our body work. You know, we grind it for a reason, right? This ain't, for us, it's not congeniality. For us, it's not about likes. For us, it's not about, hey, look at me. No, this is about us working. We work when we come on here. So our live streams are unique for that purpose, you know, because we're not sitting on here just shooting the breeze. We're not speaking about a whole lot of trivial things. We're working.
Right.
We're following the money. We're dissecting data that will equal or lead to that of a dollar bill. Landed, net, folded in our pockets. Right? Not theoretical values, but landed, net in our pockets.
Right.
I ain't finna push back against that. I'm not gonna push back against that. You know, so I'm excited. Anytime we can come together, form Voltron. This has been a legendary session today. Definitely going out in the archives. And I know we're gonna have many more in the future.
Oh yeah.
You know, so we get a chance to kind of move across different lanes. So, you know, I say this again with the utmost due respect to everybody out there. Man, you gotta, again, follow those people who put in that work. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Trust me, it's worth it. Trust me, it's worth it. And your kids can come and watch these playbacks because our content is not driven by a lot of hyperbole and kind of, you know, shooting the breeze kind of talk. Right? These conversations are PG-13 at best, right? So guess what? Your kids can come listen to this stuff. They can learn something.
See you hear some terms you don't understand, write them down, put in a little work, you know, go to investopedia.com. It's like the best place to look stuff up. And you know, get up on some game and get in the tribe, you know, get in the group.
Facts. You know, 100%. So again, we're always grateful and thankful for the whole entire, you know, I would say, you know, market clan in this case. You know, we trade across different asset classes. I don't want to single no one out. The global financial markets as a whole, we're grateful for the game. Because again, we are challenging the status quo. For a lot of us who are in the ethnicity aspect of who we are, which we are far from between in this industry. But like I said before, we woken up a whole new different group of people out there who saw y'all working during the pandemic, still making money while they were sitting on the couch eating Cheetos, worried about the government if they're gonna cut a check or not. And then they finally got the nerves and deep compress their pride and say, hey man, what about this forex trading stuff you're doing? Can you teach me? What about this equity trading stuff? Can you teach me? What about this crypto stuff? Can you show me some? Shout out to you guys who was patient with those people, because again, y'all know how this stuff works. We're humble because we're in a position where we can make moves outside of all that other stuff that people have to deal with on the day-to-day rat race, right? It's this competitive landscape. Yeah.
I just made a post about that. Like, if y'all bought that dip last year, you should be green on a yearly.
Right. Facts.
That's right.
Super green.
Right.
You got Superman, Cape, Batman, nunchucks and everything. Yeah, bro. You got Aquaman flippers under your feet, man. Look at insert your favorite Marvel guy.
There's two cryptos I wish I would have got into, because man,
yeah.
But I can't be mad, because with what I've been able to gain, I'm very happy with that. It's the when people say your only regret is you wish you wouldn't have. Your only regret is you wish you would have bought more.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good problem to have.
Hey, that's the only regret.
And I would tell you that's a good problem to have too, because you're in the game at this point. You know what I'm saying? You are clearly in the game at this point, and that perspective of game thus far have served you well, right? It has served you well. So it only increases your ability now to become more strategic in your front running or front loading the next opportunity, right? After the ICO market crashed, everybody thought that the 100x plays were going. A lot of the big hawk doves out there in the crypto space, they was even chanting that stuff to a degree. I was like, how? Man, there's still 20x and 100x plays out there. Are you tripping? Think about where we went. We went from the peak to trough in Bitcoin. Peak to trough in Bitcoin was what? At that point near 19 and 20,000. Basically from the base, and we'll say we use 2019 as the base again. We use that. I'll skip 2017 as the base. Matter of fact, let me go to the date. Let me go to the
for what? Like the peak of 2017 was 20K.
I mean, we can use last year over, because
I'm saying just the trough. And I'm saying the trough.
38.
Yeah.
Last year.
Yeah.
3,800. That's where we built from. Well, because I made my bold prediction at $3,200. I drew my line and said, we ain't going no lower than 3,200, family.
Yeah.
And now you was on there over Chris. I remember we had that conversation.
Yeah.
Because they were like, no, man, I think we're gonna go low. I said, no, bro, we ain't going on that 3,200, family. Trust me.
That's the problem. People don't want to listen,
right? Because
they see all the red. They see, oh, it was $20,000. Now it's 3,800. I'm not about to buy this. It's gonna go. But they don't want to buy then, but when all the firecrackers are popping, everybody popping champagne, popping their portfolio collar, now they want to buy. And you're like,
they late. I mean, they still in the game, but they late. You know what I'm saying? In terms of where they could have been. Because they saw people like you, Crypto Lionel. They saw, Over Chris and Brother Marquise and everybody else who was speaking about this dollar wheel. All you guys on here that might have been saying, hey, man, here's an asset class you might want to look into, right? Here's my opportunity here. Again, this is not nothing that you bet the farm on. If you don't feel comfortable with it, just throw you a little bit in there. Learn how to do portfolio allocation properly. Diversify those dollars, right? You're going to blow it at the club, bro. You're finna blow 100 on some ugly liquor and probably, I don't know. I ain't going to say it.
We know what you said.
Right? Don't blow it all on that, right? Right. Yeah, throw a little bit of that in the market, because you don't have to buy the full token. You can buy $1 worth, $2 worth, or same way you put in your gas tank. And throw that in there. And just build on it. Anytime you see a considerable uptrend, add a little bit to it, right? Feel good, buying the strength that you feel comfortable in, nothing else if you know how to read the dips. All it did was gave us that. So when we hit that bottom, man, okay, I said we ain't going to use that. Man, look, man, you talking about Joker playing around, and even then, with the point that we had to draw down off the high, I was telling the dollar wheel before you came on, Crypto Lionel, that ultimately, even though we went up and had that meteoric rise and pull back, Bitcoin still was in the uptrend. It did not break the previous year lows. We came from the again 2017. That was a year again. It really took off. I used that as the benchmark play. It was sitting at $800 a token, going in the month of January. $800, $700 a token, right? And even then, I was watching it. I didn't get, again, me personally, my own personal case. I didn't enter Bitcoin until like 2000. I got in around about $1,900 and change at that price point. Meaning, right? That's you see my old lines here going way back then. That's when I came into Bitcoin, right around this point here.
Yep.
Litecoin, Ethereum, I bought a little bit of everything.
You're not sharing.
Yeah,
it's not showing.
No.
God,
we were following your concept.
Yeah, my bad.
Saying this line right here.
I already know where you're going.
Y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Y'all know I'm old, young, right?
Looking at it. I remember we looked at it, boy.
Yeah. See, right here, 2017. That's when I was beating the drum up Bitcoin on our Urban Economic Empowerment show with Garfield and Monica. Right? We got it's archived. I was beating her out. Man, look, MBK. And Danny, who not this devil, but MBK used to give me the devil, boy. Like, man, nobody gonna buy no Bitcoin, African poor. Black people don't do nothing about no Bitcoin, man. Ain't gonna buy no Bitcoin, man. Yeah. I'm like, look, bro, trust me. Y'all gonna thank yourself later, man. Just learn a little bit about it. But now you can't even find MBK. Where you at?
Man,
you don't find him.
Somewhere ducking that XRP, man.
You know that's what he's doing, though. He's still good, though, because he got in, basically at some dirt levels, though. Yeah. Besides the SEC report, but he took some profit at some peak points, so I give him that little credit. But it was on his way. Even with that trade, before the SEC tried to gut it, you would know why they did it. They were gonna go after him because they began to tread into the bank space. You take money out the real crook's pocket in XRP. Think about that. International money transactions. They had got MoneyGram in their back pocket. Right? Western Union couldn't stand a chance at that point. And them banks like, no, bro. You got to be, no, man. You an equity, man. Right? No, you even if you get it that good. And that's all they did, man. Old hit piece. Ain't nothing new.
All based on the fact that we can move our money faster than they can.
and cheaper. Dirt cheap. Right. I can send a bag to Africa and they get dang near full USD value for it without having to pay all that tariff and carrying costs and
less than an hour.
Less than an hour. See, they scared of that. You know what I'm saying? But now they acquiescing, right? Good luck, right? Good luck. Now y'all buying at the top. Get excited.
Did you see that move with the president of Ghana saying that they're going to basically start processing their own cocoa?
Yeah, for Switzerland. They cut Switzerland off.
Cut them out. So what I showed on my Patreon group, I said, I brought up the chart, the commodity chart.
Yep, cocoa.
Yep. And you can see that thing is like come down, made a nice little bottom. That price getting ready to take off higher. So they're like, we're not gonna share these profits. We're gonna stop this whole thing of letting the West take our resources, process it, and sell it at a profit. So they process it themselves. They gonna keep the whole bag.
Yeah, that's what they try. They try.
Yeah, we'll see if what they do now if the West blocks the if you go to like bar charts and type in cocoa at the top.
Yeah. I forgot it's salt.
There's an ETF for.
Yeah, it is. And I was just showing the MCI one too. For some of not MCI, but the U.S. futures market obviously in terms of where they at in terms of our value within it. Because cocoa obviously still going up. You see it at positive 21 net because today.
We're looking at Bitcoin.
God dog, my bad.
We're seeing Bitcoin dollar.
Let me go and switch thing to the floating chart so that way I got to keep going through this. Zoom will move with you.
I was saying we got to see what the Western those big retailers going to do. Are they going to carry products Ghana cocoa on the shelf of Walmart?
Look here, I'm finna show y'all something here because y'all know I like this stuff that we went over here on my channel. I definitely went on this stuff a lot of times. Now y'all know what I know. Ain't no such thing as no London cocoa.
No such thing.
Ain't no such thing as no London coffee. This is auctionable running.
That's African in that chart. That's all that is.
Ain't no such thing as no London sugar. Are you kidding, bruh?
I know where it comes from.
Ain't nowhere in the world. Stop. You see what I'm saying? Couldn't make this stuff up, man. Again, hey, shout out to everybody over in the UK and London, all that, yeah, whatever, man. But ain't no such thing, no London coffee. Stop. That's Ethiopian coffee from the Blue Mountain, Blue Hills, and all this stuff. Stop playing. Right? That Ethiopian coffee, right? And that cocoa, that's that Ghana and that Sierra Leone, Liberia, that's that cocoa come from all those areas. Stop playing. That sugar, London sugar, stop. Where you at, Jamaica? Where you at, Caribbean Island? Stop. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up, man. So So no, but I'm
Let's
happy.
take a look at the London cocoa chart, just the quote unquote London cocoa chart.
Yeah, London cocoa. They said, these, yeah.
A little bit longer time.
All right. I'm gonna even throw the 5 year. All right.
Yeah, get
The ultimate empire.
Yeah,
you already
that's a
know
nice
it is.
little base.
Yeah.
Let's see more like what's all they got, the biggest they got. Much.
Mm-hmm. It had expansion in 2008 because of what? Everybody called a bid because of the what? Subprime lending crash. They fed into that, that bang that everybody else did.
Yes, that's a nice little base, and if we look at the bottom of that channel, we got a higher low on that second, like the lowest part. Look at the lowest low of that channel. To the left, to even that. Like
you want to come all the way back to the very base?
No. You got it.
Okay.
That's that. Come to the right.
There
you go, right there, right there. Now, in LA Wing Theory, that ABC pattern, that should be the end of that. So that low should hold. Now, if you look further to the right, we retested that low and we held. It made
confirmation.
Yeah, right. So now we got a sideways pattern. This thing gonna break out to the upside. And so Donna's like, we're not gonna share this profit.
But here's the deal: it can break out. But here's the deal: if Ghana can convince Liberia, Sierra Leone, right, some of the biggest cocoa exporters out there, to hold their own, you know what, right? Planters, hold their planters.
That's right.
It can cut these leeches off.
Right.
It's gonna starve them out, and this thing can either what, downtrend too. It can gut them out because this how they eat. They eating off. It's threefold: the stock, the imports of the raw cocoa, and the refinement of it. They're eating 3 ways off of a commodity on an inadverse currency exchange rate between the Ghana cedi to that of the British pound. Man, see this stuff. I know I be talking about after he comes in off the record, off the camera, but y'all know exactly what I'm talking about.
And I'm just hoping that there's no kind of you know how the empire
they gonna push back. Man, they gonna push back. You know they is.
We see any kind of level of aggression aimed at Ghana, and you better remember this story about this cocoa. So we better pay attention to this.
Why you think what's his name? Macron, the French Prime Minister?
Yeah. Macron. He made with Macron.
He stayed in Ghana. You can't get that buzzer out of Ghana. Every scenario, know why? Because he know his days are what? Numbered. He know it. And
because the former French colonies, don't they still have their money in French banks?
Yeah.
It's like 7 of them.
They can't even do financial transactions outside of those banks. Outside of those, again, the oversight committees, I should say, right? That's how sad it is. All that raw material that's coming through those pipelines, going out into so-called the developed world, if they want to say that, which is a disgrace. But it's always moving through what? The currency levels of those what? Oversight controlling vestiges of the colonial powers that used to be in the regions. Couldn't make this stuff up. And some of them still paying reparations for kicking them out.
Right.
So it's compounded. Not only the raw material, I said threefold for the product, but then you're still paying the carrying cost or a tariff on the colonialism too.
Right.
So this is why they can't get out of debt, the bill, because if they ain't getting it from the controlling interest that's still having it, they ain't got to go to the World Bank. Then they got to go to the IMF. They got to go through the SAP program. Now they just sick and tired because they can't seem to get out of that because they know they're being hustled. Now they got to run to the Chinese. Chinese say, hey, look, I'm going to hurt you, but I ain't going to hurt you as hard as they hurt you.
Right.
You got to do a deal with me, but look, at least you can get you some fried rice and some, that you hang out with them, son, and Kim Sue them. But, right, so it's like one to the next. So at some point, what I'm seeing obviously in the Ghanaian, president, whatever, he's making a bold stand. All right, so the AU can take a page out of his playbook. Again, he's speaking like the real true lion of Africa.
Right.
Y'all know what I'm talking about. Old warrior, Robert Mugabe. Right?
Yeah.
They couldn't stand him. They still can't stand him. Even when he kind of gave up, they still can't stand him because he woke up a lot of people. Right? He was the one really inspired Gaddafi. Right? To try to make that move to kind of break away from what? All these foreign currencies and go into the dinar. right? Well, guess who we're gonna benefit the most out under that golden dinar? Not just of course what's the country again? I'm about to mess the country up. What's the country Gaddafi was at? He was in
he was in
dang it, and but Benghazi
Libya.
dang,
It's Libya.
Libya, excuse me, Libya. Who else is gonna benefit the most in terms of gold? Who is one of the most biggest output of the gold right now still in Africa?
South Africa is one, Ghana too, right?
Ghana is that's the Gold Coast.
The Gold Coast. Ghana was gonna bankrupt a lot of people. They could not have that. Libya got some gold up there too, of course, but they ain't got that. What Ghana got? Again, you talking about that Mansa Musa gold? you talking about that Mr. T gold, bro? Look. So that would have shifted a real big economic shift, especially on West Africa. In West Africa, that would have fueled everybody from the top aspect of the Sahel belt. Well, y'all know what I'm talking about when the Sahel belt, right? That's when they try to play that racism in Africa, right? This is what sub-Saharan Africa. This is northern. Stop, right? Stop. But that was gonna fuel everybody from the top half of the Sahel belt all the way down the entire east coast of Africa. Yeah. Everybody gonna eat off that. All right. So this is the game they play. So again, it came close. They offed it. They took them out. They couldn't have it.
When we start this conversation, we said, okay, it's stratification. Somebody got to be at the bottom. It don't have to be us.
Right. Here it is. You control it, right? As a matter of fact, I got to get that link. I actually got that link. I don't know. Y'all probably already saw it there. I know y'all warriors. That link when Buddy pretty much took all the air and the hope and the dreams and the heart out of the chest of those Swiss dignitaries at that press conference when he said he ain't gonna say.
I love it. Looking at her face.
Y'all saw it. You saw it. I know you saw it, Dollar Will.
Yeah,
I got it. I got that thing archived. Matter of fact, I'm gonna share it with the family just on GP, but you can see their face. It just completely changed when he the speech started out strong, like, oh, this is an ally. Oh, this is good. And then he hit him with that bombshell. They was not expecting this. See, that's the part about it. They did not expect this.
It's like you could have heard the song like "Change" is going.
I mean, a rat pissing. They said a rat pissing on cotton. You could, yeah. It was just Jacob was like, bruh.
Okay, we can't continue.
Cannot. That's like when you at the court and you get ready to get that sentencing, and all the preliminary stuff he speak about kind of sound like, oh, it might rule in my favor, and then they hit you with that, cat dog, boy, you sink. Oh man. Right? You be like, no, they didn't. You be like, yeah, they got it, bro. They got it.
But when I heard that news, because I'm a trader first, I immediately said, let me go look at the cocoa charts to see what this is, what the matter is. Let me see. And I saw that consolidation, and I'm like, I'm doing my wave count from long term, looking at my momentum oscillators and all that. I'm like, this thing breaking up to the upside. And he trying to not split that money. That's what that is.
Look at that. Boy, that right there. Boy, this right here was a sad day for the Swiss. No Swiss cocoa. No Swiss cocoa. No Swiss cocoa today. No, not today. You take a little cowboy hat.
No Swiss miss.
None. Mm. Right? Let me appeal to, that kid like side. We enjoy the Swiss gold chocolate coins. How well they have served us over the years as a keepsake treasury, all that. Oh man, I was like, listen to they just
he buttered them up good. You built this in our land, you built that in our land, but we can't continue this.
We thank you for that, right? We thank you for that and all that. And let me run a little bit of that bean for that. I ain't gonna play a lot of it. Y'all got me fired. Cause I see this stuff you watch when you're in secret, and you like, yeah, Joker. That's we'll take that W there. We'll take that W, right? But no, seriously, it was just like, man, see, this is what we're talking about. Let me run a little bit of that bean footage here. Hold on, I gotta cut this mic to it. But no, this is important because again, it falls within the parameters of what we talk about. Of course, you know as well as I know, Dollar Will. That's that bigger macro picture, right? This is that them being able to now take that level of basically that R&D expense. That's basically what it is. That CapEx expenditure. And roll that back into what? Into the books, right? To the country, right? The GDP. That's a big GDP shift for them.
Yeah.
The fact that they can process their own cocoa and sell it at fair value to the open market without having refinement, and that in London and Europe and Swiss, that is a game changer.
You're gonna need the Western giants to get that product on the shelf where we can buy it.
I'm happy you said it, because guess who gonna acquiesce faster than everybody else?
Who?
Hershey.
Oh yeah.
Because see, USA don't have that controlling interest as a colonial superpower. They got other ways to mess up the nation and the continent. But Switzerland and all that, they still under their books. Right. Hershey said, I don't care about none of that.
So Hershey now is going to have to deal directly with
straight directly.
Okay, so hold on now. Hershey is a U.S. company, so
Facts.
As long as Hershey is getting a cut or doing business with Ghana, then that puts the U.S. government on the side of backing Hershey.
They're going to have to, because that's a controlling interest. That's a job creator. That's a GDP expansion to our GDP. All these are small slices of the pie make up the bigger pie, right? How much chocolate people eat in America? Almost more than the Europeans do.
Right.
We got several. You got Mars, Nestle, basically, and you got Hershey, right? I actually went to the Nestle, or I guess you want to call it Mars Candy.
I'm about to buy some chocolate when we get off.
See, I've actually been at both. Hershey, Pennsylvania, up near that area, going up towards to the Poconos. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all been to the Poconos? I did a little vacation up there. I did my little Brad thing, right? I took the right up to the Poconos. We spent some time up there in the cabin, right, in the snow time. But you passed right around that area where the Hershey's at. Right, going up that way. I forgot to actually interstate, but whatever. Long story short, no. But seriously, we
grew up going with it. Hershey Park.
Yeah, this nation eats a lot of that. So again, that's what you're going to direct the market with now. So you cut out a lot of the other controlling interests who are feeding off that contract because they paying a tariff through Swiss and the European or whomever just to even get it up out of there too. But they also doing it because they're not paying a fair value.
Right.
Because the currency exchange rate is what? A joke.
Right.
How many cents it equal to it takes to equal $1 USD? It'll hurt your brain when you do that conversion. You're like, seriously?
Right.
So on top of that, you got to think about the people that got to cut the cocoa out, as our people do, get it all together, get it dried, all that stuff, all that hard labor.
Man, that's a lot of jobs.
Right, and they ain't getting paid for the value of their labor.
Right.
They getting undercut for all that good, inexpensive raw material. And these people, they're like, okay, yeah, I know we can give you a little more, but the currency rate says this. They try to hit you with that by the book stuff. Are you kidding me? Stop. But now they ain't got no choice. So in this case, of course, when it comes to Ghana, now we just need Liberia and Sierra Leone to kind of fall lock and step. At some point there, but Liberia is definitely still on the, in trouble. And, well, Sierra Leone definitely, right? But because all this U.S. treaty stuff with Liberia, that's they done about gutted the resources out of that area dang near. Some still there, but whatever. But long story short, y'all get it. But I'm gonna play like a couple little minutes in here. I'm gonna do her part a little bit, then I'm gonna do a little bit of
yeah, we got to hear his part.
Get a little butter, get Buddy Rowe. Oh, I'm sorry. Now she kind of sounded all sincere. She's trying to,
This visit is historic because it is only the third.
Hold up, man. This thing acting retarded. There go my internet. Starting to act crazy. So you try to get ready to drop that good bean footage. See how they do you? See how they do you? Now you finna get them. Like, no, hold up. We got to make sure we start mess this up. Let's bust this up a little bit. Then we're going to bust that up. 1 second, guys. Is it still sharing? Y'all see my screen still?
Yeah.
It's coming up. Yeah.
Alright, so they finna try that dumb stuff. Right? We just going in, then everything all fine. Now all of a sudden, we got to go through all this. Hold up here. 1 second. Alright, so here we go with that dumb stuff. We back. Y'all can see me, hear me?
Yeah, we not. Yeah, you gotta scroll up. Well, I mean, we see a picture. I wonder if that's what you want.
All right, so yeah, it's
in the comment section.
All right, come on. Hold up here. Let me do this right here. 1 second, guys. Cause they about that foolishness, right? And they gonna try. All right, but I'm gonna block them before they block me. Hold up 1 second. Get bear with me 2 seconds, family. Matter of fact, y'all keep talking here real quick. I'm finna do something really quick here. All right, I'm gonna rebalance this thing out. So yeah, keep talking real quick, guys. I'm finna refresh my entire browser, and y'all keep talking.
Do your thing. We with you.
Let me do this right here real quick while that's trying to cycle out. And it's just at the end of the day, all that RAM being used up for trading.
We know.
Y'all already know them traders out there. Y'all know what it's like.
Right. I don't even want to tell you how many tabs I got.
like me, I'm guessing a million.
Right.
Yeah, me and them jokers, yo, we be working.
Yeah. So yeah, if we can get some traction, get a good number of people over here in that prop trade world, if we get that trend going, it's over. You'll have a good number of millionaires coming out this group. So,
yeah, for
that
real.
that money is vicious.
Self-sustained millionaires.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That prop money ain't no joke. It ain't no joke. It seems to me that you got to get something that works, and you got to move that money into your own account because they show you those big numbers.
Oh, absolutely.
Trade 15 contracts and all, and you go in there trying to do something crazy like that, and then you realize, oh, that doesn't work. You can't do that.
Yeah, you gotta. They'll. They'll. What's the word I'm looking for? They'll go to your stop in a heartbeat.
Right.
Yeah, they be highly manipulative. That's another thing with had to watch out for. You gotta be right. You gotta be right and exact.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
Yeah, because they'll open that spread. That's what the term I was looking for.
Yeah, the analytics and all of the combines I've been in, the analytics show that I need to leave counter trend trading alone. I kill the game when I'm going in with the trend. I just kill it.
Right.
But the counter trend is where I do all my dumb stuff. I do all my dumb stuff in that counter trend.
Yeah, you want to be the trend is your friend.
Yeah.
For real. Yeah.
Yeah, like these. Yeah, conversations like this is different than what's normally talked about. No.
Oh yeah, because when I first started going into Clubhouse, I was like, "What is this mess?" It's like.
Yeah, it's like what they talking about and what we talk about, and as we get more and more successful with trading, our conversations shift. We can't talk about the same thing because we got different problems, different situations that we dealing with. Now we got to say, okay, I'd have made all this money in trading. Where I'm gonna put all this money,
Right. Yeah, I mean, the shocker for me was how many scams there were. I'm coming from a place of information. Yeah, I'm coming from a place of information. So when I would go in those rooms, they was talking all that crazy stuff. I was like, hold on. I had a cat that didn't even know that you could short the market.
Wow.
What are you talking about? Yeah, he tried to argue with me. I was like, listen, you can short the stock market. People do it every day. What are you talking about? They just thought that you just go long.
That's when you realize, I'm not in the right place.
For real, I was like, whoa. And these people got room. They got and they're charging people money. That's why they were trying to shut me down because I was just tearing them up.
They charging people money for Clubhouse?
Man. Well, they use
marketing places.
they use Clubhouse as a way to get more people involved. I mean, get people to sign up. But they're not looking for no real traders. They hate day traders.
Yeah, I'm not.
If you say
I'm not on Clubhouse. I hear everybody talk about it. So from what you say, it sounds like I'm not missing anything.
no, I mean there's a few good rooms that I follow, but when I first got on there, I had to find out which was the good rooms and which ones was just those scammers. I mean, you hear all kind of stuff. One time I thought I was at a hip hop party or something. Everybody talking about how they made 80K and blah blah blah, and nobody could read a chart. I was like,
wow,
just the way they was talking about the fundamentals and lack of technicals. I was like, these guys can't trade, and they didn't make that
exactly.
kind of
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
Me and Dollar Will was talking about that the other day. It was a guy on the YouTube channel talking about this. One woman that was telling people that she'll trade their money, and she lost 30K of this guy's money.
Oh, I was in that room.
Yeah,
I was in the room when that happened.
she had put 50
Who's
lots
that?
on
Bob.
something.
Who's that? Marquise? You was in the room?
Yeah, I was in the room when that happened. What it was this marketing. He marketing and stuff, and he tried to link with the girl who do this, and she was supposed to money so that he can have something to show to source on trading, which he didn't know how to do. He lost all his money trading US 30 without a stop loss.
Yeah, she put like 50 lots on something. 50 contracts on something. I'm like,
her lot size was ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Or contract size, whatever. Yeah,
and a lot of that stuff that they're telling beginners, these people are beginners. I'm like, they're telling people, take 10 grand, 15 grand. I'm like, why would you tell an absolute beginner to take that kind of money? They don't even know. They don't even know where candlestick is, and you telling them to put 15, 20 grand. I was like, I came in there. I was like, listen, don't put that kind of money in the market ever. I was like, paper trade.
Right.
Yeah. People believe that because I know Dollar Will, you told me this before. That just because they think you do it and they got a computer screen, they can do it too. And it ain't the same thing.
Yeah, you don't know what I'm looking at. You don't know what I'm basing my trades off of.
What I've been through, what losses I took, what L's I took.
Right.
Yeah.
And the dues you paid, right.
I was like, man, you as a beginner, you need to paper trade and journal.
That's right.
Journal all your trades. And when you get to a certain winning, when you get to a point where you're winning a certain percentage of your trades, you journal. You have a system, that you do over and over. You want to repeat the same thing over and over and over. Then you can build on that. Like, I mean, the stuff they was talking to these people, I felt bad. I had to say something, man. I was like, man, they getting ready to take these people's money. And that's why people think it's gambling or it's not, and all this other stuff, because you got so many crooks. Yeah, they was in there. I told one of them cats, I said, man, you can't trade. Get out of here, man.
Only thing they do is recruit.
Crazy.
Yeah, IML, they changed their name now, right? They're not IML anymore.
Well, ICT is suing them for, because when I told them that I was in the mentorship, they was like, oh. So, y'all stealing all this stuff, selling it to people. Y'all don't even know how to trade. Yeah, but he done shut them down, boy. Woo.
Wow.
Yep. Telling people, because of what they do, they get them nice cars, like, you can do this too. And people, people see it, and I understand the allure, but they steering people wrong, like real left.
Yeah, they're not teaching them anything. They don't know anything. When I heard them, we got this what do they call them things where they give you signals and
signal service.
I was like, man, that's garbage, man. Get out of there. I mean, like they were selling all these. Yeah, but some of them rules get heated, man. People be coming in there and going berserk on them. I happened to go in one, man. They was going. They was cussing people out in there on that platform.
Yeah.
It got crazy. I was like, okay, wow.
And
let me go study.
Right. For those who know this guy name, he on YouTube. He's a young guy, a guru stock market trader. He like 21 or something like that. He recently got knocked out in the street
What?
Wow.
because of
Oh,
a bad tip.
See, yeah, 'cause
wow.
that's why I never wanted to be in the signal service business or none of that. No.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah, he
be
got
good. You
yeah he
gotta be
got
good,
I don't
man.
want that stress. I don't want that stress of people
right.
coming to me saying you made them take. Look, I'd rather teach you the rules and then you make your own, risk. Manage your own risk.
Exactly.
His name is Aristotle the Great.
I know who that. I done seen him before.
Yeah, he got
That's the one who
knocked
got
out.
knocked out.
Yeah, he got knocked down the street
Wow.
That's
Wow.
crazy.
over
I
a
didn't
bad
even.
stock tip.
Him teaching like he had videos with Lil Baby and rappers and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
Wow.
be selling that lifestyle to people, and they don't
they
know how to
do. They
trade.
do.
Right.
Once I hear them, they can't break down the chart. They have no theses, and they were talking that buy low, sell high stuff. That's not trading. I'm like, man, these guys,
Right.
dude, man, you can't trade your way out of a paper bag, man. You can't read candlesticks, and you telling people that you don't know. You can't. You wouldn't know double top from from a wedge.
It's
I
it's
mean,
it's it's the lifestyle.
yeah, that's what it's really sad. I felt bad. I had to say something, man.
Yeah.
I was like, listen,
They know about a wedgie, but they don't know about no wedge.
right? They're
That's
using
the close they come to
they're
a
using
wedge and a wedgie.
they're using the wrong tools.
Right.
All I'm saying is, I got a harmonic scanner to sell y'all. Who want in?
Right? Yeah, that's
Oh,
exactly.
good.
I got a harmonic scanner to
How
sell
much is
y'all.
it?
Uh,
$233 a
Not
month.
the butterfly.
Yes,
$250 a month.
I might have
Not
to
the
put it in
J's.
debt, before you can finally get out of debt. Now I got a harmonic scanner to sell you. I got to see that you about that
Heck yeah.
life.
Oh
Not the
oh
ant.
man.
man,
I joined them like for like a couple months just to see what they teach, and it's really they doing network marketing, and they do
Right.
like a
Hmm.
signal service like the WhatsApp group or whatever. And
hmm
I'm like, so y'all don't take y'all own trades, y'all just listen to somebody to tell you to put in a take profit and a stop loss. That's what y'all do. That's how y'all trade over here.
Hey,
I'm like, good luck,
Completely
because
codependent.
Let me tell you, Oprah,
yeah.
like in the clubhouse, right? A lot of us like real traders. Of course, we're gonna gather together in a real room, real hedge fund dudes, all kind of stuff.
Right.
And we try to go and vet out these rooms and stuff. And a lot of them be hitting the real traders up, trying to connect with them to sell those signals.
Or use your name to verify them, meaning they know you're a real trader, so they're like, "Hey man, come on my show." And that way they'll get some clout by through you, because people will think, "Oh, I know such and such. He is a real trader, so therefore this guy's a real trader too."
Mm.
And, and that's a bigger thing too in the markets, as we know, because y'all know me. I always say, man, just like how they look at these equity stocks and they say, it's only it's worth the price what people willing to pay for. And some people, again, like I say, they will allocate to these different services that are offering through these little, ads, whatever, these course materials, whatever. And you'll be paying, again, some of them are very expensive. Again, we already know about Ross Cameron. I sat in a lot of his free ones. I sat in on his free ones. Right, I've been in some of the chat rooms with him before in his evolution in a lot of ways, and to where he's at now. Ricky Gutierrez, y'all know I at that time we was Discord warriors. Right now, look at Ricky Gutierrez. Ricky Gutierrez was like, "Hey, I want to hire you and bring you on as one of my mentors in my learn profits." I was like, "I'm good." Right? Y'all know what happened with Tim Sight at the time when Tim Gertani, when he got when Steve Ducks finally got there, and then all of him and Wolves of Wall Street, then were crushing it. Right? Who did he start kind of marketing? He tried to get Stock Guard, right? He hit me up a couple times on Twitter, like, "Hey man, we love to have you." It's just a few people that because all it was just our work ethic was dictating who we were more so than our marketing of who we thought we were to everybody else, who we want people to perceive who we were. We would just go in and work, y'all. I mean, that was what preceded us. Our body work preceded us, right? And again, there's always gonna be somebody there willing to pay for that because they feel like, it's a shortcut. if they got some, or they at a certain status and I can get there a lot faster, the one thing they fail to realize is that this is a game or an industry where you can't shortcut opportunity here. You can get lucky. You can get lucky, right? A lot less, right? Then you can be consistent. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And the aspect of being consistent on as a profitable trader, right? Those luck moments gonna obviously run out over time. Right? You're gonna need to have a skill set. Is my point. So, you know, for us, we ain't sitting there finna compete against none of that. We know better now, and it makes no sense. It really does make no sense to get caught up in that because, yeah, you'll lose more in that than you would do ever in the market paying tuition, because real work experiences force you to adjust. Right? If you're codependent, you're gonna sit there. I need that, that lick today. Or you're gonna pay because y'all know during the time, even back in our old Discord room, even with Sal them, I forgot what old girl used to be a guy and a girl. I forgot her name, but they used to sell option signals, right? And so, who was that? Who was it? I forgot. It was you. You got in there once a couple times with him. You Camille, because Cali girl used to go. Yeah, Q-Tech. You're a Q-Tech. Yep. And and I said, you know what? In that perspective, again, if you can see it from a place where you can learn from it, however, right? You can, it's kind of, plug and play where you see fit. But ultimately, in the end, you say to yourself, okay, well, guess what? I got to now learn this on my own because the consistency in this is not going to be tantamount to me sitting there paying somebody else to do something that I could do on my own basis, right? It just doesn't, it doesn't equate that in your head when you start thinking about it. When you learn how to hustle better, you hustle smarter. Right? Right? You ain't backwards hustling, losing. You ain't losing money. You trying to go acquire and aggregate money. And so it all cancels itself out in the end is my point, because you'll either run out of funds, right? Or your luck gonna run out at some point. Coach, again, shout out to TradeNet, right? All them bad calls sometimes that Scott used to make and get Joker account blown up. And Joker be like, bro, and I used to counter trade a lot of his trades in the live chat, and people like, nah, I'm gonna follow African Emporium on this one, bro. Right? Right? Connor used to be in that corner, tell you, Connor like, man, that company, they be listening to you, brother. I said, yeah, man, I ain't finna fall for that. Right? They'll blow your counter, and they trade with bigger lot size. I'm telling you, with a bigger person that's forex. You got a bigger lot size, of course, that's a different magnification for a person with a small account. Exactly. Right? They trade $1 million plus accounts. Yeah, and you get
30 pips. You get 20, 30 pips, and you in there 4 or 5 lots, you gonna have a big bag.
Facts.
And somebody goes in there with 25 cents.
Right.
Right. And then the conversion is gonna lure you in more. Right. I gotta hold it a little longer, right? Because you want to try to have some kind of value to it. And that's what
then it be time for the reversal.
Exactly. That's when the reversal happened. That's when all of it finna get ground up in the cat food. It's a wrap. You can cancel that. You can man, look. Cat it's over. So
but like a mug.
Yeah, experience teaches you a lot, man. Again, I always tell people.
You can say that again.
So I have no doubt in my mind. Again, for us, for a lot of us, coach, y'all get it. I always tell you can tell once you've been in and around the game enough, and you've been around all the circles from the so-called quote unquote gurus down to the coming not known folk that did grind, and they did grind. That's all they care about, just grind, right? Right. Everything ain't not about a monetization aspect of their entire reality, because again, shout out to my brother Stock God. Stock God, we came up in that environment, right?
Oh yeah.
We used to grind hard in the market. And then what they'll do, they go rub it in the guru's face, right? I'll check out, go study this. Like him and Tyson Vance, and both of them just go find them a guru and they go rub it in like that. If you want to learn how to trade and not have to pay a guru, come hang out with it. It was kind of like Death Row Records to everybody. That's what they used to do. I was like, that's the quality control crew over there. They gonna go find you, but they gonna search you out.
That's how I found out what the furus were. I was like, what's a furu, man? They used to be going in. I was like, what's a furu? No, I'm brand new, man. I'm thankful, because like all the people that be sitting in them IML clubhouses, they don't know that these guys are furus.
Right. I'll tell you one thing. Back in 2017, I got into crypto during the boom back in 2017, and I knew Dollar Will then. Dollar Will
Nice.
told me, man, get out of. I wouldn't trade with your money, and I wasn't listening. I wasn't thinking about trading back then,
You were
and
hot back then.
I was hot, man. I was a grade A bona fide hot little boy, and I was a 14K on XRP.
Nice.
I remember this.
Yep. Them some
Hodled it,
nice bags. Ooh, them some nice bags. Yeah.
hodled it all the way through.
Hotter,
Man,
hotter all the way down. All the way back.
man, I hodled everything, man. And I'm
Yeah.
like,
What's
nah,
worse is I made about the same on Bitcoin, but I got caught in the Ponzi schemes with
Big Connect.
Big Connect.
Yeah, Big
Yep.
Connect messed up a lot of people, and a lot of
Yeah.
that was a scenario where it was no fault of everybody's own, and they were actually doing what they feel like was within the parameters of getting the bag, and then they just self imploded, right? And I hated that too with them. Oh man, that was horrible. Just be
Yeah,
honest, that
it
was
made me
horrible.
mad. That's when I didn't really know. I didn't really know what I know now, but I was like, yeah, man, this Big Connect finna pop off. I'm about to be a millionaire. And then all this stuff started happening. I was like, oh man, because
But you know
Yeah,
what?
it was this
It
dude named Bitcoin Trey. Y'all ever
it
heard of him before?
it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that dude.
But you know what? It led us here though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
facts. Right.
That's
I
why I
said
say
we're what? I say we're scientific financial analysts for a reason, right? We falsify what? The gurus and the guru. Of course, I don't beat up on people like that because y'all know I'm neutral when it comes to. Again, if a person willing to pay that, knock yourself out. You'll learn or you'll earn. That's it. Ain't no other way around it. Be honest.
Yeah,
Either
yeah,
gonna learn or you gonna earn. Right. So it has a way of kind of canceling itself out. Right.
Right.
And so you will find yourself back into environments where you say, oh, you know what my least path of resistance at where I ain't got to deal with all this chatter. Right. Then you find people like a Dollar Will and myself and you guys on here. You guys, you the channel because all y'all gonna do when y'all come on is gonna what? You just gonna go to work. You gonna let your
Yep.
body work, speak for you more than your mouth can perceive what you think everybody came here to actually listen to. Because the chart's gonna say something different, the price action gonna say something different. Again, the fundamental aspect of it, the data gonna say something different. And guess what? They're gonna be like, that don't line up, right?
Right.
See how that works? So
exactly.
you can't fake it in the markets. You can fake it in making a lot of things, but the market is one of them that you can't for only for so long. Luck runs out a lot faster than your continuity will ever carry you to make you feel like you got
Man,
enough money to remain solvent to hang it out. Because again, you'll go solvent a lot faster, or insolvent, excuse me, before you can remain solvent at the level the markets is going to take from you, and force you to what? To learn, right? It's going to force you to learn,
markets
right?
can remain more insolvent than you
Then
can
you can
remain
remain
rational.
rational,
Yeah.
100%.
Yep.
Right? So you're gonna burn out really fast. Then you say, man, forget this market stuff. It's a scam. That's when they go call it a scam. They ain't put in no work. They ain't studied. It's a scam. Right? That's all they can fall back on. It's a scam. All right, man. Good luck. Right? No, but so yeah, I enjoy this stuff because again, all you guys have definitely spoke something to a lot of people, especially a lot of people in the chat who are new, those who are obviously on their journey. These conversations, of course, we tongue in cheek and we have a little fun here, but it's reality. It's just the reality of things. You cannot skip evolution, right? You can't skip over the evolution. It just won't
Sure.
happen, right? Because at some point, it's gonna mess you up, right?
But they real lucky to be listening to this channel because it's so you don't have to take those blows that we took. You don't have to do that.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you're dealing with honest people that really trade, and really giving you the
Right.
real info instead of hype.
And it
Right.
can be back tested enough to the degree where you can comprehend it, right?
Right.
It can be back tested. That's the only way you'll learn how to be solid as an investor or a trader. Is learning how to what? Back test the
Back
markets,
test.
right? How to falsify. Again, we're scientists, financial scientists at the core of what we really do. We unpack data. We ingest high frequency aspects of data and then make particular outputs that are favorable towards us in a profitable way, given all the parameters line up, right? It's kind of like the moon got to line up dang near some of these cases because these jokers are trying to steal from you as much as they can. But once you get a handle on it, guess what? You can eat.
Yeah.
You can eat. All you needed to do is be able to make $200 a day. It could be over a week span. It doesn't matter. That puts you at what? That $200 a day puts you at around about what? Near 50K.
Yeah.
That's supplemental income, right?
Yep.
100 puts you at around about what?
That keeps you out the
25,000.
bread line. That's enough to keep you out of bread line.
Facts.
And if you can make that 200, what I tell my group, if you can make 20 to 30 pips, increase your lot size as opposed to trying to stay in the trade longer. You got something that you do very well. Just keep doing it. Stack money, increase your lot size. Don't stay in the trade longer. You got a high percentage win on this strategy. Don't say, let me find 3 strategies. No. Just keep going until you get enough money, you get enough cushion, and you can just you can use a calculator. Lionel uses a calculator, and you can just slowly increase your lot size doing that one strategy that you have a high win rate at. But if you start trying to stay in the trade longer, that's when you start giving it back. You find something that works, stay with it. Duh.
Yeah.
That's it.
Discipline.
Discipline. Yeah.
Until you increase your thesis as far as your entry and where the liquidity, where the price is going to see liquidity, then you can stay in. That's when you can stay in the trade longer.
Well, if you understand it long, you got to practice that too.
Frame.
Yeah.
That's why I say when you get to that point, when your fundamental thesis of the chart or the asset, where you can see that this is where price is going.
Right.
I mean, I had a.
No, I was just going to add to taking partials. I mean, you can stay in a lot of these trades longer if you secure a bag and take a partial and break that trade into 2, 3, 4 parts. Still average your 10, 15 pips and then let that other half ride, that a longer way.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I remember that daggone stop loss above your entry. Learn how the safe point to do that, to move that stop loss. Then you can't lose. It becomes managing the stop loss placement. You get to that break even point, and then you can't lose. You use your understanding of that structure, and now you're just managing the stop loss placement. Manage that placement. The profit gonna take care of itself.
Yep.
Lots of different ways to approach it.
Sometimes I let it return to the origin. I don't put my stop loss above where where I entered at until I'm sometimes at least 40.
Yeah. It's got to put in another above that.
I've been trading it a while, so but as a beginner, I would tell a beginner to try to get 10 pips if they can. Because I remember, like when you first start out, man, you can't even make $10. So it's like, you're like, why can't I make $10? So yeah, I mean, just have to stick to it and keep studying. But the focus as a beginner shouldn't be on money. It should be on perfecting your craft and understanding the market. And then the money.
That's a t-shirt moment. The focus should not be on the money, it should be on the fundamentals. You can't escape it. Escape it. That's why I always use the thesis that what was the most technical NBA team ever to play the game of basketball in our lifetime?
Spurs.
That stuck to the fundamentals, right?
Oh, Spurs, yeah.
Everybody gonna say the Spurs. Pop off, right? Popovich, right? You ain't finna get around them. They're gonna beat you to death on fundamentals. And their consistency obviously gave them a good win to loss ratio, even though they might didn't win the finals every time, but guess what? They had a good consistency value that when you came up against them, you're gonna have to battle. Right? Right?
Yeah, and they were going to the playoffs.
Yeah, right. You're gonna see Timmy Duncan, and what was buddy name? What the name? The Italian dude, whatever his name was.
Sean Elliott.
And the little point guard, the little superstar girl, Parker. And before even Robinson they ain't gonna retire, right? Man, look, the Admiral, what they call the Admiral.
Yeah.
Man, I'm just gonna beat the brakes on you, bro. You be sitting there like, and Robert Ory was with them. Man, Aura shoot the
He
lights
was
out.
with everybody. Ori was a hired gun.
Wasn't it?
Everybody. Yeah.
Ray Allen took that position out later in life.
Ori's a good example. He had a
He is.
strategy, a
Yes.
technique, and he applied it on several teams. He was with the Lakers, the Houston Rockets, and the Spurs. He got
The
a ring
Spurs,
with
yep.
all of them.
He got a lot of rings.
He said, "I'm gonna be standing right over here, y'all. Y'all can just pass that ball around all y'all want, but this way I'm gonna be.
This is where I make my money. This is my money shot right here. Get it up.
I met Robert Horry a couple times.
Out there in Texas.
Yeah. Really cool guy. Matter of fact, I'm dating the woman he used to date way back in the gap.
See how that works. You were see. You right worse than Jay Morrison than to put up a billboard by his ex-girlfriend's house. You right? You might worse than Jay Morrison, bro. That joker put up a billboard with his new wife near his old ex-girlfriend's house. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Boy, y'all brothers, but y'all something else, but y'all mean with it.
I like it.
Boy, that's about you talking about. That joker gotta wake up every day and see that billboard sit up there.
That's game right there. That's game. I like that.
And you can't break the windows. You can't burn it down. You gonna set the whole pole down. You can't burn it. You can't do nothing. Even tear it down. Unless you gonna shoot it up. And you gotta shoot up in the sky. Well, that's the game there, boy. But y'all looking cold with it, but y'all eyes blooded, cold blooded. Speaking of that, a good time to segue into what? How to get that bag, right? How to cut off what? Cut off the parasite, right? We talk about the ideal of, again, learning how to stand on your own 2 feet. Again, that's a good segue though, seriously though, right? Because you have to get to a point where you become self-sufficient, right? Markets are only going to respect you until you learn how to what? Trade within the confinements that it offers you, right? So the idea that goes, and the whole idea with guns, that this thing just tickled me to death. But this is kind of what we're all aspiring to be. We're trying to obtain financial freedom on our terms, void of the system, the status quo, the job, right? The church, the school, the pipeline. That's the new one, right? The church, the school, the pipeline puts you back into what? Into the ball and chains of the economic system. See how that work? Mm-hmm. Keep you humble, keep your nose clean, bow down to the scenario, and you'll be fine, right? Now y'all knows whether I know that. Look, now that you know what you know in terms of investing and trading, it's hard to go back to something like that.
Yes, it is.
As the system analysis has it set up. Now you can still have faith and do all those stuff too, but you figure out you come out better by learning how to be more independent. When you learn how to make your own money, because they cannot shut you out from it. That's right? They cannot, right? And so that's power. Again, y'all know my slogan, my terminology. Knowledge brings power, power brings profit. Hence power and profit, right? You can't skip that kind of rudimentary aspect to understand how you're gonna be king of your own castle, queen of your own castle, until you understand that you got to get some game, get some knowledge. Go out there. That obviously gives you the ability to have a value of power and leverage. That's what it is. Power is leverage. And then from there, strategically, you can acquire what? Profit, right? If you learn how to be in the right lanes that lead you to it, leads you to the least path of resistance, the rest is history. And so, again, we're watching it unfold with Ghana. I know this is a sidebar conversation we were talking about today, but it's still commerce. It's economics. It's seeing people now stand on their own 2 feet, right? And so the success of that always just infused us like, man, this is good, right? This is a win for the people who really control, right? Who really control things. It's the people who producing. And I say that to a lot of y'all because y'all knows what I know. Y'all are the production, right? We are the production that everybody's benefiting off of who did not actually put in the real work. And y'all know what I'm saying by saying that. Hint, hint, wink, wink. I ain't got to go out there and say it all out loud, right? So shout out to Gunner. We're gonna roll a little bit of that bean footage, then we're gonna get back to grinding here. I don't want to hold you guys up too long, but this one here was just it was just priceless. It was classic.
This visit is historic because it is only the third ever from a country south of the Sahara, and the first since Ghana obtained its independence in 1957. At the same time, today is the logical consequence of a lengthy development because relations between Switzerland and Ghana have for decades been characterized by mutual respect. Not every connection between our two countries can be deduced at first glance. Take the gold kernel, or I can translate the traditional gold coin and the chocolate coins. Both products that every child here grows up with and which are considered typically Swiss. But neither would exist without...
Whoa. She said that's typically Swiss. Growing up with typically Swiss. Is there gold in the hills of Switzerland? Is there cocoa fields in the fields of Switzerland?
Absolutely. Not that they didn't, only what they bought there.
So what's typical about that? What's typical about that?
How they moving it from one place to the other.
See the game, boy. You see, if you're not listening to the game, appealing to emotion.
That, she said mutual respect.
Mutual respect. Kids grew up with the gold coin that's stolen and the chocolate coin that's still stolen, right, from a fair value vet. And it's typical to Switzerland. How is it so typical? Oh, really? You got that comfortable in robbing, raping, and pillaging? Oh, really?
Yeah, they are. They that comfortable.
Woo! Let's roll some of that bean footage.
Of gold and cocoa, which we import on a large scale from Ghana. It is quite simple. We need the raw materials, and you have the raw materials.
Stop. She used the N-word, and not the N-word, y'all. She used the N-word. That mean they playing from a place of what? Behind the ball. Right? Uh-oh. You need. Right? So our economy is very again, symbiotic to us extracting those goods at the exchange rate that we give you money for it. That's obviously what? Robbery. We need it because our economy can't necessarily survive without it in a lot of ways.
Without that exploitation.
Now here's interesting. What's the biggest other GDP commodity or service that Switzerland has to their benefit?
Finance.
They got a banking hub, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but here's the deal. We know why it's there though.
Oh yeah.
It's legislation provisions that put that place in what? In an extradited, again, a no extradition manner where you can't come into this jurisdiction and demand anything off their what? Off their land. They safeguarded the criminal, basically. Hence, they get a what? A stipend for hiding and holding and housing that money. See how that works?
Right.
If that shuts down or the degradation of the currencies always begin to weak to the point where they can't get that stipend that fuels their the economy, what else do they have?
Nothing.
So if the majority of your income, your GDP, is rested upon a few different items, you don't have that multiplicity to work from. You one welfare check away.
They don't have a diverse economy.
Not nowhere near. And this ain't hyperbole. This ain't us making it up. This ain't no shade. This is just the raw fact. We dealing with what? Data. This is what we do. We analyze what? Economies for a living. Macro and micro. So yeah, that really keeps the light on, right? Mm-hmm. The cocoa and the gold and all that stuff. And see, roll some of that bean footage.
The resulting trade and business should benefit both countries. This principle is part of mutual respect. Gold and cocoa can create work and wealth in both countries.
Look at Buddy. He's like, they don't even know I'm finna take their heart out their chest. he had his head down like, bro, but they don't even know, boy. I'm finna take the heart. Look here. I'm finna take their heart out of their chest. But I'm just gonna tell the truth because guess what? Ghana is in a very, very strategic place right now, especially on the west coast of Africa, right? As one of the more, of course, Nigeria has a bigger economy But Ghana has a more concentrated wealth distribution level of economy with the strength of their resources and how they're not trying to appeal to everybody because there's so many nations in Ghana. Nigeria is ridiculous. You got the Germans in there, you got the French in there, you got everybody in Nigeria. That's why it's a hot mess.
I would say this with Nigeria, their economy is not diverse. It's very oil dependent. If you look at the heat map of Nigeria's GDP, it's overly petroleum. They don't have a diverse economy compared to South Africa. I would put South Africa's economy over just a lot of feedback. You hear me?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Can you hear me? Is it,
your mic is like echoing.
Oh, I'm gonna cut.
Okay, that sounds better. Okay.
Yeah. I would put South Africa's economy over Nigeria only because it's more diverse.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
Nigeria's economy is heavily on the export of petroleum.
Yep,
and
that's it.
even at
Oil.
that,
Yep.
right, and even at that, they're not taking advantage of the full capacity because they got oil fields in the southeast Nigeria that's just spilling over in the rivers. So they're heavily. So I would say Ghana is more even though Ghana is smaller. Ghana's population, it's the same population. There's the same number of people in Ghana as there is black people in America. And I would say their population is, me personally, more diverse than Nigeria.
That's some perspective for you.
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
Again, under that understanding, because of the fact that they have and they raw material again, their count value is well more preserved too, where a lot of people don't have a lot of hands in there messing it up, right? So again, y'all know, of course, it just really makes for a really good diverse value, or a place of leverage, I should say, a place of leverage for Ghana than that of a lot of the people on that West Coast area at this point who are still grappling with the vestiges of colonialism.
Right.
The still constant raping of the resources, and also the tariff prices and taxes that are still coming off those lands in terms of reparation that you're paying for the colonials that left. That to me, that still boggles my brain and my heart, that you would still pay the people that left, that ravaged your environment. You still got to pay them a stipend because they had to leave, that they wasn't supposed to be there in the first place. Like, seriously?
Right. There's more.
You got to pay the criminal for his
right, for him not criminalizing you.
There's more Nigerian entrepreneurs outside of Nigeria than it is in Nigeria because there's a ceiling. You still have that heavy tribalism in Nigeria where the government is highly concentrated in the northern tribes of Nigeria, and you have the Yoruba land and Igbo land where they're I guess they're underrepresented in the government, and even in the whole Biafra war, they tried to secede. So that tribalism is hurting not only just Nigeria, but you see it more in Nigeria because they're supposed to be the lion of Africa in terms of their economy. But it's really it's bad, man. It's bad.
Well, that's by design. That's what the whole purpose of how they went there and diverted, divested certain aspects of tribes against others for a reason, right? And it's been carrying on ever since. Y'all know we're dealing with a mastermind of manipulation, of course, that of the colonial power. That's what they strategically got into power. Now they're playing from the game. The game at this point is the art of war, right? Shinzu, right? Right? How to pretty much take you out without having to fire the bullet, right?
What they kind of doing right now.
Get you to turn on yourself, or obviously in this case, allow you to consume yourself, eat yourself from the inside out. Cannibalism, right? Because we'll hit you through sanctions. If you don't bend to our will, right? You can't do business with the outside world at a high level, even though it's already at a minority level. But they'll try to even cut you off from that. So they're hitting you with paperwork. They try to paperwork you to death. That's what they do. That's their hustle. Their greatest hustle is the paperwork, right?
And you would think Nigeria would open their doors to the black diaspora, meaning, black people that left, that was taken a while ago, because especially in America, the majority of us have Nigeria ancestry. compared to any other area of Africa.
Right.
But you have what's Ghana, which is it's the second most. They're opening their doors even more. It's I don't think it's the I can't explain it. But you have this diasporan African group, both continental that left under their own volition and didn't leave under their own volition, that has a GDP that's north of 95% of the economy is on Africa, and you just not and like, hey man, let's talk. Let's bring some of that home. Let's bring some of that money back home so we can do something. No, it's like, oh no, it's
Nope.
ridiculous.
Well, y'all,
Well,
again,
yeah,
y'all
they're way too
know,
tribal.
y'all know we cut to the
You
chase.
know.
Y'all know what it is. Y'all know exactly what it is, right? Right? It's like
Yeah, they
anything
know.
that you know at
They
this
know.
point. They got people in place who are the ultimate. We talking about the puppets over here. They got real puppets over there, and those who are not
Right.
the puppets
That's
are
what
the
I
ones who
want.
gonna get. Yeah, they get off the quickest. Y'all know how many
Yep.
they put a price on Mugabe like almost like a gazillion times. He done been in more shootouts day in there, through paperwork than
Explosion.
they ain't going Tupac did in real bullets day in there. They all kind of ways to take out Mugabe, right?
And what's funny is when it's starting to become a higher percentage of Africans that leave and come to the
Hey,
diaspora
let me find
that
the
You know
talk.
tra-
that.
that changes their mindset.
Nah, that's too
And they
small.
and now they like, wait a minute, this ain't fair. Wait a minute, no, this is not fair. I'm not getting hired for this job. This isn't fair. And now they start to think like us because I came to a few of them that's like first, when they came to the West, they were like, oh, I'm going to have the perfect life, and now they like, nah, they just thinking different.
Well, America's a fire branded environment, right? You got to hit the ground running here. And so the leverage that a lot of those people have within the diaspora that come here, of course, they get a lot of leg up, what they call ancillary benefits, a lot of ways, right?
Hmm.
Through a lot of our tearing and, opening up the provisions to get them, into this kind of aspect so they can grow. But what they also find out too is that they're trying to play the game from, the other side of the chessboard sometimes more than necessary, right? Trying to acquiesce to the powers that be
Yeah,
because
I do agree with that.
that's the kind of indebtedness insurance that they call it, right? When you kind of feel like the person to help you out, you feel indebted to them, right? No matter how messed up that person may be, though,
Hmm.
you kind of have that default, indebted, or I'm what's the word I'm looking for? It's the I'm loyal, right? That loyalty, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah,
default loyalty chip mechanism kick in, which is again, it's actually counter. It's not in your best interest. Ultimate end of the day. Of course, you
yeah.
can.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
My bad.
No, I was just saying you can funnel money and move things around, but you got to be able to link with people who obviously carry your best interest in mind, not just from your ethnic base. Well, of course through your ethnic, but it's not even really about it being I'm from this country, you from this country, because the diaspora obviously was supposed intended for anybody of Mama Africa to instantly understand what we just came out of. These people just got independent literally about 40, 50, 60 years ago. That was
Hmm.
just yesterday. And the countries we went through, how you come out of that and completely flip the script and go completely what? Coontastic and not understand who you're dealing with. To the tune where you don't want to link with your your brothers and sisters.
Right.
Right? The code should be so much still fresh in their mind that it'd be prerequisite not to be moving on code. However, they found a way to brainwash them in a way that, it took us a while to get money, but we got from money because it was just more. It was just life or death for us. We had to get on code.
Yeah.
Right? The coons of the day that we got are just, they just whatever. They just loose stragglers that just want to have something to say to counter trend and everything because anybody really taking them serious, right? Because they ain't really doing that. So they got to play the goofy role, right? The goofball role, right? To get attention. But real people that got boots on the ground making things happen, all right, you know who they are, right? You know who they are. But that's what's holding back a lot of these countries in Africa because they are still under the mindset that if they let go off the teat, right, of the
Mm-hmm.
European nation and trust their brethren and sisters in the diaspora, right, that things will be okay. They'll thrive because again, a lot of your heck, again, I ain't making it about that, but y'all get my point, man. Y'all know as well as I know, with the brain power that we got and the knowledge we got and the history we got with knowing who the people we dealing with, if we go into these other undeveloped nations and they really let us in the way we want to, man, we build these places up so fast. There's some smart jokers over here on this land over here. Some smart jokers. Even the hustlers over here can go over there and make things happen. Right? True story. Right? But they're afraid to allow that to happen because, again, it undermines the fact that y'all had the ability to do it on your own. Y'all got the resources right underneath y'all feet right now in real time, and y'all still squandering away to people who've already showed you who they was, and you still trying to acquiesce to these people.
But you know what? It's the basic stuff that really will propel. And I'm gonna say this word, and it's not to say that they don't have it. It's just the quality of it. Basic road infrastructure.
Yeah.
It's that yes, they have it.
Yeah.
You can obviously see it, yes, but it's just the quality of it.
Yep.
It's just the quality of your electrical system. Yes, you have electricity. Yes, it's fine. You have internet. It's fine. It's just the quality of it. You can have the quality of the internet and lighting system that they have, or you can have the quality internet and power system that say a South Korea has. They
Right.
not about to go out of power. They on 5G right now.
Right.
So it's the quality of it, and that the basic infrastructure itself can help propel the economy and GDP, by magnitude.
Look at they're still to the point now, even though it's been raped to seem like to death. You like ain't nothing left. That's a lie, man. Look, Africa still has at least 100. I was okay. That might have been a little bit hyper. They at least got at least a minimum. I would say about 10,000 x worth of opportunity underneath their feet. All right, on a basic level, because that 10x obviously grows into like 100x once you get into what refine it. We just talking about the natural stuff before you even refine it, move, turn it to what it is. And that might be a low number, but I'm just saying they got that much opportunity still afford to them that a lot of people ain't got. Everybody else and pretty much what killed their reserves. They ain't got nothing else. They got to depend on what exports. They didn't basically gut out all their resources. Okay, look at the Yukon Valley here in America, right? The West, right? Big gold boom, right? Them people, they ain't good at that stuff. It's still some stuff probably down there, but it ain't at the level it used to be, right? The bison, right? They pretty much drove them things into extinction, right? The only ones able to kind of come back are probably because they ran to Canada, and they were still getting chased across that border, right? So everywhere they've gone, they've gutted out the resource. They depleted them all. Again, greed, right? We're talking about that greed. So guess what? Africa ain't even in this greed state, even though it's been raped and holes been dug. The one in South Africa is just demoralizing, but it's still a lot of what minerals in the ground. More so over there. I think I read somewhere some data point. They said Africa got enough resources to last them. Man, beyond man, people can go into extinction, and Africa still be not even at its peak. Truly.
And I want to clarify what I just said. When I say roads and everything here in America, in the northern states, you have to continue to fix up your roads.
Yeah, upkeep.
After in spring, you're gonna have construction everywhere. You have to fix it up. So you got to keep up. Is the maintenance.
Maintenance. Yep, maintenance fee.
So where
CapEx.
right, the maintenance, the continuous maintenance of your infrastructure. And that's what I really mean by the quality. The continuous maintenance, not we put a road down in this suburban area and that's it. No, you gotta maintain that. You do have to maintain that infrastructure, and that's what I really mean. Not to say that they don't have roads, but yeah, they do. It's just a continuous maintenance. Because you do have you are in a country slash continent that has natural resources. So you're going to have trucks, moving things back and forth, and those trucks tear up roads. things happen to roads. So you got to continuously maintain it. And if you don't do that, all of a sudden that part of the road that got messed up gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it hinders that then become a hindrance to that export where or trucks or whatever that is exporting that raw material. It becomes a hindrance, and multiply that by how many other points that are on that road, or slash power grid. Something fails, you got to go fix it. But if you don't fix it, it becomes a hindrance. That's what I really mean: the continuous maintenance and the continuous upkeep. That's what I mean by the basic stuff.
Yeah, basically it goes down to qualitative to quantitative, right?
Hmm.
No matter how many you got, you still got to have a quality value. As again, working smart, not hard from that perspective. Because if you let it get too bad, of course, the maintenance cost in this case, obviously, was superseded out of what you made just from the use case. Again, it's backwards hustling, and so Africa again has everything it needs. Of course, I know we didn't kind of went into this diatribe on it, but this is a part of our economic knowledge expansion, right? Understanding how the business work, because we all want to be in a position to do business over there, right? Obviously, Ghana and market have a stock market, right? Ain't nothing new, right? I've done a little research, a lot of little nations over there, some of their markets, whatever the case, and you want to invest, right? You want to see the strength of, again, the diaspora dollar begin to turn over. Same way you say, well, the money needs to bounce 5 or 6 times or 13 times, really 10 to 13 times in the black community, and when they don't, it needs to bounce the same way through the international black hubs, and it don't, right? And that's tragic, right? That's tragic. So there's no concentration wealth, there's no aggregate wealth. It's just every man for himself, right? And then it becomes every nation for themselves, and so it's
Right,
breeding this insidious.
just like when Nigeria talking about banning crypto, that is not that's going to hinder them
Well, that's the dumb
so
stuff that
bad.
India's on right now. You know what? You know why they're
Right.
doing that. You know why they're doing that, though. Let's be honest. You know why they're doing it, because they know that power uplifts the community more than that of the colonial powers or the powers that be that's trying to control all the wealth and the resources. To funnel the people into what? Into a chokehold to make them bow to their what? Their will. These puppet governments, these people who, whatever, that's already mismanaging the resources, that puts the power back in the hand of the what? The common person. That person can now make moves, right? On a bigger scale outside of all these old stupid provisions that's out there. India's the biggest populace on the planet is India, right? Per capita.
Yeah.
It's crazy. How many people there, and they living in abject poverty. Man, that capital, their little pennies going to the market on top of ours, man. Look, you talking about liquidity, right? But in the same way, that helps them have a better qualitative value of life, void of having to slave labor their way to acquiesce to the government or oversight, right? They want to let these people go, right? Like let them go, right? Let them go, let them run with the wolves. It can't be about protecting their what little resource they already basically don't have. Heck, they're already at rock bottom to a degree, right? So you gotta let people fly, man, and stop trying to hold them, and curtail their opportunity and their growth. So of course, crypto challenges everybody, right? It challenges the central banks in those areas. It challenges into the governmental oversight, banking and finance scenarios and sectors. So eventually, like all things, they'll have to acquiesce. Then China started out first trying to ban it, and then they said, okay, no, we ain't gonna ban it altogether. We're gonna let the miners keep working, but the average trader, they can't trade. Is that how it work?
Yeah, they said you can hold it, but you can't trade it.
Yeah. So let some of the miners keep rocking and allow people to hold. It's like, okay, this is just stupid. Because again, but you know why, right? But China on a whole new different game plan. So they're on a whole new different game plan.
I got a question for you all. When you all trade, how many pips or ticks do y'all normally get on a trade? Well, no. I asked that wrong. What's the most you all had ever got on a trade in terms of pips, not money?
The forex traders about to exit the building, right? That only one left is Oba Chris. But Sister Camille and definitely Oba Marquise would be well suited for that. And I know because Oba Chris traded it too, of course. But I know they've had to have some pretty good. But hopefully if they come back on, they'll be able to.
Yeah, they would know more.
But
You
it's
mean within one day, or you mean
like
longer
in a
swing
trade.
trade, or just open period?
Just within, like, you put a trade in, or I don't think I'm asking this correctly. In like a trade, like
Intraday or just when I say, I guess I should say
Yeah,
intraday,
that's
but
what I'm trying to
yeah,
get at.
no,
intraday or
Right,
like in
swing,
a swing hold
swing,
trade.
swing,
Okay,
swing.
okay, swing side,
A
yeah.
swing trade.
man.
Yeah.
I've held for 3 weeks. Stuff like that. I've done long,
It
long
depends,
and
man.
longer. I've
It
done.
depends. I mean, you still got to do everything you would do in a regular intraday trade. But you look at the higher time frames.
Monitor it out, basically kind of stake it out like you do an option trade to a degree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you got to
guessing.
figure that. You just got to decide what That's you got to figure that out. It's like
I,
everybody got to figure that part out. How long am I going to
Oh,
be in it
oh,
in
no, no,
each
not
trade?
not how long you were in. I'm just saying, like, as you know, regular trade, you may have come up on a trade that got you a large amount of pips, and it's like, wow, this the most pips I ever got in a trade. That was the question.
Gotcha. Oh,
in a
gotcha.
single trade, yeah.
Yeah, single
I know
trade.
on the option side, I could never speak to that. On the option side, uh, shucks, I turned what was that? 20. I turned 20 into $20, literally $20 bill, to into like 1870.
Wow.
One $20 bill turned into 1870. I bought 5 contracts. I ended up around about the 8 grand. I was on the STMP trade, and it dumped on the it lost a contract to the U.S. Postal Service. The company stamps.com, they had an earnings play, and it dumped. I bought 5. I was mad because I ain't bought more. It was on 20 cents a contract. That was one trade. As a matter of fact, that was about that was not even an hour worth of work. Somewhere around about
Wow.
an hour, a couple hours worth of work. So 20, basically $100 turned into 8 grand.
But
Nice.
I guess also what I'm asking, like, what's most number of ticks, not ticks, but yeah, ticks and pips. So, like, I'll give you an example. No, I'll trade, my normal trade, and I may come up on a trade that's 100 pips, and it's like the most, I'll get or something like that in a while. It's just curious. It's just a curiosity question, I
Yeah,
guess. It just, I
yeah.
wasn't asking it correctly. That was made off.
Oh, no worries. No, and it'd be the same thing with expansion value in terms of a trade. I guess it's kind of some set of a pip. It's still dealing with the peak to trough moment.
Mm.
When it drew down, actually, basically, it's like when you kind of say you can never catch the exact bottom or you can never time the exact top. Well, in some cases, when you have big drawdowns or expansion pops or parabolic moves that happen, intraday, whatever. Fortunately, if you are in the right peak point of profitability, as I like to say that a lot, that's how you capture that. I had that again, like I said, in the day trade. Of course, we had a dump like that in terms of STMP and trade. It was just legendary. But I'd be there. I guess that's synonymous to that. What the pip word would be. Oh, that's a strong trend, right? It's a strong trend one way or the other. You don't look at it, it's a strong trend, right? Up or down, right? Deluge or a rocket, right? It's gonna be none, either one of the two.
What's
Uh,
the longest you've held it in terms of days or weeks or months?
intraday trade.
It's like in say a forex. What's the longest you've held a position?
Oh, that's gonna be definitely over Chris. I don't trade for it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna
What's
be
the
over Chris
longest
Ilba
you've held a
Marquis.
position?
I mean, come
You
here.
trade futures though?
No, not on average. I have, but not on average. I'm
No,
more.
it's okay in the stock. Then what's the longest you've held a trade? Like what to the next next resistance? Say what on a daily chart, weekly chart, a
Well,
4 hour?
outside of
What?
my long-term investments, of course, if I just had to set up like a trade and I just need to get, hit my goal, right? My peak to trough, whatever. That would be my short on. God, I had several of them. My biggest intraday was 55 grand. That was, God, what was that? That wasn't Elfin? Oh no, was it the Tilray trade? Either the Elfin or the Tilray. I had to go pull it. I have it over on my YouTube, WeTrade HQ on the website over there. I didn't trade so many, but that was my biggest intraday. Um, and that trade expanded for more than I want to say. God, it had to been. Was that the Tilray trade? It was the Tilray one, I believe. It lasts for about I want to say 3 to 4 days. And that's when I was with trading it, so I had to pay the obviously the overnight fees, but it didn't matter because the deluge was obviously popping. But I think it was around there about 3 or 4 days, if I'm not mistaken. I have to go back and revisit that trade. I do have it archived though, but
That's pretty nice.
it was about a drawdown. That's when it peaked out on that parabolic move and it just crashed. So
you
I caught it.
a trend that was like within that weekly candlestick. You caught the strength of that,
Right.
the primary move in a weekly candlestick.
All the way back down to it bottomed out. Right. It kind of big how people when they shorted GameStop or near 500, well they knew it was going to happen the next day or not with that Melvin Capital scandal. But those people that took that short up there, man, they had a lot of things. Obviously, woo. Because y'all know, obviously, the following day it crashed down at 200 and it kind of, popped and it kind of went back down. But it's kind of symbolic to that, I should say, yeah. But it was Tilray. I think it was the Tilray one because Elfin one. I made a good little bag on that one too. Then outside of that, I think Tesla. I got a lot of money out of Tesla, a lot. At the time, Elon Musk was just acting a fool, right? So he kept hurting the stock. It ran up and then he just gut it down. Jim Chanos and the crew, they would just gut it. But yeah, so that's what it was. It was definitely 3-4 days window.
Nice.
Markets always wow.
How about the forex? The forex traders market. What's your longest hold?
I think I held like GBP for like 4 days.
So you got in that trade was you probably got about 600 pips or something like that, right?
Yeah, that was like
when does GBP average in a day? Is it like 260 or something crazy like that?
Yeah, it's something in the area, but that was probably like 2 years ago when I did that, and it was I barely knew what I was doing. All I know is that it was dropping, like GBP was dropping like crazy. And I think I only meant to hold it for like 2 days, and somehow I forgot about it, and then I came back and I was like, oh snaps, shoot, I caught a major bag, and I was like, that's not smart though. Like, you can't forget that you're in a trade,
right?
You have to remember that. But I knew for sure that it was going to be falling for a while. I don't know what happened that particular day and time, but I know GBP it was crashing.
Right.
It was crashing pretty bad.
I've held some pretty wild. Like when I used to I had before I got into the day trading thing, my style was I would use the Fibonacci extension. I could be looking on a daily or something. It would be nothing for me to hold for a couple of weeks. And in the Elliott wave terms, we're talking like a wave 3 or something. I mean, I've held trades a couple of months, but a lot of that was back when I was working. So I wasn't, I had a job to go to every day. So I wasn't, so I'm looking on the higher time frame charts. So what my job was intra-week was just managing movement of the stop loss. Like you figure, you buy on the 4-hour chart, and once this thing start making a weekly candlestick and a monthly candlestick, I mean, you deep in the money at that point, deep in the money.
Right.
You're just moving. You're just looking at the recent consolidation and the breakout above it, and moving your stop loss up. I've done that over a very long period of time, just managing moving the daggone stop loss. So it's just all in what you want to do, what kind of time you got available, what your objective is. Because I was like, I want this. I'm like, basically, I'm trying to get the money for the whole quarter.
It happens. I've held trades a lot longer than that. Of course, I didn't have to pay out like those, but those are my most exceptional aspect because the money was so concentrated. Because I literally caught the top, right? Mm-hmm. And so it just made sense at that point, Even for it bouncing, probably make that little so-called gas for air like it always do. Then go back underwater.
Right.
I said, let me go ahead and cash this out here, right? Bird hand beat one in the bush, and it was just such a given because again, markets fall a lot faster than they take them to go up, you know.
Right.
So it was just like, okay, let me go and close out, and they end up bleeding out like all of them did. Tear rate, remember tear rate? It went up and hit up near that point, and then it just bled all the way out, basically all the way back down to $5.
If I was working a job right now, I still would trade that way I used to. I live on that weekly chart, and I like look at how the S&P. We're looking at these charts where prices bottomed in March, and we're coming up on a year long anniversary of that trend. But when I was working, those are the moves that I would catch that kind of stuff regularly.
Yeah.
I would go in my retirement account. I'd move the money to like the money market account, fund, and get out of the S&P at the end. I could have been sitting in that trade a year. That wasn't nothing uncommon, and just hide out in the money market account.
Yeah, well, at that time when they were giving, right, the interest rate was good. Yeah, you can hide out them. Yeah. Then they get they met that all of it. All that.
I mean, but even if the rate wasn't that good, the loss ain't gonna be that great in that.
Right.
Relative to what you gonna lose when you in the S&P. So I would hide over there and let the reversion to the mean, happen, and then I would roll back into the trade and hold it for another long stretch. Because I was working, so it fit the time I had, because all I really needed to do was check on the charts every weekend. I'm looking at a big data set. There ain't nothing gonna happen but the creation of one candlestick, and I got a Fibonacci extension showing that we got a long way to go before we get to that next resistance level. So one candlestick, there ain't nothing gonna happen within that week. So I wasn't, and that was before I became a day trader. And then when I got to the point where I had to get that man back his job, I was like, I can't take this no more. Then I started saying, okay, you know what? Getting that paycheck every 2 weeks was pretty nice.
Yeah, that consistent.
I gotta find a way to recreate that. So it made me do that. So that's where the day trading started become a priority for me to learn a more shorter term. Before, I didn't go straight to day trading. I went to like, okay, let me try to get like a couple of weeks, the better part of the month or the quarter. And then I was like, okay, no, I want to get me a paycheck every 2 weeks. So that's what kind of pushed me to the day trading thing, to want to improve and get better in my entries and exits so that I can recreate a paycheck like that I was accustomed to getting when I was working a job.
That's the model I actually trained from and teach from, because again, I mean, the rubric aspect of it is already kind of set in motion, right? Or the coursework to get there, of course, within the syllabus, but the rubric is stationary, right? We know exactly what's going on, what it takes, right? It's 252 days out the week that you can trade the market, out of the year that you can trade, allotted to us, right? Give or take these little leap days, whatever year. That means your propensity to make money, even at $100 a day, model, puts you at around about $25,000 supplemental income. That's just $100 a day. Not all in one day, but by the end of the week, you got to have what? At least what? $500, right? It could be in one trade, 1 hour, you done for the week, right? If you find a way to double that, well, that puts you at around about what? Above around about 52, 54 grand. That's more than what a person make all day, sitting 8-9 hours on the clock, fighting everybody, everything, all that. The headache, the stress, the gas, the food, everything, all that. Right? Well, guess what? If you take that thing up to what? $1 grand, right? What does that put you? All of that puts you well over 100K. Right? Okay, that's again, roughly around about $5 grand a week. Right? That's most of the people who are sitting at around what? Master degrees or higher level IT type people that came in even with a BS. Right? And you did this from the comfort of your home, not all the expenditures that comes along with having to what? All that. Right? Sure. Okay, well, you take that to 1,500, you see what I'm saying? On and on. Right? You get up to roughly around about $4 grand a day. right? Roughly almost 4 grand out of time five, around about what? About 20 racks, right? 20 racks a week, right?
Right.
That puts you at around about $1 million.
How
hard is it to do that, right? Make 20 grand a week with a leveraged account, right? A liquid market, patience is a skill set. It really isn't that hard.
Right.
It seems larger than life to a lot of people. Like look at that, like man, that's just impossible. It isn't. Again, the markets are given at any given moment. We can go look at the runners today, and you can see exactly how somebody made that today.
Right.
Right. If we didn't we can show you. Matter of fact, as we were speaking about that, I was like, man, what was that trade? I think it was a tier rate trade. All right, I made that 50. I got the receipt, so I just got to go pull it up. That one it ran. Remember, it basically went from what? It was like what? It went from about 20 some odd bucks all the way to 300. But this was the counter right here on the monthly, right? It ran, basically from 70 bucks all the way up to 300. Right. The bulk of that money I got short on around about 296. No, it was 296. It was 296 somewhere around there. I think Jacob he ended up recording it. It's somewhere he could record it. I got it too, but because he was like he watched it. He was like, man, yeah, this was that trade. When he went to that, yeah, this is that one you gutted it, but it dropped basically. Again, if we put that on the weekly, you better see it. But it just again, it got parabolic, and you know how this stuff happens when they do that. It dropped and fell all the way back down to around about 141 and whatever the change, right? I gutted it off that with a lot of shares I was using trading at the time. We had the leverage, right? Trading it was around like about 15, 16 to 1, right? Right, leverage, right? So this was me trading with, I think at the time I traded this on my, what was it on my pro account? Or was this I think it was the pro account I traded this one on because I was trading several. I had a student account, I was trading, family account, whatever. But anyway, the drawdown was like larger than life, right? I took a major portion of the bag, left some shares in there, and kept adding on the way down, bringing my average down. At the end, after I took the big bag, I ended up with an average around about 140 some odd dollars, whatever. And I just kind of ate on it a little bit more on the way back down, even lower than that, right? A little bit at a time. So it was just like, okay, this is crazy. I did it again. I did Tesla like that. That was one of my other big trades I had that were up near that area. I had, what was that? That CHFS trade. That was my fastest one. I think that was that fast? Yeah, it was fastest one because that one, it was like about 3-4 hours. About 3 or 4 hours, I had made like about 17,000 on that trade. Wow. And that's what really hooked me, right? That was the one that hooked me. That was back in the end of 20. Gosh, what that trade was like. Was that the end of 2017? I think it was around the end of 2017. I first just got with trading it at that time. So that was like, I got spoiled. I was like, oh, this is nice. And so those other trades, even like I was speaking about with Tier Ray, that was one. But they posted the back end of that trade. They didn't post the other one, but this is the one that they posted on the website. But this ain't the one where I made the most money off that 300 all the way back down to 140. Then I had left a little bit in there and just trade off the small part. But in this trade, that was what I had left over there, and it still dumped and went lower, right? After I had averaged down, and I still picked up another 10 grand off the back end of it, off of making like 55. But those type of little trades, man, they just stick with you like, God dog it, man. So,
but the point with what you were showing right here, which goes out to what I was saying, when you're looking at these bigger data sets, trends persist. Trends last a long time. So,
right. So especially if it's one where you have that level of rebounds and where you notice is hyperinflated,
right,
through a whole lot of fast money, as they call it. So this trade here was about this one went here was like about it was about a week, somewhere around about a week, because it bounced out, hit right 144 pivot, then it kind of bled its way back down to where it's at 99. But the one before it came a lot faster. But again, that's it. It was just within that trend. It was still like about a 4 or 5 days, somewhere around there, give or take. And it just bled out. Then I said, you know what, I'm finna take the rag. Because at that point, I had nothing in it. You see right here, it's only what, 250 shares. Before that, I had like 1,000 plus. Some way up, it was 1,000 plus, right? Because that's how I was able to make that much money fast. And then I just bled it out with the rest that I had left in there. It was like 250 regular shares. I had to worry about, the fees wasn't that bad on that. It just bled out.
And also way back in the day when like it's on these longer trends like this, I was doing trading, like managing my retirement account, and so I'm just I'm on those weekly time frame, and I'm trading mutual funds, so that the mutual fund is going to execute at the close of the day. So I'm looking at the charts on a weekend. If it hit a price point intra week, I could just wait till my lunch hour, and I would go put in the trade to buy or sell or whatever I needed to do on my lunch hour. And at 4 p.m. it would execute, and I just with a good little slave and doing my job on 9 to 5 or whatever my hours were, and I made it work that way. So I'm
gonna hit you with the Jay-Z. No, you wasn't a good little slave. You was a business. You was a business, man. You was a business. You were just a business in the making.
Does that answer your question, Lionel? Kinda. You still there, Lionel?
My bad, I was on mute. Well, I was just asking. I'm curious. People say, people get pips, ticks, points, and I was just curious. Hey man, I've been doing it. You may come up on a trade that, hey man, wow, this is the most pips I ever got in a trade. Or on a swing trade. So I was just curious.
Yeah, but that's what we live for. It's weird too, because now y'all got me digging through my archive. I got some stuff spread all over the place. But I was talking about that STN trade. This was it right here, right? I got it. I think I got it recorded too. I think I was trading live that day. I could have. I got it somewhere, but I got the receipts. Of course, you see there. Of course, there was an option trade on Testwork. Those contracts was on 20 cents a piece. All right, literally, like I was showing you. That was $100 that turned into $8,000. That was like a matter of what? It dropped and it fell, and the next day it bottomed out. So that we talking about less than 5 hours.
Wow.
It was a lot less than that. I'm trying to be comfortable, trying within the window. It was about 3-4 hours because it happened during the after hour earnings play. It was an earnings trade. You can't trade option after hours or pre-market. So I bought my contract, my puts before the bell rung up near the peak point. News hit. It was already like know that it was gonna be in trouble. And the only thing I was telling myself, like you said earlier, Dollar, were you mad because you didn't buy what? You didn't buy more. That was you down there saying, you mad? I was mad because I could have literally put $500 in that trade. Literally. Right? I went with 100. The contract was dirt cheap. I bought way out of the money. You see right here? There's the descriptive value. All right, it says what? 20 contracts for at time 5. I bought the $55 puts. 5-10 expiration. Only 5. God, dog. Ooh, boy.
It went from out of the money to in the money.
Onto my man. Boy, look at him.
So, how much did it cost you? What, like a nickel or something?
20 cents a contract. Ended up being $100 for the entire trade.
I'm sorry. So when it went in the money, what did it go up to?
It went from, or the price where it started from to into where.
So when it started at 20 cents, when it went in the money, what?
Oh, hold on. No, it was matter of fact, let me run over here really quick. I can. I'm sorry. I want to kind of show you that one. That was goodness. It was 20. Yeah, that's what it was. Yep. It fell from 300 something, and I caught it on this candle right here.
We don't see no chart.
Hold up. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Dang it. Sorry about that. I forgot. It keeps doing that, and I gotta remember that I'm not on Zoom.
Not on Zoom.
Zoom, switch with you.
Got that smart technology.
Yeah, see, that's why they kicking butt, taking name over there. Zoom. And other jokers ain't caught up with what's not in them yet. What was it? It was this one here, STMP, right? Which is the 5th Monday night. Yep, that's when it was. It was like, yep, it was 2019. It was this one right here, right? And I bought. This is on the monthly. Let's make it'll look more detailed, possible on the week. I don't know. Let's see. What that candle? Here it is, right there. Right, this is your play here, Dollar with that weekly, right?
There you go, yeah.
There it is, right? So of course, this was the downtrend leading up into it because of what? The idea that they had lost the contract with actually it was over 300, and they lost that contract to the United States Post Office, and they was trying to say, well, maybe we can salvage it. We weren't sure, whatever. And it just, as it made the first drop, it dropped from here, all of a sudden ended up down here on that last day of the week, right? Into this earnings, this was the one that it got gutted, right? And it just bled out all the way down here. And then hold up, no, this ain't the one. Was this the one? It was discounted. It was on the, no, it was this one. It was the May. That's what it was. It was this, sorry. It was this one. It was this one, discounted here. All right. So it dumped basically from 80s. It was like it was $180 some odd dollars all the way down to like $40 some odd dollars. And again, that's on the weekly into the earnings play. It was this one here. That's what it was. All right, make sure I was right. It was this guy right here, right?
The option costs you 20 cents
a contract.
But when you got in the money, what was it, like a couple of dollars or something?
Well over that. You know, you make money into the strike price too. Now,
right.
Yeah, you make.
Yeah, but once it gets in the money, it really starts.
It turns over a lot faster because now your delta now has to max out the value of the dump or the volatility, right?
Right.
So the money turns over a lot faster. It's kind of like you watching the equalizer. That thing just went. The 100 started flipping really fast. Like, God, dog, right? What's this, right? But that's literally what happened because now there was no brakes on it. Right, so it deluged all the way out, you know, in that perspective.
You're talking about what, like 8,000%, right?
Yeah, it was like, it was way, at least a minimum about well, ultimate altogether, but it was like 1,800+% per contract.
Okay.
Right, so because obviously in that case, like one contract out of that, you know,
so if you bought it for 20 cents and it went up about 1,800%, so that premium went up to like $3.80 or something like that. Went from 20 cents to like $3.80 or something.
Some crazy number like that.
That's a lot.
I forgot the conversion.
That's what I'm talking about. That's man. So you sitting there looking at that, you're like, man, I should have put $1,000 on it.
Yeah, I had 500. 500 would have brought me around about 40 racks.
Right.
Yeah, $500 would have brought me about $40,000.
Right.
That's options.
That's options.
And
I've had one under that too that I banged out on. I spent $5 and made like $270. $5. So literally $5. $5 foot long. I spent $5 and made like $270 on the option contract. So with Joker said, I ain't got no money to get started. I always pull those old receipts up. It's like, hey, here's one where I traded. It was $5, and I made $275 off that $5 bill. Right. So those kind of scenarios like that, it just eliminates a lot of I would say a lot of people, hey, you ain't got to sit here and fight against the opportunity. It's there. You just have to be patient to learn, the structure, right? You get that. Right. There ain't no more than what you don't see at the job. You just more in control of the situation.
If you dedicate yourself to say, okay, I want to find these big pops, you got to put in the time. You got to test out your screens and stuff. You're using all the technical tools that we discuss. And everybody's working with. I use oscillators. So you're gonna get some cues from momentum oscillators, especially the MACD. So you just work those screens and like you said, only take good notes, and you will nail it down. You'll figure it out. Okay, I need to see this setup on this time frame because when price is going to move to this level, it's going to take X amount of time. You just got to put in the work, and whatever it is, because you can look at like the weekly gainers or weekly losers, and every one of those moves, if it's an optionable stock, it's a stock that's got options on it, somebody made a killing like what he's discussing right here in every one of them setups. You just got to put in the time to find like back test, like he's saying. You can find some screens that work. You could take the ones that did pop and look at it good and find the setup and see if it repeats. You just got to put in the work. That's all.
Are there prop firms for options?
I don't know any. I don't say anything about. I don't know any.
Not to my knowledge. It may be a couple people out there trying to do little, within that. You know, but again, in this case, you come out better. Of course, this is a one-man show reality. You know,
Right.
I just got to get with somebody. Y'all can think tank and then put it, because that's what we do. Basically, you know, we have a little
Right.
session. We'll get in the group. We come up with some little trades. Same how we did the option trade today in the SPY. It's the same thing, right? So you could buy one contract, or you could have bought 10, right? And you still would have had the same. That's what I'm talking about when I use that conversion value of you can make these certain amount of money a day trading, you know, strategically and smart. Well, it compounds once you add what? More fuel to the fire, as you say, Dollar. When you increase your lot size, if you on the forex side of the house, right?
Right.
So of course that contract was $1.08. Remember you did the math on that, Lionel. It was $1.08 for that contract. It bottomed out around about what? You know, $3.91. That's a $280 what? Differential price value.
Right.
So okay, put $1,000 on it. Well, how many contracts $1,000 get you at 108? That's 9 contracts, right?
Right.
9 contracts at a differential for what? 200 makes it $283 what? Differential. So what's 283 times 10?
2,800.
So that's $2,800, and you only spent what? A rack.
Right.
That's profit plus your principal. Now you at what? 3,800. Somewhere around the 36, $300.
Right. Well, what you should do, Lionel, since Lionel he trades the euro dollar. That's he the buddies with that. And so just now you're in that same energy oil space. So make you a watch list of energy and metal stocks. Make a watch list, and overnight when you trade in the euro and you see the euro make these big moves either direction, up or down, peek over at your watch list and you'll start to see it. You'll start to see what's happening. So when you see your setup on your that you trade in the forex world, when the day starts, when the market's open, the options market open, print out the options change. Just freeze that moment in time when you think you would have made the purchase. Just print it out or save a PDF. You can save it to a PDF if you don't want paper all over the place. Just save it to a PDF, put it in a folder, and later when you would want to close out that contract, go and print out the PDF again. And then you can see the difference in the change in the price. And that'll give you a rough idea how you would have fared in that trade. Basically, taking advantage off of the same information that you're trading when you're looking at the euro dollar forex symbol. Did that make sense?
Yeah, Lynette, you there? Oh, you might have went.
You still there, Lynette?
It might be at the handful.
Yeah, it might have.
It found out.
Yeah, I'll run it by him again. But that's what I do, you know. And every once in a while, I'll put like $10 or something in Robinhood. That's the only reason why I got Robinhood is for that, to keep my options experiment separate from other stuff.
Yeah, between them and Webull, I think those are good starter. Now Webull obviously better than Robinhood because it's more scale. It even has, but definitely you're right, because they are the kind of like starter sets. You want to play with a couple bucks here and there, kind of get your feet wet. Of course, then I would say, of course, the greatest thing you got option paper trading at TD Ameritrade for free. Get your really get your hands intertwined into
all right.
it.
That's probably better, cleaner way to do it.
And it's that you dealing with the full scale 64-bit processing value, the full shebang.
Yeah, that's what I think. What he really needs to see is the options prices like in a panel below, say the stock price if he's trading like a stock, so you can see the relationship between like the price action on the price and what's going on with the options. You'll see it in real time like that.
That's exactly how the money turning over, right? How that's turning over. Gotcha. So that's why
when it locks in. When you see it like that in real time, you go, oh, so I could have traded it there or here, or both, or whatever, however you want to do it.
And see, and I guess what I think I love about bar chart because it's so scale for all of that. Even got COMEX stuff, right? Because the COMEX you're dealing with the oil contracts, you're dealing with the gold, commodity, sugar, feeder, hulls, corn. You know, it got all those contracts on here in real time. On that side, those are raw material contracts, though, meaning you buy those contracts, you're gonna take possession of that item if you exercise it. Right? They're gonna have a cow sitting up at your front porch. Hey, Mr. Dollar Will, what you want to do with this cow? You didn't close the contract out. What? I didn't close it out. Yeah. What you want? Put him in the backyard with the pit bulls. He'll be all right. Time up. Time up. Time up. Right? Barrel oil, same way. Right? But that's it. So it's the same thing. Of course, if you trade in the coupon, the paper gold as opposed to the raw material. That's one thing you do when you buy the junior miners or the paper contract holding company. J Nugget, all them. Of course, you just buying the paper.
Right.
But you go buy the actual gold commodity one, you can take possession of that item. If they got it in reserve or not, they owe you, right? It's a paper,
Yeah, I talk about what's that dust every now and again. That's the ugliest
that's inverse
chart in the world, man.
Yeah, it's inverse.
That thing was taking a beating when gold was shooting to the moon. Man, that thing got destroyed.
Yep, like
that's a good one to teach from, because that one caused me a lot of pain. I learned the hard way about not to be cautious with those leveraged ETFs.
Yep,
they don't always do what you think what they should,
Yeah.
You got that time decay element in it, and so the demand for the put contract is a completely different animal. So you can't just buy it because, let's say gold is going down, so dust should go up. No, you can't quite do it like that. You got to look at that chart as its own independent symbol, and you got to treat it like that, and don't overthink it and say what it should do based on the fact gold looks like it's getting ready to fall. No, you gotta chart it as its own thing.
Even though it's inverse, but again, still got to make sure you're at the right peak points. As I say,
right.
Peak point of profitability always come at the point where you learn how to strategically place your dollars at the most opportunistic aspect of what getting the bag, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you look at that symbol, if you overlay it with gold, it looks strange. Or if you take JNUG, like you said, and dust, they're inverse of each other.
Right.
If you go into compare mode on your chart and you put them up, you see them both trending down. Now they will oscillate against each other, opposite, but the trend direction of both is down. So you're looking at JNUG and you go, why didn't that go to the moon like XAU USD?
Some of them are different.
Yeah. That's the one I use when I show people to be careful with those leverage options. They don't always do what your logic would tell you it should do.
But you gotta check the liquidity and all those things come into play. Especially on the option side, of course. Then you got the Greeks. You want to see where it's at in terms of the level of
right. So if there's no demand for the option, you're gonna see it show up in the way that symbol trades.
Or the delta, it'll be reflected in the delta, definitely.
It's like when at some point, when we had this major correction in the S&P, in the beginning, your bear market ETF should do fine because there's a whole lot of people that buy put options as insurance,
right,
against their long positions. So with this, when their basic sentiment is bullish, but they think that we just got a minor pullback, so that the little put insurance works. But when that sentiment changes,
that's when you
the
have
long-term sentiment changes from bullish to bearish, and people no longer buy those put contracts as insurance because they don't have a long position anymore. If they're not buying it as insurance for a long position, that dries up the demand for put contracts. And so even if the market is falling, that leveraged instrument may not rise.
And not quite yet. It's still got to go probably do some more rebalancing. It's still got to shake some more people out. Again, it's a lot of moving parts, like you said. It's a lot of moving parts within that. And I'm saying that because if you look at drip right now, drip is the inverse to gush. Right. This is I'm since we speaking about this, I'm gonna go and throw some out there again. This not me giving my financial advice.
That's right.
These are my opinions. But this contract here, you see what's going on here?
This is
on the weekly.
This is the highest riskiest stuff. Okay, so
right,
it's
leverage.
Know that now.
So just case study, because I know I work from a place case study. Right. I train. I had to be very responsible fiduciary, and just from the fake, I want to make sure I protect my people. So in the aspect this case study here in drip obviously it's the bear ETF 2 times leverage to that of what? The oil market, USO, right? Those type oil, right? Oil, all the other like WTI, Brent. So what it's been doing? It's been getting gutted. You see it bottomed out. It's been bottomed out around here around about what? Between $12 and $11, right? $9 kind of was like at the peak point of support. $9 and change, $9.36, right? It's just now starting to turn what? Upward, right?
Right.
What just happened today? Oil market got what?
Went down.
It got obliterated, right? This contract went from basically at a low of $9.74 and went always up as high as $11.76. That was a $2 premium.
Right. 20%.
That's a lot. That's a lot for this asset.
Yeah, 20%, over 20%. That ain't bad.
Now let me show you something what it looked like over here. Just like you said, when the money moves, it moves, right? This contract is just starting to wake up. True story, right? It's just starting to wake up. Look right here. Look at that $10 strike call. That baby put up what?
250%.
That means it was $1.25 cheaper than what its last price. Let's say we need the asset price is at $2. So what's a dollar? Well, no, yeah, be it a 2. So we'll say about 75. So what's 125 minus from 175?
50.
So that was about a 50-cent contract this morning.
Wow.
So 50 cent brought you basically around,
Wow.
True story. Look how many people sitting in it. They didn't even know it was going to happen today, but it happened. But it happened. And they end up probably making a little more, probably a little more than that, to be honest. Because
those leveraged ETFs, everybody listen, that's why they came up with that for people. People wanted to benefit off of these massive gains that's happening in the futures market and the options market. So these leveraged ETFs, that's a way for people to benefit from it. And it trades like a stock. You can buy it and sell it like a stock without really having to come into the options market or the futures market. But you still got to read that chart. You still got to read that chart, right?
Yeah. And again, that's just at the bottom level here too, because this one here put up a 650%.
Man,
that was a cheaper one because that's if you caught it, down here or even the previous day before it even took off. You got a chance to eat all that premium up until people that tried to run to it at the end of the day. Because all this where these people ran to at the end of the day. They were late to the trade actually. They were late to the trade and made some money.
650%. Wow.
Yeah, they were late to the trade, and so now that this asset is waking up, right? In this case, this expires tomorrow, right? You're gonna have some people trying to trade. Now it depends on the oil market trades tomorrow or tonight in the future market, but it got what? It got slaughtered today. Right. It got slaughtered, right? As you know, 7-8%, 9%, something at the peak for the trough. You see what it's doing right now is weak, right? It ain't doing nothing basically. WTI down, Brent barely up. That may end up going red for the night over it, depending on China. What they do around about 9, and then when the European market come on at 2, that could definitely turn over even more, right? Because the Saudis, they waking up around the same time what the Europeans do to a degree, right? And they're gonna get the scram. They're either gonna buy the dip or they're gonna let the thing roll over a little bit more, let it bleed out some more before they come in and try to rescue it, right? But that drip contract or that drip basic trade, I mean that trade there at $9 probably way in the beginning of the day before it started dropping. Those contracts was as low as probably you see right here it says last bid and ask side, so it's a big difference between all those pricing.
All right.
That means nobody bidding for those contracts. They were just out there. So that means between 5, you could have got filled on a whim at 5 cents.
Wow, yeah.
On a whim, possibly before all that took off at 5 cents, and that 5 cent would have been end up worth $1.75, $2.
Right.
Or $2 to $3, about $2 and change basically.
That's a Vegas bet right there.
That's it. So that means $5 turned into like basically around about $200. them
Now,
kind of
if you got
scenarios.
a system where you got to put in the work, if you got a system where you can identify these opportunities like that coming up, it can be done. I mean, check
Well,
it
I can
out.
tell you what it is
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of ways, because I sit in front of the screens all day, all these screens, all this stuff. I'm like, man, look here. You have to be, because you know what I'm talking about, Dollar Will. When you get to the point where you can multitask data in real time, like these companies that got think tanks and people do all this stuff for them for free, or within the cadre they do. You learn how to be able to do that, and be attentive to it. That's how you get it. You can get it in. That news dropped again around about 10 o'clock on that oil scenario, right? That's when the market oil start dumping, market start kind of feeling it too.
Right.
Now, if you go to the daily, but I'm on the weekly. If you go to all right, let's go to 1 hour chart. Not matter of fact, no, let's go to the 5. All right, let's make it look like a equalizer, right? Let's let it make it, let's see what it looked like in that moment. All right, because at the point or peak value, that's when the move unfolded, right?
Right.
When the news hit. Now, the news showed up on investing.com around about 10 o'clock. So that means it was already out in somewhere else possibly. Right?
Right.
Okay, coming out of yesterday, drip was sitting at about $10 about $10 a share, somewhere around the give or take. Right? Yeah, 10. Okay, yeah, 10. Right? The previous day, of course, it bottomed out around 9 and change, right? So what was it? Not 9, was it? No, it's still 10. So we'll say 10. That's right. Okay, so it was still a good bang out, right? So 10, right? So it opened up around 10:50, and the entire day when the news obviously hit. I guess you want to say hit around about 9 to 10. That time frame here, you go 9:30 to 10 o'clock, right? It was still trending at around about 1070 whatever, and then it just broke out. It didn't break out till the accident in the back end of the day. To be honest, it was just crazy after that point.
Now, if you look left, typically you will see, what happens. I notice, again, I'm an LA wave theory trader. These prices, they complete their structural move, and it's like they'll sit there and wait, So the correction will happen around the same time as this news event you're saying, but the price still completes its structure.
Yeah, but in this case, again, this was more data driven though, definitely, because the oil market, being this an ETF and this leverage, it kind of functions in a whole new different paradigm than that of what continuity information coming off a company that's making money through strategic ideas. This is just at the mercy of how they want to throttle up barrels of oil or throttle it down, right? So they playing this is like kind of like trading forex. To be honest, right? It's a technical game, it really is, but it's still move within the confines of what you're talking about too. But it's still the fundamental vestiges is that we know that a few people hand controlling the real true value of this by if they throttle up production or throttle down production. In this case, being it's the inverse to that of the overall bullishness of the oil market. And it was left for dead, but it began to wake up a little bit, as you see here. Going back to when it was around about $9.73, right? And like you said, if you put this up on the Elliott way, you probably see exactly what you just speaking on how it was. Okay, it started kind of trend a little bit. This was more of an indication when it bottomed out around that price. It was because of what? Bottom out is actually down here, but because at that point, peak oil was relevant. Not rocket science. Peak oil was relevant at that time. If I overlay, matter of fact, I overlay it. I do the comparative. I'm gonna compare. I'm gonna put the we'll just use WTI, right? That's about it. We wanted everybody to know, right?
Right. Hey, I'm gonna bounce up out of here. I appreciate y'all having me on.
All right. No, anytime. Thank you for coming on too as well, family. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. If you look at the inverse here on the WTI, where was the WTI?
That's it.
It was up in the peak oil.
Yeah.
It was near peak oil, right? And this was at the what? At trough oil.
At the trough. Yeah. It's pretty mirror, pretty much.
And all it did was diverge. Here, that's your axis.
You know what's interesting about
convergence, and then divergence. Excuse me, but yeah, go ahead.
What's interesting about it, you look at the oil WTI, it's kind of going sideways at the top, but the inverse ETF, which is basically the put contracts, was rising.
They were gaining inside. They're like the turtles in the hair.
Right.
They were gaining on them. Warriors. Come out to play. Hey, them jokers were clacking them bottles. Like, we coming, bro. And because again, look here, clearly, Head and Shoulders, if you want to say that, it was just topping out, triple top, whatever, it's topping out up around here. Right? It was only a matter of time.
With that increase in the puts, it's telling you, you know, that
Yeah,
the money that's actually money rolling to that side, telling you that they betting on a decline in oil.
And that's why I was telling people, man, oil ain't finna go up to no 70 plus right now. No, man, this thing finna rise. I was like, all right, I throw my hands back. They don't want oil over that, man. America's a spoil. That's why Trump like, man, finna have y'all paying no more than about $55, somewhere right between $60 and $50 a barrel oil. 55 about best, because he knew at that point it helps everybody at the pump, right?
Right.
So, you know, Biden's more what? They Democrats. They more war friendly, right? They used to being over there messing up stuff. Their whole Benghazi, right? A whole Saudi Arabia, right? All that, man. Well, whatever. I ain't trying to make it there, but y'all know what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, oil finna be all over the place a little bit here. Oh, sorry. For a minute until they kind of get this stuff balanced out. All the diplomatic stuff, whatever. But it was a trade where it was topping out. So to me, it wasn't not hard to see that,
right.
You know, they wasn't finna let this thing. It was showing out a little bit, but it showed out as long as they was going to allow it.
Yeah, this was an easy trade. I mean, like we said earlier, once you understand, you gotta just know. Once you learn how to read the chart, and then you learn the correlations, and you're overbought or oversold or at some extreme on, you know, if you trade forex or whatever, then you go look at those correlations and you're gonna see of opportunities. Now, you being an options trader, you're gonna do everything that I'm saying, but you also gonna go to the options market and get a plate there.
Yeah, dig all the way through it. You know, we eat like 2 and 3 fold. You can eat 2 and 3 fold on some of these plays.
That's right.
You know, because now when the strength is confirmed, your money's going to, you just gonna put it on there and let it ride at autopilot. You know, autopilot that money. I do that a lot. I tell people that I'm finna put my money on my trades on autopilot. I done made it out my bag. I get on the boat and go fishing for the rest of the day. Right. Because my trend is confirmed more so to the point where, you know, even if I've locked in most of what I need, I just put the rest on the stop loss. You know, but it's basically a trailing stop with because I'm already in the money. I just let them kind of back test me, see if they really bought that life. Close me out, I still close out with a profit. You know, but it's really intricate, you know, being able to kind of move like that because it sets you. You don't have to fight the market. Now, I put it that way. You ain't fight the market once you have a good thesis and learn how to trade options. Now the money is really working and you got time, right? The only way that kind of blows up is if an anomaly happen. They drop some crazy press release at the middle of the day, right? Something stupid like that kind of stuff only have to happen, right? But if you already read up on the company and you know that they ain't got anything down the work that's happening, because you already kind of front ran the news, then you safe, you know, to a degree.
Well, brother, I want to thank you for welcoming me and my tribe through here today. But all this talk about these commodities and stuff, I'm about to eat.
Yeah, man, it's dinner 30. Right? Old school people say it's beer 30. It's been past beer 30. It's been beer 30 around about what, 5, 6 o'clock?
Right.
Right. So definitely, man, I honor you and I honor everybody that came through today. Obviously from the Dollar Wheel Trial, y'all family over here any time of the week. Don't even hesitate, man. You welcome here. You already know that, right? Kick your feet up, kick back, man. My place is su casa, yo casa, right? All right. So you ain't got to worry, man. And go subscribe to Dollar Wheel channel, guys. Definitely type something in the back chat, Dollar Wheel, so they know it's you. They go subscribe to your channel. Again, if you guys got YouTube channels out there, hey, let us help you bang it out, right? Post it so we can subscribe to you as well and support, you know, those who support you, right?
Yeah, my channel is spelled like my name. You see on the screen, Dollar Will with one L. It's just very simple.
Yeah,
one L, WIL. I came up with that. When I came up with that name, man, nobody had it. Now we got to stop this thing, man. People just jumping all over your name. You go on IG and they got a Dollar Wheel 358. You know, it's bad when they got to start adding numbers. Acting like, oh, come on.
It's hard out there, man. It's hard out there. They don't want you to have nothing, man.
You can't have nothing, man.
It's America, boy. They replica. They're worse than the Chinese.
Yeah. But all right, y'all. Peace, fam.
Thank you, fam. Peace, power, profit to you. My best to you, family.
All right.
Awesome. So, yeah, guys, also a very eventful day, man. Awesome day. Get a lot of information disseminated, a lot of good game given out, you know, a structured game. In this case, not just talking. We were working like we always do. Yeah, shout out to everybody who obviously participated in this live session. It was a gauntlet, right? It's definitely one worth archiving. Really good. Having that, seeing how people come together across different lanes. See how that work? That's how it should always be, right? That's what we're striving to, ascribe to be as well, because we know that there's a community of people out here who are putting in the work, right? They're putting it in, and so I can't stress it enough, man. You gotta get with those people who are definitely aggressive about change. And so what we do is a more hands-on approach. It's a tangible benefit to it, so that way it ain't just a whole lot of talking. It's tangible to this, right? It's a bag waiting on you if you perform properly, right? So it ain't just a lot of hyperbole and hypotheticals and theories. This is really a thesis latent environment. Your dollars working for you, right? Literally, right? So to me, again, these kind of things are no-brainers, right? The notion of them are no-brainers, right? So shout out to everybody. So again, I even ran. This how crazy I'm gonna get roasted for this too, because y'all, I had a training session tonight. Y'all know I had a training session. All right, y'all Thursday training session. Y'all, this is our grind time. So I either got two options. I'm gonna run this thing concurrent, and we're gonna ride out right on YouTube, right? Or we can obviously, reschedule it, and we'll probably, we can get it in either tomorrow or Saturday. Cause to make this date up today. I'm gonna hit all you guys up and let y'all tell me. I know it's even after the fact, but some of you guys probably already been over here anyway watching from the backside of that. Y'all let me know how y'all want to work, because y'all know how this stuff go out work for you guys. And we'll see how we're gonna get this training session made up for tonight. It's at 8 now. We typically supposed to kick off around about 5:30, between 5:30. So we are 3 hours behind, right? So it's up to you guys how y'all want to do that for the training session for this evening. If we want to rock out from here, or we want to take a break and kind of pick back up on a clean slate. Obviously, tomorrow evening sometime, or possibly Saturday. I'll let you guys tell me that, for those who are in attendance. That's a part of that session. When we kind of get a consensus with that, right? So again, a lot of good information. Hope you guys took a lot of took away a lot from this. Shows you that there's a lot of a like-mindedness out there. Again, we speak a common language. We speak a common language. And it shows. Again, you can see it when you reach, and find other thorough people, right? It's just a given. So that in itself is a confirmation, right? They call it confirmation bias. We call it what you want. It just kind of what falsifies all the foolishness, and it stands on itself, because these are the same things that everybody else that about this life, what they discuss and how they discuss it in so many different ways, right? So yeah, shout out to everybody that came on the panel. Open my keys. Brother Mattis, Brother Chris, Brother Brandon, Ilba Camille, our family, right? Our new family, Crypto Lionel, the awesome leader, Brother Dollar Will, right? Everybody out there that tuned in the back chat, who also extended, their time and their knowledge and support to the channel as well. Our family, our Ori, over there from the Dollar Will camp as well. You family over here anytime. Of course, I say over Brandon too. Yep. Our resident hospice in the building, right? Brother Ramsey, right? Always got the chat popping, right? Just make sure you keep it focused on the money, Brother Ramsey. All right, we got kids to come through this channel now. I told y'all that I got kids, I got young folk to come through on the channel, so let's keep it PG-13 at best. I say PG-13, right? Our long lost brother Admiral Magi came through the building today, man. It's been a long time since I seen you, man. So I'm happy to see you back in the building, right? That brother been over there in Africa making moves, so shout out to him. As you see here, he was over there in Sudan making moves with the agribusiness. All right, so brothers over there actually getting it in, on boots on the ground, making things happen. So he set up a pipeline distribution. Guess what? There's an investment cycle there. Once you kind of get all the ins and outs and you feel comfortable with it, you can kind of work with that brother. All right, so everybody again that came through. Our family brother Snotball again. Our brother the Snotball. Let me say his name correctly. The Snotball. Thank you, Oba. Right? Obviously, you even graced me and blessed me with the super chat today as well, man. I'm humbled and honored by that in a lot of ways. Of course, y'all know I'm a grind out one way or the other. So grateful for that. Thank you, brother, the Snotball, right? Coming through, blessing the family. Our Oba Contrarian Trader. Thank you as well. Contrarian Thinker. Excuse me, I'm gonna say it properly. Contrarian Thinker, right? Oba Contrarian Thinker. Thank you for coming through tonight as well, Oba. You already know you're welcome here anytime, right? You family. So everybody again that tuned in today, again, a lot of people came through today. This was a long live stream. It's been a minute since we did one of these type. But that's how they used to roll out anyway. When I used to do the intraday ones, we may rock up about $7-8, right? Just keep riding too. Everybody said, man, let me go put some food in my stomach, right? Some food in my belly, right? So a lot of us are at that time point now who already, those who already have eaten or have not. I know you guys are ready to take a break. For me, y'all know I'm kind of old school. I'm built for it. I just rock out another 5-6 hours if I had to. Right, the air sandwiches ain't too bad, right? It ain't too bad. The air sandwiches ain't no key. No, but on the serious side, thank you guys, all you guys, and keep in mind, you guys, if you got young family out there, young folk, send them over here. Trust me, they're in good hands. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to raise the village up. We're trying to get our young folk in the game thoroughly, so they can have a head start thoroughly. Right? As who was that? Frederick Douglass that said it's better to build strong children than to try to repair broken men. I think that was him. Oh, that was Market Garvey. It was one of them, right? That said, had that saying. That's true, man. We got to get these kids involved. So y'all know everything I do is definitely based and PG rated, right? So I want to be able to reach that clan. And like I said, have a body of work that people can come to and don't feel like they're intimidated by, language or conversation that's outside of the beaten path. What we're really here for. That's okay. We human too. I'm not saying we ain't gonna have those moments, but for the most part, your kids are safe, right? Of course, they're getting a lot harder just watching Nickelodeon, right? Nickelodeon is about brated R, man. All that innuendo, sexism, and all that, man. These cartoons of the day is, man, look. All right, but I'll leave that alone, right? I'll leave that alone. Yep. All right. But no, seriously, I'm here for the family and the future generations out there. So don't hesitate, get them involved. I got them, right? All right. So I'm excited for that. All right. So I don't know, Brother Mathis, are you still there? Over Chris, I know you guys is late. Y'all probably eating right now. I can't open that mic up, but I'm eating. But I guess I could do it off the script here. I'll hit y'all up in the chat and figure out how we want to do our training session. Whether we make it up tomorrow evening or Saturday, or we run it hard tonight, because I got to hit up a lot of people to see where they at. So I think by the time I even get it out, it'll already be another hour or so afterwards when people respond, because they probably already into their evenings with friends and families or whatever. Somewhat kind of written the day off. So again, my bad to that. This is my public apology, right? We got in. We just went in today, and I'm sorry. And this was a good video too, of course, live stream, because a lot of knowledge disseminated. So no harm, no foul to anybody that might have felt like we were kind of stepping on your toes with some of the information you might have been speaking on, but we're just speaking of very common truth. That's how things are. All right. So shout out to again all the truth speakers out there. All right. So again, with that being said, guess I'm gonna get ready to log off. I think we done did all we can do, right? We done all we can do. Right, the future markets are up and popping real quick here again. You're having a little bounce, typical, right? Typical little bounce here, because it got gutted today, right? The market got gutted today, and so you got some people, licking their wounds and trying to kind of play the retrade. They call it the retrade or the retracement trade. So I'll kind of go out looking at that futures market. The idea that the damage is still kind of, fresh. These are fresh wounds. Now, again, you got a small little bounce here, but it's still, it's still early in the future market. So we'll see what happens at 9 o'clock when the Asian market kind of pop off, right? In terms of Chinese in this case, right? They waiting around about 9 o'clock. Of course, Japanese market's open right now. It's weak. It's only 60 points on the Nikkei. 0.22% at this point. The topics, that's Japan, Japanese market. They only 3 points on their topics, right? 0.16%. So yeah, the Asian market kind of feeling that brunt too of what happened today over here on our equity markets. I would say the same for the German market and the European market, the FTSE and the DAX. Well, the DAX is up. The German DAX is up 22 points. So that's slightly positive. Ain't much. 0.15%. The FTSE 100 though, forget about it. Right? Forget about it. All right, so yeah, they're not necessarily where they want to be leading up into getting ready to that European market when it opens up. So y'all know what it is. Stay tuned, to tomorrow, of course, in terms of what's going to happen. Be patient, but be persistent in your game plan, and let's get paid. All right, let's get paid. So if things work out tomorrow, I may get a chance to go live again. Maybe I do something early in the morning, then I just shut down for the rest of the day. Who knows? But stay tuned. Again, if you're new to the channel, subscribe, whatever. We appreciate you 1,000%. So and we'll keep doing what we do best and working. That's it. So with that being said, guys, I guess I'm gonna close this thing on out. And today, anything, we made money, so we dodged the what? All right, we dodged the people that were trying to steal from us, and we got paid today, right, or tonight, right? And so this meme or this gift kind of signifies, why we, or who we are in terms of how solid we are as traders, right? You know what? Because see, you can't hit, what you can't hit, right? We're just not gonna lie to you, right? It's just coming us sideways, right? Because we solid in what we do, right? Right? We dodge all the bull crap, right? And we always gonna make sure we put forth the best effort to give you guys the best information. So shout out to all the people who dodge the BS and actually put in work, right? We dodge all the fakeness. All right, so thank y'all again for tuning in. All right,
over. Peace, power, and profit, over.
Peace, power, profit, over, Chris. All right, so I'll get what you got later. We'll figure out how we're going to do this training session. Either tomorrow evening or, I guess at this point it'd be best to try to do it tomorrow evening or Saturday.
I'm good with either one. It don't matter. I can go all night, right along with you.
Yeah, so we built for this, right? Y'all know other jugglers, there's time since they're like, man, juggle supposed to been ready. So I get it, guys. Like I said, y'all can actually beat me up because this show is my fault. I got going in and y'all not go, so it's my fault. All right, I apologize. So I'll get the consensus with everybody else, and then we'll get a date and we'll run it. And no worries.
You shut it down?
Yeah. Well, the live stream, because we supposed to have the actual training, like I said, the training sessions. Of course, at this point, a lot of people don't know what's going on. As far as where we at, as far as what we've been doing over here. So they'll wait for the training session. So at this point, he's trying to drag that unless everybody say, hey, now let's go on and run it still. Hey, whatever. I just eat fast and get at it. If not, like I said, we'll do it tomorrow evening or we'll do it Saturday for this training session that was
I ain't
today.
doing nothing.
So you just grind anyway, so you already locked in. I'm with it. Well, that's how it is. Y'all know how the stuff go. I'm born in this and fire born in this. So I ain't got a problem with it, but I know we got some mothers out there that tune in on the Thursday session, and other stuff like that. So I got to get the consensus. So I guess as of now, I guess we could say it probably end up being tomorrow evening or Saturday. Right?
All right.
So just on GPS, but just stay tuned. I'll let y'all guys know when I hear from everybody. All right, so I guess
peace, you guys.
All right, peace, power, profit, everybody. And again, get paid, right? And again, when you find that right trade, again, y'all know we called one out today, Intraday. That spot put was again, it was a banger. So I gotta leave on a note. I gotta leave on that note. When that thing hit right, boy, when that thing hit right, I'm just saying, Joe could be like. You get that bag, you get that bag, that thing hit right, boy. Look at you really feeling invincible. I got him, boy. I got them Joker today. I got him. Give me that money, boy. That's how Joker be feeling too. All right, so that's it, guys. Let me log on off, guys. See you guys on the next one. Peace for our profit, everybody. Peace, everybody. Peace. Peace, family. Peace. Peace.